outsource. We need to outsource, right? Because we are either too biased, we're not mature enough. There's too many of us. We're too spread out. Whatever the reason is, it don't work. It just doesn't work. So yeah, they need to outsource. Mad.
I also
Yeah.
think that some people are not very good at wielding power when they're given it. They don't realize the effects it can have on people's lives, which is obviously what we're seeing with Ryan's situation, because they didn't really vet what was said to them. They were like, okay, here's the docs, and we'll give it to the public. And I'm like, well, at least be accountable for it. At least be like, okay, do you know what? Like, I don't know what you would do to like fix that situation for that guy, because that is
people are giving him death threats. People are threatening to kill him. It's like, this isn't a joke. Yeah, and I show it. Yeah,
there's nothing that, I don't know if there's anything they can do to fix it, but I don't know if they even went to any extents to try and be like, yo, we kind of fucked up your life. We're gonna try and put together something to help you in this situation. And I saw a lot of like shrugging off the situation, and people still like Tope said threatening him, and I'm like, but there's no evidence yet. Like, shouldn't we tread carefully? Anyway, I'm sure we'll get into it in the video.
Say that X person is banned from every event. All I can say is I recommend TOs and orgs to follow this list, or use this as a reference when either accepting or denying players at their events.
For a group with so much power, you think that they would have at least a defined set of rules, or a code of conduct to make their rulings, but of course they don't. Even after the whole Me Too debacle 6 years ago, they still don't have one. In their rulings, they almost never do temporary bans for some reason. They'll either just permaban someone or not at all, with of course them leaning towards permabanning most of the time. The worst part about all of this is that not only is the group completely unelected, most of the people there are also completely anonymous as well. My source says that the atmosphere within the Discord kind of mostly operates as guilty until proven innocent for the accused, with them actually going out of their way to ban people during periods when nothing is going on. Not only that, they actively will keep tabs and records on quote-unquote problematic people, including yours truly. As a matter of fact, right after I made my post criticizing their initial ruling, they were in their Discord shitting on me, saying that I don't have a place in their scene. I don't know who the fuck this person is, mind you. I who the fuck is this Sebert nigga? I don't know. But
every time you say that, I just feel like on my back, like.
I mean, it's impactful when you say it.
I can take.
It's impactful when you say it. Yeah.
It's got like 500 years of weight on it.
But again, I don't know who this person is. It's just like I'm the bad guy for asking for what's accountability and transparency. What the damn? I do.
It's the guilty till proven innocent thing is so dangerous. That is such a destructive way to move, and I don't understand why they don't get it. Because it could be swung on them, right? So let's say that the power structure in Smash switches over to another group of people that have different values to them, and they start behaving this way to these guys. I'm sure they're not going to appreciate being accused of something they never did, and then we're like, okay, we'll put the information out there and we'll wait to see if you're innocent. It's like, that's what I was saying. This must be kids running this, surely. It can't be adults that are running this, that are doing that.
Mental.
I think I'm gonna say real quick. I think there's a case of, I always used to think the same thing is they don't want evidence or they don't care about evidence. I think their bar of evidence is just low. If a trustworthy person tells them this, they'll be like, oh yeah, this person wouldn't lie about it. It must be true. I don't think it's a case of they don't care about evidence. Their bar of evidence is just fucking on the floor.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And then for them, it's like they post it themselves. It's like, my job is to keep everyone safe and blah 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 blah. It's like, in a way, yeah, but yeah, keep people safe, but it's not your job to keep people happy or everything. Your job is to keep people playing the game in a safe environment, like protect from violence, all that type of stuff. But this, they don't care. The thing is, though, it's like with them, even if they got accused, they're not going to change. How many of these quote unquote left wingers who are like pro whatever, they'll be pro this policy, then they'll get killed by said policy, but people won't change. So it's just like they're not going to change. It doesn't matter what happens to them, they're not going to change.
I think they like the idea of sitting in a position of power, but they are too lazy to know what to do with that power. Or they're too lazy to do the right thing with it. Because being in a position of power like this, you do really have to, like, especially in the Smash scene where there's so much dumb shit going on, you do have to be like taking a lot of time out of your day to investigate. You've got 3 people coming forward saying this. You're obviously not trained in actual investigation, so you're taking it upon yourself to look into these things. And I think for them, they're just like, yeah, it's fine, we'll just ban him. And they don't realize that by simply putting that statement out, that there's a contingent of the Smash scene and the fan game community that have seen it, but haven't seen the follow-up. So they still think that this guy is 100% everything that they accused him of. And they're just like, yeah, sorry, my mistake. I'm like, that can't run, surely. Like, how many? You said there's 44 people in this Discord.
God, my audio's fucked.
This is the text note, by the way.
Oh,
no, sorry, I was talking to C4.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my audio, like, it went out for a sec. I don't know, but yeah.
No, it's all good. Yeah, no, the scene is just, it seems to be run by very, what's a nice way to say it?
Mentally retarded people. Yes.
So nice.
Yes.
They're unfit for the position. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be running something if they're not sitting there at least trying to investigate. If they tried to investigate and they got it wrong, I could be like, okay, well, they took a month, they fucked up, so they still need to be reprimanded for it. But at least they tried. At least there were conversations that were had. They didn't even try. One person said 3 days to me. You're saying 90 minutes. That's unbelievable.
That's why I can't say it's just like stupidity. I say, Hanlon's razor. It's like, don't take malice to what can be explained by stupidity. It's like, that's how I live my life. Like, I'm not an easily offended person. Someone crosses me in the road, I'm not gonna I don't feel like it's worth it. But it's like with this, it's like, it's so egregious. This is just maliciousness. It's just pure, like, you cannot do this by accident. You can't. And you go ahead.
Wasn't Ryan one of their own? Like, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't he one of their own? They didn't even go to him. I would think that at the very least, like, let's say it was you, because you're right wing, and because you stand against their values. I guess I can see them in the way they see things, just being like, we ain't even gonna talk to this guy. Fuck that guy. But Ryan is one of their own. So it's more perplexing that they were just like, yeah, we're gonna throw him under the bus. I'm confused.
Well, I'm not too shocked. I'm personally not, but I'll say one thing before we continue. Right, I remember I watched your video about the whole Saudi thing with GDQ. You don't want to say it, but I'll say it. These people are performative as fuck. They don't give a fuck about human rights or whatnot. I'll say it. You don't want to.
Why did she start a panic attack?
What?
I didn't know where he was gonna go. I saw the hand go up with the one finger. I was like, "Oh shit, he's gonna drop some madness." But even that, doing his crazy off blue is gonna.
Oh, okay.
No, the reason that I didn't want to call people performative is that, obviously, there's going to be a lot of people that are performative that see posts on Twitter and they just retweet and they say the same thing. But I like to think that some people do think they're trying to do the right thing. They're just not thinking it through. Because obviously there's a lot of controversy surrounding the Saudi involvement in fighting games. And that's worth having a discussion. But the responses I find are oftentimes like uninformed and they don't really look into it. And then people have different ways of looking into it, or different ways of looking at it. I don't think that you can sit there and say this game has got 30% Saudi involvement, so I'll go to tournaments, I'll stream it, I'll buy it. But then if it veers over into closer to majority, you're like, okay, I'm not involved anymore. I'm like, well, if you're talking about blood money, there's still blood on your hands at that point. And they also don't take into consideration that a 96% ownership of SNK, that might still be smaller than the 10%. That might be less lucrative than the 10% of Capcom, because Capcom is so astronomically bigger than them that the 10% by scale is probably much larger for the Saudis in Capcom. So I don't know, man. Like I don't want to call them performative. I just think that we look at things very differently, and I think at the very least it's ill-informed, in my opinion.
But these people, they don't give a shit about human rights. That's the thing. It's like they only care about human rights when it's brown people. That's the only time they care about human rights. Because when people get murdered, white people get murdered. Like when Charlie Kirk get murdered, all of these people who are saying this were cheering and haha, kill more people like that. But they're talking about human rights. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
No, you're right. I'm not saying all of them. No, you're right. I mean, even with the Mike Z thing, when he made the George Floyd joke,
which was hilarious, by the way.
The joke wasn't hilarious. I wasn't offended by it. It wasn't like belly laughing. I was like, oh, that was kind of a mad thing to say on stream, but not a big deal. We'll move on. But
fair enough.
A lot of people, obviously people are gonna have points of contention with Charlie Kirk's views and
fair enough.
And what was it? Is it America? What was this organization?
No, Turning Point.
Turning Point USA.
Yes.
Turning Point. People are gonna have points of contention with that, and that's all well and good. But you can't sit there and cheer his death, but then get mad at people when they make jokes about someone else's death. Like it's inconsistent. And you don't have to like either people. You can dislike George Floyd and Charlie Kirk, but at least be consistent.
I don't even think it's comparable though. It's not comparable.
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. You can dislike them and make jokes, or you can dislike them and not talk about the dead. You can't joke about this, but I can joke about this because I don't like this person. Either sit in one camp or sit in the other. That's how I see it. I don't think you can make fun of one and not the other.
I'll explain more, later. But it's fine. But my point is just that these people they don't care about human rights. It's like they've never cared about human rights. But
I would say they do, but they only care about the rights of. I mean, it's obviously that's what you said. They care about certain people's human rights.
Mm-hmm.
I think everyone would be like, if it's a bad person, we don't care about their rights. Like, I think most people get along with that. When people go to prison, they lose rights to certain things. And we're like, well, they're bad, so they don't deserve it, right? We all kind of do that. And I think I don't agree with Mike on the percentage thing. I get it. I don't work like that. But I think most people, when they have a rule, they forget to create a standard. And I think that's why people see it as like hypocrisy when they're like, oh, you can find this funny, but this isn't funny, right? When you say, oh, for an example, death threats, always banned. Say that was a rule in like the Smash community. Death threats on Twitter, always banned. So many people would get banned. But you know what happened over time? Everyone would stop doing it. But when you allow some people to do it because they're saying it's about people, then you've got the whole, well, the standard isn't really that it's about death threats. It's about who you say death threats to. So they've got a rule, but they've got no standard. It should be everyone should get, I don't know, banned for a certain amount of time for any death threat. Because it's funny, because when we was talking about Red, right? We were saying Red's threats, he might do them. But 98% of people, when they do a threat, we go, they're not going to do that. They're just saying that shit. But we should treat them all the same. Regardless if it's Red or some basement dweller that looks like Ralph from fucking Recess, we should treat the threat the same. In my opinion.
Yeah, like I remember like Facebook allowed death threats towards Russian people during the start of the Ukraine war. It's like stuff like that. And then hold on. Oh yeah, Red. I didn't know who you were talking about. Like, oh yeah, that dude. Yeah, bro, rogged out. That's a rog out if I've ever seen one. It's never that deep. It's never that deep, bro. Come on, bro. He's threatening people over a video game. If
He
that's
did
not
threaten people
Rog
over a
shit,
video
I don't
game.
know what is. Come on. You gotta let me
I
say
wouldn't
that.
call him a rug, but the definition that Dove's saying,
That's
he
the
did threaten
literal
people over a video
definition.
game.
That's the literal definition. That's way too far. Why are you threatening death or violence over a video game? It's never that serious. If
Yeah,
you
it was a
can't
bit-
call him that, who else? You can't call anyone that. Come on now. Textbook. Rog out. Textbook.
No comment.
Time is who came up with it? Is that LTG?
Yeah, LTG. LTG.
Dog.
Yeah,
Ratchet
that
or
is,
ghetto. Yeah, it's honestly
Oh,
it's
is that what it means?
Yeah,
I
that's
always
what
thought that they were just taking. I thought it came from Balrog.
yeah, it did, but like it has a new
Yeah.
it's a mix of both because Balrog, I mean, he's a stereotypical violent black guy. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, he is definitely that now. The whole Mike Tyson thing is long gone, bro.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
changed. It is changed.
It's changed, bro.
Yeah,
He's just
all
constantly angry when I fucking fight people. I don't get it.
Yeah,
But that was crazy. That's crazy. Like you shouldn't come on now. Come on.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be.
I think in Red's situation, I think he just I don't know, man. Like I listened to his not to go too off topic. We'll get back to the Smash thing, but just to address it, I listened to his live stream and I listened to the things he was saying, and I watched him like he sobbed up. I think he started crying a little bit on stream as well. He was talking about some of the difficulties that he's had in life,
Oh,
and I
really?
think there's potentially around the same time that we did the stream, he might have been going through something. If I'm being charitable, like maybe he was going through something, and one thing led to another. Obviously, we did tell people to not go over to a stream and bother him.
That never works.
The second time, to be fair, the second time people didn't really go over there. I actually know the third time. The second time, no one listened to me. They just went over there. But I did tell them leave him alone because I think sometimes people pretend like they are happy to have back and forths, but when they get bogged down into like a certain level of question, they end up resorting to violence. And I think when I was listening to him and I saw him tear up, I was like, he's probably just been through a lot. I mean, we've all been through a lot. He made assumptions about me. He was saying that he saw my anime figurines behind me. And he was like, that guy ain't been through nothing. He's got anime figurines behind him. I was like, oh, that's such a dumb thing to say, but fine, whatever. But we've all been through a lot. We've all lost people. We all know what suffering's been like. We've all had very little money in our pocket or watched someone that we know like wither away. So when he was explaining that, I was like, we're all different. Maybe he can't deal with it. And it was just bad timing with our conversation. He called me on Discord. Might have been an accidental call. And I did say to him, did you mean to call me or did you want to talk? I did want to smooth things out of him, but he's very I think he's a stubborn guy and he's just set in his ways. So I'll leave him to it. I ain't got no problem with him. He said a lot of things that if I spoke to him, I would obviously correct him because he was just wrong about a ton of things, but I don't think that conversation will happen. So no need to relitigate that whole situation. But yeah, all right, cool. Let's get back to Smash.
Heard how the Discord functions, I now want to address the post that they made initially. In it, they state that 3 different people accused Last of rape. While that is technically true, it does leave out some very important context. Those 3 alleged victims did not all come forward at the same time, and the original alleged victim did not initially accuse Last of rape or sexual assault. The way the post is written also gives the impression that all 3 allegations came forward publicly at around the same time. But that's just not what happened. The original alleged victim initially brought their allegations privately to only a very small handful of TOs, asking that Last be banned from just 3 Georgia locals. To understand why I think that distinction matters, let's go through the timeline from the beginning. So the timeline goes something like this. The first alleged victim came forward all the way back in early June of 24, which was shortly after MomoCon. In their allegation, they claimed that Last crossed their personal boundaries while they were in a relationship. However, in this accusation, they never did allege rape or sexual assault, nor did they provide any documents to corroborate said claims. They only went to a select few TOs and then asked them to privately shadow ban him from 3 Georgia locals in particular: 404, Cards Basement, and Keep It Real. Unless you're from Georgia, you wouldn't know this, but those 3 locals are actually probably the biggest locals in the entire state, with 404 being by far the biggest one. That actually does line up with when last came back.
That
to
was an
404.
accident. I wasn't
Because what
trying to
I
do that.
showed in the tweet was that the last time he came back to 404 was in May 23rd in 2024. So this actually lines up pretty well. Of course, after that, everything seemed solved. However, though, around 2 years later, on May 8th, 2026, 2 new alleged victims came forward after hearing about the initial alleged victim from other people in the scene. They allege that Last had raped and sexually assaulted them, which each of them submitting their own 2-page document detailing their experiences. The initial alleged victim, all the way back in 24, then came forward again, with this time alleging rape and sexual assault, while now submitting a new 41-page document. According to my source, all 3 of those documents were then posted in the Georgia Smash Leadership Discord by Vivid, who is a top Toon Link player in the region who was acting as an intermediary on their behalf. This is the part that's really going to shock you. So my source says that the 3 documents were only posted in the Discord around just 80 to 90 minutes before they made their final post on Twitter. That means they looked over all 3 documents and talked for at most an hour, maybe an hour and a half before making their ruling. Only around 5 people were involved in discussing the case, with Bumble being one of them. After that, they then had someone who wasn't even involved in their talk, if you could even call it that, post their ruling on their Twitter account. And after the ruling was made public at, like, mind you, this was 12 in the morning, Last then privately messaged Bumble. In the post, he criticizes his handling of the situation, pointing out that nobody had ever bothered to reach out to him to hear his side of the story. Bumble, instead of engaging with him, then just screenshotted the DM and reposted it in the Georgia Smash Leadership Discord. Really, Bumble? Fucking 90 minutes? You spent just roughly 90 minutes to make a ruling that would
This is super fucked up. This is super fucked up. Also, can I just say that Captain Falcon is getting in your ass, bro.
Well, it's
He's
fatality.
fucking
Hey,
fucked.
fatality's like the best Falcon in the world, bro. All right,
That's
and-
fatality.
yeah.
Oh, okay, no, fair enough. Yeah,
And I actually do well. Like, I'm actually, you could say I'm like the best Ike in that matchup. You could honestly say that. So, but whatever.
All right, let's get back to the serious thing. But yeah, this is insanely fucked up. Like, the people involved in this that have done this, they are deplorable human beings. I hope that Last sues them into the fucking ground over this.
May they be
This-
fucked
this-
by the long dick of the law. You know,
Yes,
honestly.
yes.
Bro.
This is horrible. This is terrible. How they should be ashamed of themselves. How can you do? Okay, so wait, hold on. So they had all these documents. They were how many pages were each document?
So, okay, the first one from the initial alleged victim was 41 pages. And then the pair, because they came out as a pair, they each had 2 pages in each of their documents. So you could say it's 45 pages in total.
Would you? I've got so many questions.
Mhm.
When you mean a pair, what they came with like ice climber tech with their
No, like they both came together. Like they both, at the same time, they both came together. That's what I mean. They weren't like 2, like this initial, like they both knew each other. They both came at the same time. That's what I mean
Right.
by pair.
and I'm guessing they're friends. the
Yeah.
two.
That's what I
And
mean by pair. Yeah,
They
pair.
weren't. Obviously, I'm guessing you don't know this. They weren't friends with the first person. But,
No.
like, person 1. And
I don't
the
think
twins.
so. Yeah, I don't think so. Not twins, but yeah, they were. Yeah, they both came
Yeah,
together. Yeah.
allegation twins. We'll call them allegation twins.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
the allegation twins saw the first person's post that was like 2 years old. Then
They saw
they
their
said-
allegation. They saw their allegation because they didn't post any documents about all the way, but
Right.
they only posted it after. Maybe they saw the document, the 41. I don't know. Maybe they did, but
But why would the first person 2 years later make a doc?
I don't. Yeah, it's like, why didn't you show the document earlier? I don't. I wish I could tell you. I don't.
This is the craziest thing that I didn't think of, but it came into my mind where it was like, if someone, let's change grape into fighting, right? Say me and Mike have a fight, right? Me and Mike have a fight, and I'm going to Justin, the guy who runs versus fight. I'm like, bro, like, if you don't want any trouble, ban Mike. You like me more. I'm a commentator. I've done Evo, whatever. I'm more important than Mike. Ban Mike, because if he comes here, there's going to be a trouble. But if Mike's a danger, I'm saying he should be banned everywhere, because it's not a personal thing, right? So when we go to this example, if someone is, say they were in a, I think you said they were in a relationship, right? The first person and last.
Ex-girlfriend, yeah.
So in my mind, I'm going, okay, they've probably said, can you ban them from these tournaments because these are the tournaments I go to? That's my assumption. But if they were raping her, I'll be like, no, you're a threat to everyone. So why would I say ban them from these 3 tournaments? They should be fully permabanned from any tournament. So it's I don't know. If someone was a threat to everyone, would you ban them from select tournaments, or would you ban them from, or want them banned from everything?
Everything.
Want them banned from everything.
Yeah, and that's why, to me, it's just, again, this is just my opinion. I think it's kind of bullshit. I think it just, to me, it just, there's too many holes. It's like, you should have posted this earlier. You waited until now to say this. Like, what? I think maybe this could be just a vindictive X. Again, I wish I had proof to make that claim, but this is just completely speculation. So it's just, to me, it's like, oh, okay. This just feels like, I don't know, man. It just stinks. When I read their first, it stunk then. It stinks even more now, and it's just like,
does anyone? Well, I think most importantly, does the last know these 3 people?
Yes,
and he's not telling anyone.
He hasn't said anything yet because, I guess he's doing his legal shit in the background. All he did do is that he made them recount everything. And I respect that. It's like,
Yeah. I think their identity is not their identity, but if they're friends is very important here. Because I think if I'm the person who's in the Discord thinking, okay, should this person be banned? I could see the first person's allegation and the second, the Ice Climbers, their allegation, and go, oh, this is a pattern. But if they're friends, it's different. Because then it's like, oh, you said that it was kind of like an awkward relationship thing. We are saying it's rape. I need you to amend your allegation from 2 years ago to match ours, so it looks like a pattern. That's why I think it's important to know if these 3 people know each other.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know that. Yeah, I wish I knew.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah, it just sounds like this was coordinated, like with Leffen and Chisu against Zero. It just stinks of coordination.
Do you know what I think? I think if this does go down the legal route and they eventually get into discovery, I think that I think there's probably some diabolical DMs. If this is coordinated, then they're probably going to discover something really gnarly. And I'm willing to bet, if I was to put money on this, with the way the TOs have behaved, I'd have to bet that they were probably in on it.
Yeah.
90 minutes, whether it's 90 minutes or 3 days, either one, these allegations are serious. And for 2 girls to come forward that are friends 2 years after the initial allegations, something stinks here. Something stinks. I mean, we could be off, but that doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good for the TOs or the girls involved. And it especially doesn't look good now the TOs have taken back a lot of the things that they said. And now are they being served? Have they actually been served yet?
I don't know. All I know is what my source doesn't have the information, so I wish I could tell you that, but I don't know. But I hope he does. I really do, because it's just like this. Again, like I explained later in the video, because it's like fucking Hungrybox completely disassociated from him and everything based on that ruling. So it's like, again, fuck Hungrybox. I've hated that guy for a long fucking time, especially when he did the hacks. And with Mech. Because I know you guys had beef with Mech Because what this motherfucker promised was that after
I ain't
Axe
got I ain't
died,
got no beef with Mech.
it was, well, you did a while ago. A while ago.
We had some disagreements. I didn't really have beef with him.
Okay, yeah, disagreement. Yeah, but fair enough. Yeah, but he was bawling like a baby, saying, after this, I'm gonna be a mediator. And then when Mech held him to it, oh man, I'm sorry, dog. I can't do that. I'm not equipped to go fuck yourself, dude. And I don't like how Tech gave him a pass where he was like, oh well, I respect the fact that you say that you're not equipped. It's like, yes, he is equipped. If anyone would be equipped, it would be him to do it. I don't like, no.
Was he equipped to what? Ban someone?
No,
or?
to be a mediator. Because he was like, I'm going to be a mediator, talk with banned players and unbanned players to try and find my way back in this. He's like the biggest person there, and he has the platform, he has everything you would need for that. But he's now not equipped. It's like
he might not be a retard whisperer. He might have enough clout to like bring someone back into the fold. I don't know. Maybe in the moment he went, oh yeah, this would be a good thing to do. Then he was like, oh shit, this is the people I have to talk to. Let me bail out. Maybe, but yeah, like you said, I think being a figure, you have to be careful. Just like putting that idea out there that you can be a mediator, you're putting a lot on your shoulders. And I think
he said it. Like no one made him say it.
Yeah.
He said it, and it's just like, I don't believe your excuse. This excuse of I just can't do it. It's like, yes, you can. Yeah, yes, you can.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, that's a lot of shit. I mean, even if he's not great at the actual mediating part, because of who he is and how much clout he has in the scene, his presence alone, when he's mediating, they're doing the bare minimum to let people speak and say their piece and have conversations would be enough. It would be like having a high-profile celebrity just being like, okay, your turn to speak, your turn to speak. You ain't got to do too much. It's not that hard to mediate. He shouldn't have said it in such a, like, it was such an emotionally charged situation. To make a statement like that just after the whole situation of Hacks was, I saw it and I was like, I doubt it, but we'll see. It'll be really good if he does, but I doubt it. And then obviously, yeah, I saw that whole situation.
Yeah.
It was a shame, but I wasn't surprised either. I have no beef with Hungrybox whatsoever. I wasn't surprised with the outcome.
Yeah, bro's a fucking performative male, bro. Like, I'm just sorry. Everything this dude does, I just see it. It's just not genuine. Just to most like he tries to act like he's just like a goofball, but he's not. And Ireland, he's not at all.
Could it not be that? I think what Mike's saying, right? I understand the influence that Hungrybox does, but you know when we was talking about, well, when you want someone to look into an allegation, you want technicals. I want someone who's got a good judge of character to be assessing if these bad people should be let back in. I don't want the person who can be manipulated. Not saying that Hungrybox is like a brain of a toddler, but he might talk to someone who's banned. You would, I wouldn't. I don't know him enough. But say, for example, we talk to someone and they give him a massive sob story and they're like, okay, you know what? Seems like you learned your lesson. We'll let you back in. And he might be a soft touch. But because he's got the clout to get that person back in, if he brings back in someone who's not reformed or whatever, people are going to point the finger at him and say, well, you said he was good. He wasn't. And him saying that I'm not equipped is basically him saying, I don't have the ability, I don't have good judge of character, which I don't think most people don't have. If you're not good at looking at evidence and a good judge of character, I don't think you should be doing that. I don't think if you've got the ability to bring back people into the community, you shouldn't do it. You could bring the wrong person back in or exile the good people that have reformed. But I don't know. Maybe he's everything that Tope says. I have no idea.
I told. Or you go ahead.
So I don't think it's required of Hungrybox to be a technicals level person. Like I don't think that's needed in these situations. I think that, at least in my opinion, what I thought he was saying was that we'll sit on a live stream. I'll let this person talk. I'll let this person talk, and then the community can decide. And the evidence isn't going to be rocket science. It's not going to need some investigator to decipher. A lot of these things are quite cut and dry, or they're very easy to read into. They're not like we need to sit back and really think about this.
Yeah.
The only thing that you need to really sit back and think about is like, did this person do this thing? We need to find the evidence on that. But it's not like he's doing algebra. So there isn't really that much that is required. And I don't really think it should be on him to be like, okay, we'll let you back in. It should be on him to be like, I'll give these guys the platform to have the conversation so they're not shut out of the conversation. And then people can decide based on what is put forward.
I think people follow the leader and Hungrybox's audience. If Hungrybox mediates to two people talking and is like, and he's more lenient to one than the other, or maybe not lenient to one or the other. Say this like bad person, good person, right? And he goes, oh, well, the bad person, blah, 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 kind of like low-key defended them. I think his audience is going to see like, oh, well, Hungrybox doesn't think they're so bad. He's not telling them to fuck off or whatever. I think his audience will see how he's reacting and go, oh, they're okay. I mean, that's how people react to all the like big streamers, right? Maximilian or whatever. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know if he's what Tope says. Maybe I'm, being too nice. But I do think to mediate, I know the actual skill of mediating, like Mike said, doesn't take a lot. But when you've got a platform, and I'm sure Mike knows this, when people say, "Oh, you didn't push back hard enough," pause on the topic. People blame you for how someone's acting on your platform, and then they'll say you co-signed this person. That's what I think would happen if Hungrybox started talking to banned players. It would be like, "Are you co-signing them? Am I allowed to like them as a fan of Hungrybox?" I think the responsibility of mediating is very different to the effect he has on the community towards an individual. But
yeah,
maybe this is smashed and no one cares. I don't know.
I think I understand where you're coming from. I think it would be more just giving them a platform, like making them not just a complete fucking monster, because that's how they view these people, as like irredeemable pieces of shit who, I mean, many of them make death threats. They were doxxed. Again, like all three of them, like many of them were doxxed, and it's just like it's just like, and yeah, I forgot. I remember now. With these cases, they're not that complicated, bro. Most, like virtually all of them are not complicated. Like the reason many people are banned is just because of their speech, because they said something edgy. They didn't like threaten to shoot someone, to kill someone or anything like that. It's just they said an edgy joke or something like that. It's like, obviously people should not be banned for just speech. Get a grip. But he would have to then but you're just saying he would be associated with them. And of course, he doesn't want to ruin his squeaky clean image. But again, this guy, he wants to portray himself as a goofball. It's like, again, he took a picture with Milo Yiannopoulos and all the other people. It's like, this guy clearly is more edgier than people when he lets on. But again,
what the hell was he doing with Milo Yiannopoulos?
Well, that was all the way back then. Again,
edgy.
It's all the way back then. But it's like, again, I don't care that he did that. But it's just like, clearly Milo's edgy. It's like, but he wants to portray himself as just a wholesome Chungus guy. It's like, but you're not. You said nigga.
Chungus.
Yeah, nigga. He's still like, bro. I know when I'm sorry. People like him. It's just like performative male. It's like.
No, I hear it, man. I don't know Hungrybox well enough to make a comment on him, but I do think that if your scene is in disarray, as the Smash scene has been for some time, I think you should do something to help them. You're not required to, you're not obligated to, but I think as a community member, you should probably try, not sink your head into the sand. But maybe he's scared. I mean, let's be honest, man. Some of the shit I read from people in the Smash community, if I was in the States, maybe I'd feel a certain type of way.
Yeah, well, there needs to be someone who's willing to die for their beliefs, have a conviction. I'm not trying to LARP, but it's just like, you need to have an iron will that you can't just be bent. That even if everyone's saying you're wrong, if you know you're right, you're right. And he clearly does not have that.
Yeah, but Tope, these guys ain't Steve Rogers. They're gamers.
Man was a mob.
Well, I'm a gamer. Well, hold on. I'm a gamer, but I say what I say, and I don't get I will all the stuff I've said that's controversial here. I will never apologize for. I believe it 100%. Everyone could tell me I'm wrong. People have told me I'm wrong all my life. Do you think I give a shit? No, I don't.
Yeah, but would you be a martyr for Smash, bro? Would you risk talking to people about video games and having your head caved in?
I had
for,
my
for a
head.
video game.
These people are too pussy to do that.
But you know what you've just done though? Remember when I said that people that make threats, they all should get the fucking same punishment? When you go, oh, but they won't do it, you're giving them the okay. You should take it as serious as everyone else.
Oh, well, yeah,
you
of course.
Take it as serious as they take it when you say it to them. I know you don't say it to them, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Yeah.
Take it fucking serious. Like, don't give them the fucking okay to say this dumb shit. Don't do that. Bro.
Oh, of course.
And also, Tope, you say these people won't do it. Didn't one of them try to kill the president? Wasn't that a smash play? Like,
yeah.
I think that they are pretty fucking serious about their threats. I mean, you were talking about like radicalization in America and whatever, and we've seen a lot of crazy shit going on. And one of the guys that tried to assassinate the president, you said was what did you say he plays Toon Link or something?
No, Me Brawler,
even worse. Like, yeah, no, I think you should take their threats very seriously. I don't think you should just shrug them off.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I'm just saying, I don't care. Someone that's not gonna make me not say something. I think someone just has to be able to do that. I'm sorry. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna not say what I'm gonna say because someone's gonna threaten to kill me online. I'm sorry. Or
no. We're not saying that. We're not saying don't speak your mind, because obviously I know, and I'm sure C4 knows that sometimes when we do these podcasts, there's probably someone watching that is fucking just smashing things, and they're like, "The fuck." As a matter of fact, Finty sent me a screenshot of a guy in his Discord, and I'm pretty sure if this guy had seen me in person, he would have tried to kill me. The message was unhinged. It was fucking crazy. And I was like, damn, what did I say? But apparently it was something about Tekken. And I was like, if I could piss someone off about a take on Tekken, yeah, these people, they might actually try to kill you. So we're not saying don't say what you want to say or say what you believe in, but don't take their threats lightly. Especially in your country, you've got fucking more guns out there than people. I would take it very seriously.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I also don't need to be a martyr, bro. I don't need to die over video games. Like, or political / video game stuff. I hear what you're saying, like, you know, someone being willing to do that. Yeah, most people aren't cut out to be a martyr, bro. I don't think it's worth it in fucking fighting games. I hear you. It's your principle. I can't tell you.
I don't even see it as a fighting game issue. I just see it as just a general issue. Like, I'd have the same thing with everything. I don't see that. Oh, I'm dying for quote unquote free speech. You know, being able to like just expose the truth. In that sense, that it's I understand.
It would just I just don't want to see a tombstone saying like death by a fucking Tomahawk Smash player. Like I don't want it to be a Smash player that does it. Maybe that's what it is. It just hits different when it's
And you know they'll come to your gravestone and vandalize it. They'll write down smashed on it and everything. Like it'll just be peak. It's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
It's not.
Don't get taken up by one of them, bro. Like
fair enough.
Connor Wilson, thank you for the $5. Smash community, please start handling these situations legally and not in the court of echo chamber opinions. I agree with you, bro. Do you know how crazy I find it? Where something mad has happened and then I wake up on Twitter and I see Twitter as a Google Doc. I'm like, call the police.
Yep.
Call the police, please. Like, what are we doing? It's so dumb. Tom, thank you for the $5. I'll never forget the time Hungrybox made a video apologizing to people about how he was gooning Pyrrha and Mithra. Imagine apologizing to 3D models. He was gooning Pyrrha and Mithra.
No. Like he was like you know how people will like goon posts. They'll like salivate over those like people. They'll do that. Like Punisher. That's what he was doing basically. What Punisher does, but he was doing it with them and. People got I actually remember I tweeted about that too. It's just like these people, they all like again. It's so performative.
They look kind of young though. They look kind of young.
Oh my god!
Yeah, they all look young looking. I don't know how old they are in the lore, but they are kiddie.
Dude. Oh my god!
It's even more damning that you compared what he was doing to Punisher. You've been on that guy's Twitter.
Oh my! I gave it. I'm not trying to diss Punisher or anything. I'm just saying that's like when they say gooning. I'm not
trying to. It's fine.
He was admiring.
Yeah.
Vividly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Todd, thank you for the $5. Hungrybox is the Pokemon of Smash.
Well, they're both performative as hell, but you know.
Have you not been following the Asmongold, Emeru.
Oh yeah,
Mizkif beef.
a little bit. I know
saw the
that
screenshot, that
the
was
disc. I know that the screenshot was leaked and his password was the N word. I know that.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't.
Really?
You guys didn't see the follow up.
Nah.
Oh.
So Mizkif took that out of context and he basically removed 4 screenshots. It wasn't Asmongold's password. They were talking about a user that has been harassing Emeru, and he was also harassing Asmongold. And he would keep on changing his username to weird, obscure, stupid things. And they were talking about how Kick doesn't have any moderation and it doesn't IP ban. And Asmongold said, yeah, he changed his name to this, and he typed out what looked like the N word.
Oh.
So I saw that and I was like, Mizkif is a dickhead for that because he made it look like they were saying something they weren't.
He is a splice master. I didn't actually know about that. I saw the message saying, "I've said it. Everyone says it." I saw that and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
then you just self-reported. That's fine."
Yeah.
Well, it's not good, but it's fine that you said that you said it.
We'll
And I
agree.
thought that's
We'll
what
agree and
everyone was
disagree
talking
on
about.
that.
Yeah,
The
no,
password thing, I didn't really care about. I saw the nigga with the one in it, and I was just like, hardy hard, like whatever.
yeah.
Right.
For me, it was like, yeah, Asmongold has said it and he's been open and like he says edgy things.
Right.
My problem was the people that were attacking him for it because I think Pokimane unfollowed Emery. It's so sad that I know this situation. But Pokimane unfollowed Emery, and I was like, wait, hold a second. I've seen a clip of Pokimane spamming the N word.
Nigga, you ain't funny.
Yes, Poke knows, bro. That is the funniest one.
All lame niggas say that shit.
That shit is fun. I said that on commentary once. This is one of my top 5 commentary, real quick tangent, commentary moments. I was commentating with Tasty Steve, and it was Guilty Gear Strive. And he didn't know about this. So me and Jammers were showing him the fucking Pokemon saying the N-word, right? The next day, we're commentating Strive, and Nago comes on the screen, and I go, Nago, you ain't funny, and he's fucking laughing on stream. That is why he's laughing. It was so good. Yeah, good moment.
All of those streamers, that like crowd of streamers, the OTK lot. The only one that I don't mind, coincidentally, is I don't mind Emery. She doesn't really do anything to annoy me. I don't really watch her stuff. But the only one that I don't really mind out of this whole debacle is Asmongold. And not because he says things that I always agree with, because sometimes he says things that I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? Like he'll just say something mad. But I don't ever feel like he's lying. The rest of them, I feel like they're a bunch of liars. Asmongold says mad shit that I don't agree with. But he's not, I don't think he's a liar. The rest of them are liars.
I don't get why people like him. There's a couple of people that I know that listen to Asmongold. I'm like, sure, he's not a liar, but he's stupid. I can have a conversation with someone who's lying and catch them out. If someone's just stupid, what can you do? He says dumb stuff, bro, all the time. And people will listen to him and go, well, Asmongold's got a point. He's like, bro, he's a 50-50.
I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's just ignorant on some of the stuff he says. I think that's just
I think his gaming takes, he's been pretty spot on with some of the things he said about video games, to be fair.
Okay. I've never watched any of those ones. I've only seen his like social, political stuff.
His more serious ones, like I saw this thing. I saw it yesterday or today. And there was a Colombian guy got arrested by ICE. And it was something, someone was killed or something. And he just paused the video and went, good, kill them all. And I was like, bro.
Why is anyone listening to this guy, bro?
Hey man, all I'm gonna say is I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying, but it's like, dude, people like you need to actually address what he's saying because people are sick. People are sick and tired of these niggas here. They are. So
he is also very bad at looking at receipts, bro. He will see a message and go, wholesale, this is biblical truth. I see that happen a lot of times, bro. He will never fact check anything. He will see a video, he goes, that person's got, I don't know, 100,000 subs, must be true. I don't get it. But I watch some slop. I used to watch Destiny, so
I never actually watched Asmongold. I really haven't, but it's just like that.
I've watched Destiny as well. I used to watch the Young Turks, but again, not because I agree with them, because I'd always like to listen to other people and what they have to say. And I think even sometimes most of the time when I don't agree with them, I still think the way they put their arguments across is interesting. Because like we said, in a debate, it's not often that it's the person that's right. It's who can put their message across the best. Because I can say a whole bunch of bullshit to you, but if you can't refute me, I win, and no one's the wiser. And I think those guys are pretty good at doing that. And that's probably why so many of them have like high viewership. They are good debaters. I'd say all of them are pretty good debaters. Whether they're actually fact checking anything or telling the truth is another thing entirely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I think
Right, you
oh,
go.
go, Toby.
I think we kind of moved on way too far.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, we'll go back to it.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'll come back to the super chats in a bit. All right, yeah, let's get back to this.
Permanently change his life? 90 minutes. You're telling me that you reviewed all the 3 documents, which, mind you, was around 50 pages of material, and then you decided on said ban in just 90 minutes? That's just not possible. In fact, it's so insane that it's believable. This isn't just petty smash Twitter drama. Decisions like this can permanently destroy someone's reputation, their career, their livelihood. And in the last case, that's exactly what happened. Again, this is a guy who spent years giving back to the community. He helped run Coinbox, one of the largest online, not even one of the largest online Smash tournament series ever. And he helped keep the whole competitive Smash scene alive during the dark days of COVID, when people couldn't go out to locals and play. Whether you think he's guilty or innocent, you would think that someone who contributed so much to the scene would deserve more than just fucking 90 minutes before said final judgment was made. Like, that's just the bare minimum you owe someone before making a decision like this that'll screw them over forever. If this is how they treated someone like Last, how do you think they've treated anyone else who's ended up in their crosshairs? There's a principle known as Hanlon's razor that states, never attribute to malice that what is adequately explained by stupidity. It's a principle I really genuinely try to live in my day-to-day life because more often than not, it is just true. However, in this case, I think that's giving these people far too much credit. Look, not only did they never even bother to hear Last side of the story, but when he reached out to them criticizing how they handled the situation, their response was just to screenshot his DM and then just repost it and completely ignored him. At some point, you can't wash this away by just saying it was pure incompetence. This is just straight up malicious. An even crazier part about all of this is that according to my source, none of the alleged victims even bothered to file a police report. Now, before we move forward, I do want to make one thing clear. Even with all my learning of this situation, I still don't know all the facts of the situation, so I can't make a definitive statement on whether Last is innocent or guilty. However, though, what I can say is that the fact that these people didn't even bother to file a police report is just a massive red flag. Okay, so it's been around a month since their last statement, but Georgia Smash is now on their Twitter account. They've made a new statement, and so let's read it together. So, regarding Ryan Last Kirkbaum, Ryan, we apologize for any undeserved inconvenience and seek to alleviate any undue harm, professional or otherwise, that may have occurred as a result of our action. We regret the outcomes you have suffered as a result to our lack of foresight, due diligence, and inability to properly investigate these claims. We withdraw our previous statement in the retracted post as advised by your counselor.
No, that's they weren't gonna retract this if not for the counselor, right?
Yeah, no. That they don't like these type of posts. They don't retract them unless they're legally forced to. Yeah.
That is fucking wild. And how many days later was this 3 days later, right, that they posted this?
Wait, you mean this was like a month later.
A month later, right? Okay. So
around
for a month, this guy was getting denigrated online and having his reputation and his career destroyed just for him to go, sorry guys, we fucked up. You're canceling to us to take it down, so we're going to take it down.
Yep.
That is unbelievable.
And in the meantime, they didn't say anything like we're looking into the situation. Though they just said you're banned, and then a month later, soz, lol.
Yeah.
Well, okay, what happened? Yeah, they made that initial post, then like a few days later they added an addendum, which they were trying to clarify, but the clarification was still stupid. And then they
Right.
made this. So, but that middle one
Okay.
doesn't really matter, honestly. Didn't yeah. So, but yeah.
That's-
Team Liquid, Axiomatic Gaming, and Chess.com. Those were the places he was working for before. We did not intend for Mr. Kirkbaum to incur deservedly significant professional and reputational ongoing harm. As the
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pause. Are you fucking stupid or something? You accuse a man of doing some of the worst things that a man can do to women, other than killing them, and you're like, sorry, we didn't intend to fuck up your life with the allegations. Are you insane? What am I listening to, man?
you're listening to, you know, the lawyers stepping on them and forcing them to spit this out. Basically, this is purely, they did not choose to post this; they were forced to.
Oh my god! I can't believe
And I say
it.
what you said. I'm like, really? Oh, you didn't know? You didn't like
This is actually mad.
letter that we received from Mr. Kirkbaum's attorney states, we request that a representative from your organizations contact us. We're happy to discuss this matter privately with your representative. Okay, before I go forward, this doesn't make sense. Really? You didn't intend for him to, you know, his professional career to be, you know, harmed when you accuse him of raping 3 girls? You don't think that's gonna harm someone's career? I'm sorry, that's bullshit to begin with. They knew what they were doing when they amplified those, you know, claims without, by their words, you know, they say here that they didn't, you know, in their inability to properly investigate the claims, so they knew what they were doing. This is just corporate speak.
They also like need to contend with the fact that they've really just done a massive disservice to women in the Smash scene as well, because there's so many times where like women unfortunately have this like people like they stand against them when things have actually happened to them, because they're like, there's so many lies that are going on, or so many things that are unsubstantiated, or there's no evidence. And I know that in loads of cases there can be difficulty in proving things, but you didn't even bother to research it. So you took these 3 statements and you were like, you took them as the gospel truth, you put them out there, and there could actually be girls that come forward to Georgia Smash, although they should be going to the police, but let's say they come forward to Georgia Smash, and Georgia Smash puts out again, and it's true. And everyone's like, we're not listening to you. Well, we don't want to listen to anything you have to say after what you did to Lost. So these people are twofold stupid. They don't even understand how much damage they're doing to, I mean, not to mention the untold amounts of damage that has been done to Lost. Like if you type in Lost name to Google, AI brings up the allegations. Do you know how fucked up that is? Your employer goes to look
That's
you up.
crazy.
Type in his name, bro. I'm not even joking.
Yeah,
Type
and
in
they put
name.
his full government name too. It's full, so it's like he can't even escape that way. So it's like, yeah, he's. And then I show later one of the tweets is like, bro, just change your name and move on. It's like the fact that you even
Right.
had to sell him that just shows how fucked he
Oh.
is. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude?
Like these people are something else, man. Like
Smashers are.
like AI brings it up on Google as the first result, and it has his face right next to it. That's you're fucked after that. And even if the employer knows that you haven't done anything, the fact that your name comes up, they're gonna look at it and be like, we don't want that smoke in our company, right? That's how they're gonna look at it. So, and these people saying just change your name, bro. Respectfully, like just don't. I was gonna say something mad.
Respectfully, calm,
Same.
calm, slowly.
I was gonna say change your breathing patterns.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
That's such a dumb thing to say, bro. Just
Change your breathing patterns. I'm gonna use that from now on. Every time I feel like I'm gonna say something cancelable, I say change your breathing patterns, fam.
Commit the suit.
Oh man, I need to go back into my fucking token arc. Right, let me relax.
Oh, and by the way, they didn't like say that as like trying to help him. They were saying it as like an insult. Like you'll see the post.
Lemon Tea, thank you for the 11 months, bro. Cheers to building the best VF community. Shouts to the VF community. We'll keep all of this drama well away from them. Them men are chilling over there. No allegations in the VF community.
Mm-hmm.
It's all peace over there. I just want to let everyone know, you know, I intend to keep all of this stuff well away from those guys. I don't want to drag them into this mess. They seem to be squeaky clean from what I understand.
You don't want any crossover?
I don't want no crossover. You know, like when you have a friendship group and another one, and you're like, I don't want to cross these groups. I don't want to. Yeah. I hope I never hit anything fucked up, because obviously we're gonna have to talk about it. But as far as I'm aware, VF is squeaky clean. There's nothing fucked up going on over there. They're just
VF and SNK, like I think are just everyone's too old, bro. They ain't got time for that shit.
Soul Calibur as well. Like people are, they just, you know, they got 2 mortgages. Wife's trying to divorce them. They ain't trying to catch an allegation online. It's all long. Tom, thank you for the $2. Did you see Gold Room? Gold Room? What's that?
Never heard of it.
Same here. I never heard of that either.
Never heard of it, Tom. You could enlighten us. All right. Anyway,
let's continue. On Saturday, May 23rd of this year, members of Georgia Smash Moderation, the Georgia Smash Leadership Discord that I showed, as well as tournament organizers unaffiliated with the organization, received letters from, and these are his lawyers. The contents of the letter stated that the allegations provided to us were largely unsubstantiated and categorically false. Because Georgia Smash is an informal association of community moderators, the claims brought to us alleging Mr. Kirkbaum's misconduct were not extensively investigated and were taken at face value. AKA, we did, as I showed before with that screenshot, they didn't even bother to ask him his side of the story, and they just completely believed the women who made the allegations. Again, that's just corporate speak for what I just said. Since the publication of our initial statement, Mr. Kirkbaum admitted to an incident in 2023 that led to his being uninvited from an event. And just to remind you guys what that was that the first victim that accused him, because when she made that first accusation, she did not accuse him of rape. What my source says hold on for a is sec. that she accused him. They even got the date wrong. It's 2024, not 23. Yeah, this is happening 24. But
I thought the act happened in 2023, but the person reported in 2024. But if you're saying otherwise, then yeah.
Okay, actually, maybe.
I mean, that's me being good faith. They could be morons.
That's not even me. I think that's just that actually is good. Yeah, like yeah. I think that might be it. Maybe, but yeah, you can because she was his ex-girlfriend. The worst that she accused him of was maybe inappropriate touching during their relationship, which is not good, but that's not on the same level of sexual assault or rape. Back then, no one made the claim of rape. The claim of rape was only made first by the 2 new victims that came out this year, and then the old victim all the way back in 23, then also added on to it, saying that she was raped as well. So that is what they mean. I meant 24, but I'll continue. However, this recent letter states that our reckless publication could be interpreted to falsely charge Mr. Kirkbaum with the commission of a crime and were calculated to injure his reputation in his trade and profession in the esports and gaming industry. Hey, I couldn't have said it better myself. What other conclusion could you come up with? Obviously, it was meant to destroy his reputation. That's the point. As these outcomes were not our original intention, we hereby retract our original statement regarding the allegations against Mr. Kirkbaum. Acknowledge the recklessness of our decision to publish the initial statement with the language contained therein. And you see, and I know that's BS, and I'll show you guys later why I know that's BS. So that was his lawyer.
Wait, sorry.
Think most of this,
what bit was you saying was BS? Tope?
Sorry, go back to the.
Is it them kind of saying that they fucked up?
Yeah, I think I think there was the falsely interpreted to. Yeah, I think that was yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna ask you at the end because you might answer in the video because I didn't get to this part.
Mm-hmm.
What can these group of people or that one fucking guy, was his name Cactus or something?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What can him or they do for recompense? Because we talk about other people, right, being punished and then let back in, right? What can these people do for you in your mind to be like, you know what, we fucked up. Here's our actions to say that we're sorry. Give us another chance.
Oh, nothing. I'm just like, people can make mistakes and but it's just like, I don't believe this was a mistake. This was on purpose. I'm not gonna there's nothing they can tell me to make me think that this wasn't on purpose. Because everything I showed you, it's like, at a certain point, you can't say they're stupid or ignorant. I don't want anything to do with that. I don't. And it's just like, some people don't deserve a way back in. And that's when I'll even disagree with some of my people in the alt scene. I think Matt, the guy you were talking with, he was like, no bans, I'm not trying to shit on him or anything, but I'm just saying that that's my difference. I'm like, I think some people should be banned forever. Let's be honest. And honestly, these people should. They fucked up way too many times because this is not their first rodeo. They've done this to other people. So, no.
Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter if you think that some people should be permabanned. I was going to say, what if what you said is true? I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense that they did it on purpose to retract it and say they fucked up a month later. But even if they were sincerely sorry, you would say, "Nah, you just no." Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I think my dad's called me. I'll be right back. Sorry.
No, that's fine. No problem.
One sec.
I actually wanted to show you this. I was on Twitter just now while you two were talking, and Tech is beefing with some people, and this interaction. I don't know, bro. This has got to be one of the stupidest things I've ever read. But you tell me. So Tech was arguing with this guy called the Mayor about Mike Z, saying that people are being super performative about him. Mm-hmm. This guy here, forget the Mayor, they're beefing. A couple bad takes from this guy, but this guy here said some shit to that dipshit a few weeks ago, and hordes of undesirables sent me death threats throughout the week. Christian YouTuber, by the way. I call bullshit on that. I'd like to see the death threats, but look at this interaction, bro.
Wait, who's the Christian YouTuber?
Technicals, apparently.
I
didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
I would never have associated Christianity with not because he said something that's unchristian, but I've just never heard him talk about religion.
Never. Yeah, same.
So there was obviously stuff that was put out against somebody. I think this might be about the last situation. And obviously, there's a lot of misinformation. And this guy said, won't the information that he's innocent also spread fast? I don't even need to read the rest. Do you know how stupid that is? Am I being unfair, or is that an insanely dumb thing to say?
Mob Psycho 100 levels of fucking stupidity. It's so stupid.
How do these people tie their shoelaces in the morning, bro? Honestly, this is baffling behavior. I think a lot of them grew up on Twitter. Honestly, I don't think a lot of them go outside.
Wait, sorry. That was pre-Tokon. That's what I would have said. Let me take it back. So I think there's some. I remember hearing a sentence like, "Oh, truth will always prevail, and fucking good ideas will always rise to the top." And now I'm a little bit cynical. I'm like, no, rhetoric is what fucking rises to the top. If he's trying to say "Oh well," if bad news spreads fast, surely good news spreads fast.
No.
He's very naive. If I'm being good faith, he's being very, very naive. And if you check his account, he's probably made it in 2024 at fucking most. He must be new here.
2015.
Oh, wait. Okay, Mob Psycho. Yeah, he's Mob Psycho 100 stupidity. Then he's so fucking dumb. Take it back.
Please think before you tweet, people. My God, what an insanely stupid thing to say. I can't believe it.
I tried.
That was You know, I know I get a lot of people saying things to me on Twitter, but text on a whole different level of dealing with people that are they're just out there, bro.
They're not from this planet.
They're just saying shit. They're just literally, you know, like if you gave me a keyboard and someone said his randomly generated words and they just slapped
Yeah.
it on Twitter. That's what it feels like sometimes.
We're talking to AI, bro. I'm so convinced. I am so convinced. At least maybe just below 50. Let's go 45% of people. When you're talking to them, what they're doing is putting your response into ChatGPT and asking for the best like rebuttal. I've been arguing with some mongoloid on Twitter, and I was like, no, actually, I need to talk to you in BC because I actually don't believe you're coming up with these answers. I think you're feeding it into something. I have so much good faith that you're not this stupid.
No, you're probably right. You're probably right. I mean, this was the whole thing with Jason Montoya, right? Everything was going through Chat GPT in the conversations. And when he would actually come for the conversation, it was all about like how it was all about emotions. It wasn't about the conversation. Yeah. I think you're right. Bro, the idea that people would use Chat GPT to construct their arguments is so mad to me. It's so dumb. I even feel like I'm planning a trip with the boys to Japan. And I was like, I really want to eat in some obscure Japanese spots. So I was like, let me ask Grok. There's Grok now. And I felt disgusting asking Grok, bro. I typed into Grok, give me obscure restaurants in Osaka that I could visit. And when I pressed enter and I could see it thinking, I was like, I'm part of the problem. This thing is like learning because of me.
What's wrong with, bro? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I just don't like using AI. I felt gross.
To be fair, that's like going on Google Maps and going, oh, where are the restaurants local to me? I don't think that's not that bad.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say you're part of the problem.
When you're like someone like Sneeko, when you're caught at the top of your post, make this sound more impactful and like, yeah, you're cooked.
Bro.
You're cooked.
That's when it's GG's. That's when humanity is lost. Darwin is fucking rolling in his grave. They said, oh, I didn't think evolution stopped. It does with fucking humans, bro. We are so done.
Yeah, I saw that Sneeko thing. I mean, I wouldn't say that I was surprised, but I was also like, come on, man. If you're gonna do that shit, at least cover your tracks properly.
It's like how you see your tweet. How do you? Okay, yeah, like never mind. But you can continue.
At that point, he's not even a content creator.
Yeah. Could you then say that these people aren't human?
We are treading dangerous ground with AI right now, and it's very evident in the way people are using it. I do think we're going to get to a point where we're no longer holding our phones, that is somehow integrated. I don't know how far into the future that's going to be, but I think the scary thought is not that AI is going to come and kill us. It's that we are going to merge with it. It's not going to be a separate thing. It's going to be integrated, because they're talking about like those chips that they're going to put inside you and whatnot.
Oh, Elon Musk. Okay, yeah, that. Well, Peter Thiel and all these guys, But yeah, when I said that, when I said that, I was joking about Chris G.
What did you say about Chris G?
No, remember when he said these people aren't human beings? That's what I was saying. Could they maybe not?
Oh, sorry, blonde moment flew over my head.
And then also, I actually am going to reference Chris G later on here a little bit. So that's why I brought it up. I'm like, could you say they're not human? They're not human beings, but
I would say that all jokes aside, I'm saying people becoming soulless.
Mm-hmm.
When you're relying on fucking AI for your responses, you're not. Yes, you're human.
You are not properly ensouled. Yeah,
you're soulless. Why am I talking to you when I can just have a? I don't need you anymore. I don't need to talk to you as a person because you've got no responses. Yeah, so I'd say soulless.
Scary times ahead, boy.
So that's his lawyer, and I think most of this, I'll skip this part, right? So I'll continue here. That for further clarification, Georgia Smash would like to acknowledge that this organization primarily consists of volunteer moderators who have organized themselves to address misconduct, poor sportsmanship, and general complaints originating from the Super Smash Brothers communities of North Georgia, Coastal Georgia, Mid Georgia, and South Georgia. Our representatives have often come from these regional communities and have been selected due to their history of providing community support, organization, and consistent judgment when difficult issues arise and disrupt the community's ability to come together and compete. Okay, so if that's the case, why did my source then say that even honestly, some of the TOs that were in that Discord, some people there even were people who've been banned before, and some of their bannings was due to destroying, equipment, and they were banned for that. But then those people then became TOs, and then they're in the Discord. So it's like, so how are someone who was originally banned for misconduct now able to be in the Discord and have a say in anything? It doesn't make
Can
sense.
I add something real quick?
So it's like these people.
To Tope, I don't want to out your mole, your informant. Do you ever think, oh, this person has a bias and what they're saying could be like twisted? Like, are they impartial? That's kind of what I'm saying, because they might be, like I said, I don't want to out them, but they could be someone who thinks like you.
Oh, they don't. They like, see, that's the thing. Like, no one in the community thinks like, only like maybe like one other person in the Georgia Smash scene thinks like me. Everyone else, like, he's just like, he's just kind of in the middle. Like, he's just like, how do I say it? Okay. I remember when I've always said my stuff, Greg, I remember this guy. This isn't the guy, but Greg was a guy who ran 404. And I remember when I made Mike knows what I'm talking about. When I made my drag queen comment, people were calling for me to be banned, but Greg specifically came on my behalf. And he's probably the biggest reason why I'm not banned. Even the current leader who I have right now, who's also not the person who 404, they both have the same energy where they're like, maybe I'm not right wing, but I'm like, anyone can say what they want as long as they're not being violent, right? There's very few people in the scene who have that like opinion. Most people are just complete shit libs. So it's just like, wow. I can't even say he's biased, because it's just like, you can call me biased, fair enough, but I don't think he is.
No, it's not about like, I don't think you're biased for having your position. I'm like, if I think about, if for example I was messaging Mike saying, oh Mike, what do you think about this? Not depending on what I'm asking about, I know he's gonna respond in a certain way, right? Because I'm like, oh well, Mike agrees with me with this, so I'm kind of rhetorically asking, tell me how right I am in thinking this person's stupid, for example, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes I'll ask Finn because I'm like, I actually think Finn would disagree with me, so I'm asking Finn because he doesn't, because I know he doesn't see the same see the situation the same as me. So when you're asking this informant, like, what's going on? Are they going to say things that you want to hear, or are they being impartial? But like, I don't want to blow their cover, and that's only for you. It doesn't matter what I think. It's like, as long as you think that, as long as you think they're not like buttering you up or saying the things that can give you motivation to go against these people. I don't know. I just think when we're talking about the other side and we're like, oh well, they've got an agenda and they're super focused on this one thing and not the greater picture, both sides can do that. That was all I was saying. So
I totally understand what you mean, but
yeah,
I don't think I don't think so for this guy. I don't.
That's fair. And if they're sending you screenshots, as long as they're sending you all of them and not doing a misgift, then it doesn't really matter.
Like when you brought the misgift, but I actually really do trust this person, because I mean, I don't think he has a reason to lie here. I really don't. But fair enough. There's no vetting or anything of the sort. Like, that's just the lie. I don't believe that at all. But again, I'll continue. So, with that being said, we understand when our organization addresses allegations of misconduct within the community and suggests a punitive response, it will be subject to scrutiny, discussion, and pushback. They say that, but when I gave them scrutiny, I get told I don't belong in the scene. So it's just like, they can't handle scrutiny. Shut the fuck up. You're lying. Scrutiny my ass.
You saw how they reacted when even the idea that the information might get detected. They were like, better not tell that fucking guy. It was like watching, in the mosque, when they were sitting in the gangsters room, and it was like, you better not fucking tell him. And I was just like, that's what it feels like. It feels like you're dealing with a mob, like a real mob.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's fucked.
But they're weird people, man. I don't know if they actually think through the things that they do.
That's hilarious. Georgia Smash thanks everyone for their willingness to communicate with us and share how we can better serve the community. We acknowledge that our decisions have immense influence, but only as far as the community is willing to listen and act upon what we suggest. Recommendation. Yeah, if a TO doesn't listen, they get removed from PR. Pretty big deal. That being said, we want to clarify the following. Georgia Smash is not an investigative body. Our job is not to substantiate claims provided to us by parties who allege misconduct by members of the Smash Ultimate community. We are responsible for suggesting measures. They did, yeah. Like they made by posting the thing unedited, not even like giving any clarification whether he's guilty or not. You are promoting, you are substantiating their claim by doing.
Wait, no, not that, Tope. A couple of pages back, they said, "Oh, we looked into the situation with Lost, and we found out it was false." So they are investigating. They are an investigating body. Right?
Yeah. Oh yes,
yes. The allegations were false without investigating.
This is weapons grade stupidity, bro. This is like I can't even rationalize this, bro. Like, do they not understand the words they're using? Do words not have meaning to them?
Yeah, like, and to say our job is not to substantiate claims provided to us by parties. So you literally say, "Oh yeah, just give us an allegation, we'll go with it then," because we're not going to substantiate it. We're not going to see if it's true. Just tell us who you want banned, and we'll probably do it. Like, what?
When I did that, AI
would not even fucking type this up.
Bro, the AI would tell them, "Are you high? Yeah. You can't do this." The AI would course correct them if they put this into ChatGPT. Even ChatGPT would say this is dumb.
Yep.
When I called
proofread this,
nope. When I called them out for someone threatening to hurt me, did they get rid of that? Nope. So hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Wow. This is something else, man. Holy shit. I can see why they don't. I can see why they stay on Discord now. To be honest with you, if I was this dumb, I wouldn't want to be on a live stream either. Like, do you know what? I'd rather deal with like straight up like nasty people than stupid people. Dealing with dumbasses is really, it just grates on you. Yeah. You explain to them why this is so dumb, and they'll look at you sideways. They'll say you're the dumb one. What are you talking about?
The problem is you'd have to explain why this is dumb, and that's when you've already lost.
Yeah, you've lost.
Oh, trust me. After this, and I go to the Discord and it goes crazy in there. It's just so random. But you can continue. That we believe will keep the community safe and enable events to operate smoothly without fear of disruption and controversy when issues arise. Okay, so they're not an investigative body, but then they have such unilateral power that if someone makes an allegation to them, they'll just believe the allegation and then they'll make their ruling without bothering to do any type of research or any investigation. So they clearly are not an investigative body at all. Number 2, Georgia Smash responds to each case brought to our attention, depending on the merit of the claims provided, consequences of what could happen if we don't address the claim, and the impact our intervention can have on maintaining community safety. 3, Georgia Smash values immediate and swift interventions suggested by our members. Very strategy is often this strategy has often led to poor outcome, and we are currently reevaluating our processes so that we can provide better informed, more nuanced responses to issues that arise in our community. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you actually make a fucking code of conduct? Why don't you try that for once? Because you still don't have that. That would be a great first start. You're only 6 years too late? But to the Georgia Smash Ultimate community and the Smash Ultimate community at large, we continue to commit ourselves to the community's safety and will institute better practices moving forward. Thank you, Georgia Smash moderator. So that
I've got a question, Tope.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a question. I know there's no correct answer to this, But for example, say we have a universe where we have Tentacles and two other people of his caliber in terms of like research, right? We've got Tentacles right, Tentacles left, Tentacles center, right? And when people come up with allegations, because this Georgia Smash don't do investigations, if they just pass them on to the three Tentacles, and if they all came up with the same result, like, yeah, this person does it, and they've all, you know, I know people say Tentacles is right wing, whatever, say he is, and you get a left wing version and a center, would that be, in your mind, a good solution to having like a non-biased judgment system? Because you're never going to make it totally fair, right?
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
always going
that's
to be
the
someone
thing.
who's in power, and people are going to go like, well, they're biased to this cause.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's the thing. It's like me, I don't mind bias. I think bias is normal. Everyone's biased. What all I just care about is that people are being factually accurate and they can prove their statements. That's just the legal code, right? They make it so that like the legal system is made it. They tried to make it so that even if politics get involved, that it's not supposed to be able to affect the outcome. Of course, it's not perfect. It still does, but that's the point. So it's like, I wouldn't care if all the people were left wing, if all the people provided evidence for their claims. You know, that's all I care about at this point, really. But
I think I used to solely agree with you. Like, as long as you bring evidence, we just follow the evidence. But I think you can get people that are smart enough to twist evidence.
Yeah, and that's true. And yet,
So being like, oh, here's the proof. Here's the, like, they said this. It's not, and we all grant that it's not doctored or anything like that. I actually think that you're giving the masses too much credit. I think a lot of people don't really care about the proof. They just care about the person saying, I have proof. And then they listen to what their conclusion is. They don't look at the evidence and go, oh, well, this is what I conclude from what I can see. They're going, oh, you've looked at the evidence. Tell me what I should think. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like Tentacles. But Tentacles, from the videos I've seen, follows the evidence.
Yeah.
A lot of people would not do that.
Oh, yeah, you know, it's true. I, honestly, with that being in mind, yeah, I do think maybe there should be a mix of, you know. The thing is, though, there's not actually that many right-wing people. That's the only problem. Because, firstly, like, literally virtually everyone in the scene is left. Even the ones who claim to be right-wing aren't. Like, someone like me, I'm actually right-wing. Technicals isn't right-wing. I'm not saying that to be insulting. He's just not.
Yeah.
And so literally virtually anyone else
isn't. He said he's not. He just laughs at when people say he is.
Yeah. So it's just like, good luck finding enough right-wing people who are actually right-wing and then are publicly, you know, willing to say that. That's the thing. So it's like,
right.
It's a shame that like it's so ideologically captured now that we have to break it down to left and right, because a lot of this shit should just be common sense and following a line of logic and evidence. It shouldn't come down to politics. I understand that like you can't remove people's politics from them. It makes up who they are. I think that there are plenty of places that have been successful in not bringing politics into the space. If you look at Japan, they never deal with this shit almost ever in the fighting game community. And I'm willing to bet they've probably all got very different politics. Over here, it's nowhere near as bad as America. So, but I think with Americans, at least, I think at some point Topian mentions it in this video. And I agree. With Americans, I just don't even know if you can remove it from the conversation anymore. Other places don't really have this problem. Like in most European FGC places, we don't have this problem. And I can tell you that a lot of those guys, they think very, very differently to each other, but they can sit side by side. It's not really bans that go on or anything like that. But when you talk to American players, it's like, well, if he supports Trump or if he doesn't support Trump and he's like, whatever, both sides tend to get pretty radical with it, with the way they respond to things. I know in the Smash sense, it's the left, the people, I guess, that are left that are seen to be more radical because they're the ones in power. But just in general, it's a shame that you just can't have a conversation by breaking down into left and right.
I have to disagree with you. I don't think with you have to remember though, in America we have free speech. People can publicly say the stuff they want to say without getting. I think in Europe, I think it's just because virtually the dominant thing is liberal. And if you say certain things that are core tenets of right wing, being right wing, you'll just get arrested. So they're not gonna say it. So they're just not gonna talk about it. And also, it's like I have to. I'm not trying to shit on you here, but it's like with people like King J, your buddy. It's like I don't think.
Come on, can we pick someone else who've done this dance before?
But I'm not connecting you to him here. But I'm saying people like that. People like that.
Yeah.
People like.
I don't think Jay's ever spoken about his politics before.
Are you kidding me?
I've never heard it. Has he?
I've never heard him talk
Saying
about
that you're a
politics before.
BLM and all that, that's political.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah, I
That
guess
is,
so.
what do you mean? That is by
No, you're
definition
right.
political. Come on now.
My bad.
And all this shit, like,
W in Chapatope.
and like bro, this constant whinging about moaning about race, blah, 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 racism, that's political too. That's a modern political thing.
Well, to be fair though, people were racist to him though, right?
Yeah, in
And-
Jay's instance, they were 100% maliciously attacking him. It wasn't like jokes were being made or whatever. They were.
It was
kind of
jokes. They
maliciously
made a joke about him with George Floyd. That's a joke.
No, Tope, come on, man. I was in that Discord. I saw what they were saying.
What were they saying? What?
They said, I made a 20-minute video on it. You've seen it. They were saying
Pitch
all
was
manner
mad,
of-
bro.
Yeah, they were superimposing his face on there. And then I explained to him why they were doing that. The purpose of the joke. Again, you don't have to agree with the joke, but it's still a joke nonetheless.
But you can have racist jokes, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm
it was
not
a
denying
racist
that.
joke.
Yeah. And
So that's being racist by
And?
definition, no?
okay, but you see that's the difference.
You
I
can say
don't
it's
I don't
harmless racism.
I think racism generally is harmless. I don't think anyone I don't think you should care. As long as it doesn't get again, this is just a fundamental difference I have between you guys. I don't give a shit about racism. I think it's funny. I think lots of the jokes it just washes over me. I don't take it seriously.
You
Like,
don't
for
think
example,
that,
Like for
You don't
example,
think-
the Argentine those like memes where they're like ripping some like person's, like they're doing like you've probably seen the meme. When I saw that, I just burst out laughing. I don't know
Yeah,
how someone could
okay.
take that seriously, but other people really did.
if people are constantly saying racist things about a particular group of people online, sometimes that can spill into the real world where some people that are uneducated could genuinely think it's okay to treat people like less and attack them or do things to them. I'm sure you've seen, I'm going to have to use an example here. I'm not going to use black people because we've used it 100 times, but there's a lot of like memes about Indian people currently going around online right now. A lot of memes, a lot of things being said,
Oh yeah,
a lot of
I've
things
seen
being
it.
said about the country, and I know firsthand that that's had some well, not firsthand, but like I've seen it's had like ramifications in the real world on how people treat them and things that are said. So I think that the same with whether it's black people or white people, like we could use white people as an example. If you're constantly online saying that that white people are just racist and they deserve what they get, and people are always making jokes about it, and they just brush it up as jokes, and then someone attacks a white person, I think it would be fair to say
Okay, but
the
you see the
rhetoric
jump.
online is unfair.
You just saw the jump though. Jokes to violence. You like assume that jump is just natural. I don't think so. I think there's words and then there's violence. Very
you-
different.
You do accept that jokes are subjective, right? They're not objective. If I say something about your mum in a heated argument, say we're like this is I don't know, like the second or first time we interacted where we weren't very fucking nice to each other, right? If I said something about your mum and I said it's only a joke, you'd be like, no, you meant it maliciously, right? So, but that's
Yeah.
how you could take it. You could subjectively take it as no, you're being malicious, you're being a fucking arsehole. And I'll be like, well, I said it was a joke, so you have to take it as a joke. It doesn't really work like that, right?
Wait,
And
hold.
that's what
Yeah,
we're saying. You can say it's a joke, but the recipient who is Jay, he can say with his whole chest and say, I didn't find it funny. So where was the joke? It wasn't a joke to me.
fair. And I agree with you. Fair enough. You don't have to find the joke funny.
Right.
I don't care. Yeah, fine. That's completely you're correct. But it's like again, But we have to understand, even if you don't find a joke funny, it's still words at the end of the day. If it's not violence, that's very different. And that's my core belief. And with him, it's
but
just like,
where does it start? No, normally violence starts with people saying stuff to each other, right? It starts off as a back and forth. Someone says something, oh, I was just joking. I didn't find that funny, bro. Next thing you know, someone's getting punched. It doesn't, people don't just start throwing hands. They say stuff to each other initially and then they start fighting.
okay, but like usually though, they make a threat though. And the threat isn't just words. That's actual violence though.
Well, it
Saying I'm
depends,
gonna
because if you're gonna keep on putting my face on somebody that is dying on the floor, every day I'm signing on, I'm seeing pictures of my face on someone's dead body, I'm gonna start to feel like, are you guys trying to say something? Like this is the only joke that you got?
You see, when you remove all the context, that does sound bad. But when you add the context, they were not saying, "Oh, we're gonna kill you." I explained this, that they were mocking him because someone like him would constantly whinge and moan about racism and George Floyd and blah 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 blah.
He wasn't talking. He would know. I don't remember Jay bringing up George Floyd maybe more than once in a BLM conversation, but he never spoke about him. But they continuously used the image of George Floyd dying on the floor on Jay. So obviously he was like, "Yo, have we got a problem here?" Like the same image of this guy dying on the floor is being superimposed on his face.
Yeah, because that meme has literally been everywhere. The knee on the neck thing. That's a very famous meme. Yeah.
I mean,
But
that's
they're
just
not. But they're
but
again.
I get it.
I'm not saying that he has to like it or whatnot. But I think what you're saying is that he was interpreting it as a death threat, that they're gonna do that to him. But that was not the case at all. They
Not
were just
necessarily.
yeah.
I hear you. Okay, let me come up. Let me try a different angle. You know when we was talking about people like Vicky Vaka saying, "Oh, I wish someone would split that person's head open," right?
Yeah.
It would be really shit if that person all they had to do is go, "Oh, it was a joke," and they got away with it. I don't like it when anyone does it, but at some point you're gonna go, "Well, this person can't keep saying that, regardless if they say it's a joke," right? That's what I'm saying. Don't you using it's a joke as a defense can also be used by the other side. And I don't think anyone should be able to just go to it was a joke to absolve them of accountability of what they're saying.
True.
I don't think Vicky should be saying the shit that she's saying. I don't think so. And what, you know, when we were saying earlier, when you said like, oh, they don't mean it. I want people.
They don't
to
mean
think
it like
they mean
that.
it.
They don't mean it that like
Yeah,
the way he's saying, the way
okay.
he sees it. They don't mean it like that. Obvious. I think that's obvious.
But what if the people in this Smash Discord say there was a popular meme of someone hanging from a tree and they kept on putting your face on that? You would be a bit like, yo, this is your only joke, putting my face on a dead body. You would start to think these people are mad.
On top of that, all the Charlie Kirk stuff. I don't think any of that's funny when they're making jokes about him dying. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's a joke. They will say it's a joke and they'll low and laugh about it, but I don't think it's funny.
Yeah, but the same people who were saying that were also the same people saying let's kill more of them. so it's
Yeah,
like
that's not funny, Tope.
No.
No,
I know.
let them say it's a joke.
Yeah, I know, but that's why someone can actually make a joke, but but those people, it's obvious they're covering it because like someone like Salt would just say it's a joke, right? But again, someone like Salt, one day when Charlie Kirk was murdered, they were calling for other people to actively be killed. So like once you add those two, that's adding proper context. Jokes require context. If someone like me, I'm very right wing. If I made a Charlie Kirk joke, it's very different than someone like Salt doing it. It's very different.
I 100% agree. But what you did is saying, what you've done is kind of proved what me and Mike are saying. There is enough context to show that something's not a joke. Where before you were saying it's just a joke and we have to take it at face value. We're saying we saw enough evidence to what happened to Jay to be like, no, this is not a joke. It's gone beyond the joke.
Wait, so your evidence was that they posted it a lot? Was your evidence that they posted it a lot? Or what else did they show you? Like what?
A lot of things you can take the piss out about Jay that isn't about his color. And if it's always about his color, I'm saying it's racist. Because there's loads of things you can take the piss out of Jay about, but why always about him being black?
Well,
That's
because I think it is racist. And that's my see, but that's my point though. I don't care. I don't think they care either. Okay, you guys hold racism at this this level of this pedestal. I don't. I don't know how to make you guys understand that.
I think you got a bad read on us. Like, we're not here crying over people being racist to us. We're just pointing out what the intentions are and how it comes across to people. And the same way that these people made abhorrent comments about Charlie Kirk dying, if they kept on putting your face on his body as his neck was being blown out, you would look at it sideways, and they would be able to justify by saying, it's just a joke, bro. It's just a joke. And then go back to saying nasty shit. I didn't post all the shit that I saw in that Discord on YouTube because I literally couldn't. Some of it was fucking awful. I've seen it. Finn's seen it. I think C4's seen it and Jay's seen it. But I couldn't put it on YouTube because my channel would be taken down. If you were in that Discord, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was pretty bad. And for Jay to wake up every day seeing because that was a big Discord as well, a whole bunch of people saying the same thing about him and putting his head on a dead body, I can understand why he got upset by it. They can say it's a joke all they want, but so can Salt. Salt can say whatever Salt wants to say about Charlie Kirk or you and say it's a joke. So if we're going to hold them to that standard, you got to hold those guys to the same standard as well.
Okay, let me first say some things here. Okay, am I saying every single person in the Discord was just making the joke just to make the joke? Could some of them have been actually being, violent? Yes, obviously. But I don't think like Big Nose, Medusa, the people he was focusing on, I don't think that they were doing it, nor were they pushing their followers to do it. That's the biggest thing that I would say.
Yeah,
I don't think
Big Nose and Medusa may not have had the intention to harm Jay, but if I'm active in my Discord and they're putting Tope's face on a dead man's body and I'm reading the messages and replying or interacting with the Discord about this is going on, I'm going to be held responsible for that, which I think is fair. If it's my Discord and I'm seeing it, if you don't see it, then fair enough. I didn't look at my Discord today. My community went crazy. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. But if you're seeing it, it's fair to hold you accountable for that. Wouldn't you hold Salt accountable if you saw Salt doing the same thing to you?
I see the George Floyd jokes and the Kirk jokes differently, because it's like, one, I could list the differences. One, George Floyd was a deadbeat, drug-addled piece of shit who served no purpose, like genuinely no purpose to society, period.
Yeah, but Tope, this is irrelevant because this is your viewpoint on Charlie Kirk and George Floyd. That's irrelevant because that's a personal thing to you. We're talking about the principle of this.
No, but I think the principle here is different, though, because one was actively assassinated for literally doing nothing wrong. The other person was regrettably killed by a police officer because in the commission of a crime. I think that's a very different situation. I think that's very different.
You're doing the thing like, this is bad unless it's against people I don't like.
No,
you're literally doing.
No, it's no. If it was
you're justifying one person. Well, not justifying. Sorry. You're going, oh, this person died, meh, whatevs. This person died, oh, well, they brought something, they had value. But a lot of people would flip that around and say, Kurt brought no value. All he did was argue with kids.
Let me reword that.
Their brain and trying to debate them out of positions that they were only learning to hold.
But Kirk did remotely nothing that would warrant him being shot in the neck. Nothing.
But you know that's your subject. You know that not everyone sees it that way, right?
What? I don't
I'm
care.
not saying you're wrong. But you know that people don't see Kirk as just some harmless person who's.
I didn't say harmless.
But
I didn't say harmless. Obviously, he pissed these people off enough to kill him, but he didn't do anything remotely that would even warrant to that level. Versus, like, what?
Okay, who do you think had more influence on fucking America, Kurt or Floyd? Who could do more harm?
Oh, I mean, Floyd's death led to a lot more people's deaths. So what?
No, the people, the individuals.
Oh, okay.
Kirk.
More harm? Or caused more harm.
Who could? Not saying they did. Yeah, I'm not trying. I think me picking a side here doesn't help. I'm just trying to get you to understand who could cause more harm to people. Kurt's words or Floyd doing drugs. Let's say he did that. Whatever. I don't know. Who's more harmful?
Theoretically, in this context, yes, Kirk, because he could start saying, like, he could start calling for people to be killed or whatnot. So yeah, to your answer to your question, yeah, Kirk, in that context.
I'm I'm not necessarily here to just like prove you wrong. My point, like flat out, is I don't think it's cool anyone being trolled or people taking a piss or joking about someone's immutable characteristics. The same way I would do the same thing with like if someone's a male or female, boy or girl, whatever, fat or slim. I don't think it's fair to take the piss out of someone for something that they can't change about themselves. And race is one of those things. Someone can't help but be black. So why are we taking the piss out of it? Be creative and take the piss out of something else. I don't get why we would grab these fucking low-hanging fruit to be like, oh, Jay is black, George Floyd is black. There's not even a joke there. That's such a...
No, the joke, again, no, the joke is that he was extremely pro-BLM, and then they're mocking basically BLM by doing that with Floyd. That's
Floyd didn't support BLM.
No, yeah,
he came after him. There's no,
but he's a face of
being black.
But he's a figure of theirs. Just like Tamir Rice and all these other black people who were killed by police, they weren't part of BLM. Was Trayvon Martin part of BLM? No, but they used his face. They used him to push whatever bullshit they were going through. They used him as an avatar for their politics. And once you start using someone for an avatar of their politics like that, it's like, yeah, people are going to shit on you.
You'd ask more from our fucking comedians. Like, the joke has to have a connection. If the only connection is the color of your skin, it's a pretty shit joke. If Jay's fucking first name was like Lloyd, there you go. Floyd Lloyd. I get there's a joke there, but there's no connection other than they're both black.
But I already explained what I was saying, but
yeah,
the thing I explained that, but the thing is, though, you're saying that, oh, well, if only someone who I like dies and I care, but it's like, no, if someone who I like, okay, let's say, for example, if someone like Kirk was robbing a store and he was killed the same way that Floyd was, and he was, I'd say, okay, goodbye. Even if I like the person, if they're doing something stupid and because of that they get inadvertently killed, I would have the same, I would say, sucks to suck. So I'm not doing this, because I like the person. It's what they were doing. If George Floyd did not do the bullshit he was doing, he would have never been in that situation. He was never been.
You're doing it again, though.
It's a completely... I'm being... Again, if it's someone that I like, but they were doing the same bullshit that Floyd did, and they got killed, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, but someone robbing a shop compared to someone who's like, I don't know, someone who wanted... to have the choice to have an abortion, and Charlie Kirk was against that. He could make the law that that abortions were illegal.
Yeah, so they should be.
So
correct.
So the person who wants to have an abortion, they're like, oh well, Charlie Kirk stopping me from doing that is gonna go. Well, that's way worse than someone robbing a fucking shop. That's what we're saying. Like one is worse to me, so it's not as bad to take the piss out of it. But we're saying other people can have a different perspective.
One is good, one is evil. That's legal. That's legal murder. That's not even like
okay.
I don't even
prove that point. There's no point of going on. You think like abortion is illegal, so yeah.
No, you're not even. No, I don't know.
Okay to be biased.
Yeah, hold on. I am biased. Correct. Yeah, okay, I think I'm right. Correct. Yes. No, but like
you're just like them. No, you're just like the people you complain about. But it's okay.
Yeah, but I'm fucking correct, and they're not. I have a basis in reality, and they don't.
And I'm sure they would say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
they see the problem.
The thing is, though, they literally don't, and they show it. I would never do something this stupid, even if it was someone I hated. If I was in power, this would have never happened because I'm not a fucking retard. Even though I'm biased, I still value the truth, and I believe in objective truth. These motherfuckers don't. That's the difference between me and them. We are not the same. We are similar, but we're not the same at all.
ChatGPT. Because they're going to say the exact. Because they're going to say the exact same thing you.
But they don't believe in objective truth. They by themselves don't.
No one is insane enough to be like, I don't believe.
No,
in
by their belief system, they literally do not believe in objective truth. They literally do say it. Many of them do say they don't believe in objective truth. What are you talking about? What is the truth? They say my truth. Shit like that. They literally have said they don't believe. What are you talking? They actually have said that.
This isn't even the straw man. This is fucking the hate,
no.
Man. This
they
is
have
dead grass, man, bro. This is
okay.
Like, it's okay. You think they're stupid? I get it. Like
it's not even stupid. It's
Some
not
of the
even.
arguments are stupid. I'm granting that. I'm just saying.
I'm not even
Everything
saying
you say, they can say back at you, and they'll have some reason or comment that has been said by someone on the right that is fucking anti-vax. They will say the same thing about you with anti-vax. There you go.
okay, and but there's a difference between a fact and an opinion.
No, we can stop there.
There's a difference
you
between a
saw it,
fact
right?
and an opinion.
There was a fucking nanosecond where you saw
No,
it.
there's
You're
a
like, oh, yeah,
difference
they
between.
could say the same thing to me about that. That's
Okay,
what I'm
hold
saying.
on. The right says that I'm a man. The left says I'm a woman. Who's correct?
And they'll say the same thing about fucking global warming, vaccinations, and they'll be like, you're anti-science. You're not living in objective reality. They'll say the same thing.
You know, there's
I don't
plenty.
care which one's right. I actually don't care. Tope, you don't.
That does matter, though.
I'm just
That does
saying.
matter. That does.
Oh.
That does matter. Some.
I
Okay.
think,
You
Toby,
being
you're
right-
missing the point.
No,
It's
I'm not
it's
missing
not
the
about
point.
the facts of the situation here. It's that
I'm not
everything that
missing the
you're
point.
saying, they can say back to you.
But they would
And-
be factually incorrect. That's the point, though. If I said that this thing is gray, and then they said it's blue, I'm right. That makes me right. I'm correct. They're wrong.
Tope, do you remember when Charlie Kirk did the Jubilee discussion? and
Yeah,
the
I saw
conversation-
it. I saw
Yeah,
it.
the conversation came up about a woman bringing a baby to term if she had been taken against her will.
Right.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
He
Now,
believes it.
to,
And he
to-
said,
to-
and he
to
said
a
the
lot
right
of
thing.
people, yeah, to a lot of people, what he said was absolutely abhorrent. And you might say it's the right thing.
But they
But
framed.
to-
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
To them, it's disgusting what he said, right? That was the biggest point of contention in that whole thing. So, to some people, Charlie Kirk was a menace. He was a menace to society. To some people, he was bad for America. And to some people, they see him the way you see George Floyd. Now, I'm not here to argue who's bad and who's good and who's right and who's wrong. I'm saying to you that this conversation will continuously go in circles because both sides are not willing to come at least meet in the middle and try to see the nuance in the conversation or nuance in the discussion. Because even with what you're saying, with what he said, he was right in the Jubilee discussion. That at least warrants some conversation because it's a mad thing to say.
What do you? No, it wasn't mad. They literally gave the most. What's the word? They gave the most How do I? What they gave the most
Loaded question.
Yeah, loaded question, but not even load. Even with abortion, right? It's the stats over 99% of abortions are completely elective. They gave the most just in crazy hypothetical that technically is possible, but it's very, very rare. And it's when someone they frame it that way, they did it on purpose because they want to use that small minority to allow the rest. That person's the piece.
Tope,
Yes, it
right?
is.
Isn't that just we do this to each other all the time. And
How?
I don't think that you're trying to trap me, but you ask a question to push me to my limit to see how far my principles go, right? So I could say oh, you believe in freedom of speech, but with abortion, you don't believe in freedom of autonomy. Isn't autonomy more important than speech? Shouldn't I have the right to my body and do what I want to do? with
But
it?
then I'd say it's not your body; it's someone else's.
You would say it. I'm out. I'm gonna smoke. I
Wait.
can't, I don't even know how to tackle that. How can it not be my body?
It's. Do you
We're
have
talking
two
about the
hearts?
kids.
Do you have
We're talking
two
about the-
heads? No. That's it's a different. That's something. That's a completely different person with different DNA, a different
No.
heart, a different. It's not your body.
No, the person in my body is not mine, sure, but it's my body it's in. I'm saying I'm a woman.
Yeah, I get
The
that, but
argument is that I should have the right to do what I want to do with my body. Correct? Do you not think that's a right you should have?
not necessarily. Not
Then
always.
that's a madness. Then I clock out.
What do
But
you mean?
To think that speech is more important than my own body, I don't know where to go.
I don't think you should
I'm
literally
not
be able to say
prepared.
literally anything you want at all times. I've never said that once.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I think the right for me to do what I want to do with my body, it trumps. I guess pun intended. Trumps the ability for me to say what I want to say. I'd rather have my body autonomy than the ability to say what I want to say. I guess that's why I live in the UK.
But
I think it's more important that I can shit than say shit.
I think that's kind of wild, but sure.
There you go. Then.
Yes.
That's fair enough.
I'm
not gonna say you're wrong. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I'm surprised that was not even the bullet. That is the crowbar that you was willing to fucking chew down on. That speech is more important than your actual body. But
I'm not saying that you obviously you should be allowed to do with your body, but again, it's not. But that's the issue, though. It's not your body. That's the problem. That's the issue here. If it was just your body, honestly, though. I'll bite the bullet. Yeah, I don't think you should be able to do anything you want on your body. You shouldn't be able to cut your genitals off. I don't care if you want to do it. You should not be able to do it. Full stop. Period.
Okay.
If that makes me, I'm not full body autonomy. Oh, fucking well. I'll be honest with you on that one.
Yep. I respect it.
Like, yeah, I don't think people should be able to gouge their eyes out or actually hurt themselves. I don't think they should do. No. They shouldn't be allowed to, especially by a doctor. I know, crazy.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
you're consistent.
Because it comes from my faith here. It comes from my faith. Like, puts. I think I'm being very consistent here with that. But yeah.
You are.
But you can. I think one of your people pulled up a super chat. I'd love to respond to it though. Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 of them actually for you.
Mm-hmm.
First one's from Lexi. Thank you for the $5. Tope, if it's just words, say F Charlie Kirk and his family right now. Then remember it's just words. Come on.
This, you know what? That is the
this
fucking
is
the
no
limits of
yeah
the
this no this
principle.
is the DJ Academics thing with Sneeko. Say fuck Allah. Blah, 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 blah. If you don't mean, I never once said that words don't have meaning. Like, I'm not going to be retarded like Sneeko and fall for that trap. I never once said words don't have meaning. Never once said that.
Would you not say that though? Would you, like
What?
not that, but like
Yeah.
obviously with your religion, would you not say fuck Allah or fuck?
Oh, I would say that because that coincides with my Charlie Kirk and his. I don't even like Charlie Kirk. I didn't like him for a lot, for not for the same reasons these people didn't like him. In some ways I didn't like him even more than they did, but I didn't want him dead. I wouldn't say that about his family. For what's the purpose of that? There's no reason to. That's the thing. People think I'm a Charlie Kirk glazer. Dude, I hated Kirk. I had a massive issue with Kirk, bro.
Fair enough.
But seeing him killed like that, it really did something. Because it's just like, hell, even if Hassan was killed like that, I'd be like, damn, I don't like the dude, but like, well, I mean, his situation's different. He's actually he's called for violence.
I think we have a DM saying people said that you did say that. Hold on 1 second.
Say what?
1 sec.
I guess everyone's got fucking moles.
Oh, so yeah, there is a clip of
Me saying what?
I can't play it because it's on Discord. They won't play the sound.
Wait, but
I'll
saying.
repeat it to you. You said we have to understand, even if you don't find a joke funny, it's still words at the end of the day. It's still violence.
It's still what? It's still words at the end of the.
Can you give me the timestamp, Lexi? Because I can't play shit from Discord on StreamYard. So if you give me the timestamp, then we can go back to it.
Might need context as well.
Yeah.
There might be a question that Toge's answering.
Like, maybe I said the frame. It's the phrase. It's just words. But when I'm saying that, I'm not saying, oh, that means you can't be angry or you can't feel a certain type of way about it. You can feel however you want. That you can do that. I can say you're being
doing that, right?
Yeah, I will mock them for that. That's my right. What's wrong with that?
You can do that, but I'm just gonna think less of you as a person. Like,
okay,
sure.
Like, if you're black and you're over here getting so mad that someone said the N-word, I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna say, grow a fucking, like, stop being a baby back bitch, grow a fucking thicker skin. That's what I will say to you. You can feel that way. I feel that way. And you can say, oh, I'm this. Okay, fair enough. No one has to go to blows, though. No one has to, I'm gonna kill you or whatnot. It's like, no one has to do that.
I think I know the answer to this. I'm gonna ask a question, but I don't want it to go into a tangent. Mike, am I allowed to answer the question?
Yes.
Do you think what Chud the Builder was doing was okay? have to
I
know,
should have
bro.
said no.
I don't know.
Said no.
With Chud the Builder, I don't know the full context, so I can't say.
Can you give him the context, please?
He was just going around saying the N-word to people that he didn't know, just to try and get a reaction for stream. He was audience captured. Because I think I can't know, but I'm pretty sure he didn't do that when the stream wasn't on. I think a lot of the things he did because the stream was on, and he knew that saying those words would piss people off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's all he did. He wasn't like threatening to kill anyone, though. He would just like call them niggas or something like that. That's what he would do.
He did threaten to kill.
When?
He put up a post saying, "I'm gonna catch a N-word body" or some shit like that.
Oh, I've seen that post.
That was
See, the thing is though, but there's a lot of context being removed there though.
Oh dear.
All these people were literally threatening to lay him out in the pavement too. So he just said, if you try it, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Okay, all right, hold on.
I think
I
that's
watched
fair.
the whole Chud the Builder saga play out. Let me ask you a question, Sope. You know when you see like American or British or Europeans going over to like Japan, I remember we saw Johnny Somali in Korea and Japan, just getting up in their face, being loud, being annoying, being disrespectful. If one of those Japanese dudes decked him in the face, would he have deserved it?
There's some context here. One, of course, it's like Chud, that's his country, that's his, like, wasn't he in Tennessee or something? That's his place. So it's very different acting disrespectful, especially in your own country, versus acting that way in a completely different place. I think that's one thing that's important. And then two, with Johnny Somali, didn't he like actually like start putting hands on people, destroying property, doing all kinds of blaring loud music on the subway, like actively like harassing and attacking people? I think that's very different.
Words, though, isn't it?
It isn't just words though. He didn't
physically attack people.
Yes,
there was a point where he did piss on something. No, sorry, he went and he put his hand around one of the statues that they have that are like they're meant to represent what happened to Korean women.
Yeah, the women, the comfort women. Yes.
The comfort women, yeah. He did do that, but for the most part, in most places that he went, he was just being really loud and really like irritating and very disrespectful.
He didn't touch anyone. Because like I'm pretty sure I've seen clips of him like actively like jumping on people. People ask him to leave, he won't leave when they have the right to tell. Like if you're at a private establishment and you're acting up, they have the right to tell you to leave, and if you don't leave, they can throw your ass out. That's fine.
This is.
Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's simplify this. Forget that he went to Japan and Korea. If Johnny Somali was walking around, getting in people's faces and doing the dumb shit that he was like, raising his voice, being loud, screaming all the time, playing loud music, and someone said, "Yo, fuck this man," they punched him, would you be like, well, you had that coming? You're out in public acting like a wild animal.
Yes, but it was still, you can't do that. I can say someone had it coming, but I can also say that you shouldn't do it.
So
I can say both.
The builder have it coming.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, but do I think he did? But do I think he deserved? All that? No, I think they should have rose above. He targeted black people because he knew they were fragile. He knew that they would, quote unquote, chimp out over this. There's a reason why he didn't do it to whites or other groups of people. It's because he knew that black people were an easy target. If black people just didn't fall for the bait, this wouldn't have worked. This is why you get targeted. It's like when DJ Academics and other people are literally saying someone should literally go and kill him, like genuinely. That's worse to me. That's worse than anything he did. Because that's a death threat.
Chud the Builder. Well, I don't know. Where did you say he's from? Did you say he's from Tennessee?
I think Tennessee. I think was. Nash.
I don't know if you guys have got like a Chinatown in Tennessee or anything like that. But
I don't know.
If you came to Soho in England in Chinatown and you started doing that shit, you're gonna get fucked up. You're going to get fucked up. Frame one. They'll probably fuck you up quicker than the black dudes do.
Okay.
You saying that he targeted black people because they're weak and fragile is BS. He targeted black people because he knew he'd get a lot of clicks online because of the rhetoric on Twitter. If you go and do that to Pakistanis, Bangladesh, Chinese, Koreans, you're gonna get fucked up. As a matter of fact, I saw a video. I don't know. I was on Twitter a long time ago of these guys that disrespected Korean dudes in a club, and it was a fucking massacre. You could probably find it if you look online, Korean club massacre. The idea that it's just black people that get upset.
I didn't say that. Didn't say that. I didn't say it was only. I said they're known.
They're the most fragile.
I didn't even say they're the most. I didn't even say that. I said that they're known for being very fragile. And you don't. And hold on though. You don't think that he? Okay, obviously he did it because the algorithm. But it's like, why do you think the algorithm is that way? Because people are. Do you think that was just people? They just randomly were just like, we hate people are just annoyed. No, it's because people have been annoyed by black people's behavior. That's why, and they feel like they want to get.
When you go onto Twitter or Blue Sky and you see people saying that white people are just racist or whatever, is that the same? Do we use the same logic?
But what are you talking about?
You're saying that the algorithm is not just that way. People are just sick of black people behaving that way. And that's a lot of the conversation online, that they're always chimping out. But then would you not apply that same logic to the rhetoric around white people right now on Twitter and Blue Sky?
Again, I don't care about. Well, they can say that.
I'm not asking if you care. I'm just asking, would you apply the same logic?
No, because I don't think most. I don't even think most white people are even racist. They're not even. They're not even. You just see they see this small fraction of whites and they think that's representative of all white people. It's not. Not even at all.
You think that the clips that we see on Twitter is representative of all black people?
Of the group, because the group does not actively go out of their way to condemn the shit, they get lumped in with it. That's why. I've never even once said that most black people, period, are violent. But what most black people do is that they will either not call it out the behavior or they'll justify it. And that makes you part of the fucking problem. I'm going to lump you in with them.
Can I take another angle? And then after this, it's just, I just want to say something and then we can move on. It's not going to be a back and forth, I promise.
Sure.
Tope, you know, a lot of your principles, are they due to like, they're not about your religion, right? It's just the laws. Like what Chud was doing, that was about he can say what he wants because of freedom of speech, right? It's
and freedom of speech, I think that's a Christian, I think that's a very Christian ethic.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Fair,
like
fair
it comes like freedom of speech, like that stuff, like they base the Constitution in that from the Bible. Like again, John Adams even said like the Constitution itself it's only meant for people of good character. Obviously, good character is referencing Christians. Like, and for anyone else, it's wholly unfit. So yeah, obviously that tenet comes from the Bible in that sense.
I take you what, I'm not American. I know there's a lot of things in the Bible, and there was a lot of saying slavery was okay, but we'll won't worry about the Bible stuff. With like principles and laws, I think we all care about principles, laws, and it seems when we talk to you, one of your foundations is, well, he didn't break the law, so it's fine to do. Would that be fair to say about you?
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
I'm more of my religion than anything. It's like, for me, it's like, I think that the UK is wrong in that they don't have freedom of speech. Like, just because for me something is legal or illegal, that does not like make I think, like, for example, if murder was made legal, I still wouldn't think, oh, it's all good to go. It's like, no, like there's some things that are just immoral and evil no matter what happens. And I think a country that does not allow its citizens to freely express their mind without being jailed, that's evil. That's a right that, you know, God gave us. I think we should be able to express ourselves. We should be able to defend ourselves. Like, that's the thing. It's like, for me, my morality does not come from the law. It comes from the Bible. In that sense.
Fair. I won't give my example if you're saying it's more about your religion. I don't want to attack religion.
Because that influences my morality. And I think, like, to me, it's just like, of course, I don't even have to think that what people are doing is okay or whatnot. But for me, I think someone should still be allowed to. Like, someone like Chud, again, dumb, don't do that. You're putting yourself in danger. You know, it's like I looked into him with his like kid and all that. It's like this dude could literally go to jail forever. It's like for what? Like, what was the point of doing that? There was no point.
So you did know the context.
A little bit. I don't know all. Like, I don't know everything, but I looked into some of his stuff. I know he has a child. I know that. And it's just like, why would you do that when you had a child? It's like you have something to protect. Why would you put yourself in such a... It's like you put himself in such a horrible situation. Either get killed by said black person or defend yourself, and then you're going to go to jail. It's like, there's no other... Like, this isn't going to be a Kyle Rittenhouse where you're sympathetic. Literally, no one's going to want to sympathize with you at all. Hell, even his I remember reading, like, his lawyer over here is basically, like, disavowing. It's just like, bro, like, but you kind of did this to yourself. You kind of did. So it's just like, again, I don't have to think it's okay. Obviously, I don't. I don't think you should just be going up to people's faces and saying and trying to antagonize people, of course. But people... But I think they have the right to do that.
Okay. Well,
and that's always. I didn't say I didn't know
I
about.
need to say my example then, because you're saying they have the right to do it. Right? Yeah. Honestly, we can move on after this. I promise. I watched. What's that guy called? I think he does the No Through Daisy. He's the manipulation. That guy.
Oh, manipulation.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know why this came on my feed, and I had an epiphany. I never thought this before, even though I've heard this said before, right? Some girls asked him, was like, oh, what's the youngest you would have like a girlfriend, right? I don't know how old he is. He's probably 30 plus, right? And he goes 18. And obviously everyone in the room goes, whoa, that's mad. Like, what, 18? And he says, well, what's wrong with it? It's 18 is the legal age. And then I thought, wait a minute. So if the legal age was 16, would you be okay with it? So when you say like, oh, well, it's okay because he's not breaking the law. He can do those things because he's not breaking the law. Sometimes it's not just going to the fucking limit of the law and going, well, I didn't do anything illegal. It's like, well, why would you want to go below 18? That makes me question. You know that the law says 18. Why do you follow the law to the T that is 18? Because we all know, well, I'd like to think that we all know why someone being 30 and going out with someone who's 18 is a bit of a fuckery. There's a lot of like power dynamics and taking advantage. So to say, well, it's legal 18, and then if I was there, I'd be like, what? So if it was less than that, if it was 10, would you be like, oh, well, the law says 10's okay? We don't often act off of what the law says. But like you said, you think that he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Chud. So that's fine. I just wanted to make it
No,
clear.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I totally do.
Like, let's not just do things within the law because we can do things within the law. Let's
because the law can be wrong. Yeah, the law can be wrong. Yeah. So that's always been my. And I don't want to look like I'm quote unquote walking back because this is what I've always said this. I literally have always said this, bro. If people wanted to ask me, and it's just like, again, I literally said it to you, Mike, when we first had our conversation, like all the way back. Hey, he's not
Buck Schneider. Bro, no.
Isn't the age of consent in your place 16? Isn't it?
Yeah,
UK.
we don't talk to 16-year-olds. Like I think you can get in trouble at our age for doing it. I think there's something that's written into the law.
Bro,
are you sure? Because no age of
consent. Chopped up. I don't care what the age is, bro. If you go out with someone who's 17 and you're 30, regardless of it's in the law, and they see you at the school, you're getting chopped up.
What if they're not at the school?
But what I'm saying is that, like, I think our law doesn't. There's something in the law that doesn't allow people our age to go out of those people. But
really,
I think there's some sort of like gray area as well. I can't remember. Maybe
I don't think so. What about
that's what it's called, Romeo and Juliet law.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to age of consent. With age of consent, once you hit that age, you could be 100 and you could sleep with that person. The Romeo and Juliet law you're talking about is if someone's like 14 and then you're like 17, even though that girl technically is not, and I'm being very legalistic here, if she's not of legal age, you would not get in trouble for statutory rape because the
on
ages are not.
streets, you're getting in trouble. This
Yeah,
is why
the
the
streets,
UK is
yeah.
great. If you're 30 and you're going out with someone under 20, they're looking at you funny.
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah,
on
you're
though.
gonna-
What about
you're
Russell?
gonna get punched up.
You're gonna
get
punch?
punched up.
Are you gonna punch up and chop up Russell Brand?
Well, I mean, not literally.
Oh,
but
the
he is a
street's gonna do
dickhead
that?
for what he did, right?
Hmm?
He's a dickhead for what he did, right?
No, but he said they would chop you up. It's like, well, you did it.
If he goes, bro, he's got loads of money. He doesn't need to go to those bits. If someone caught him outside of a school doing that, or going to a secondary school or a university, they're gonna look at his fucking grey beard and look at that young girl and go, "We need to talk to you, bro." That's regardless of what the police, no one cares at that point. That's what I'm like. The law stuff, that's fine. But here in the UK, we have like, I don't know, like some sort of radar for you're trying to take the piss. You're abusing the law. You're trying to get away with stuff through a technicality. Because what you're looking for is someone young. The age is irrelevant. You're looking for someone young, whether it be physically or mentally. You're trying to take advantage. That's what we see. And yeah,
Really? Why necessarily? What if someone's like,
because you can go with someone your own age. There's no shortage of
What?
30-year-olds.
But hold on.
20-year-olds.
let me play devil's advocate here. You know, you're a very religious person. You're
Me?
not like you're not
Absolutely
interested.
not.
Oh,
Oh.
I know. But
Okay,
let's say
yeah,
you're
sorry, yeah.
someone who's you're someone who's very religious. Because people
Mhm.
will say, "Oh, well, don't you want to drink with your girl? Don't you want to go to the club?" And what if you don't care about all that stuff and all you really want to do is just find someone you can stay with and have children? And during that age, aren't they technically biologically
Max.
more?
This is I'm trying to save you. This is a
I-
manipulation.
I literally
angle.
just gave. I said I'm giving devil's advocate here.
Okay, sorry, you did say that. My bad.
Yeah.
Devil being the key word there. I would say that if that was their argumentation, I'd say you're trading having similar interests and having a drink together for listening to them talk about their GCSEs. Right? They're 16 years old. What are you going to talk about? What exactly is there to talk about? If you turn around to me and say they're super fertile at that age, you're just gonna get that's a slappable offense.
You're,
That's a slappable
priorities
offense.
are
You're
fucked.
done. Yeah, you're
You're-
done at that point. You're finished. You're
You know-
finished. I don't need to hear nothing else from you.
unless you're fucking Hercules and you need to have like the best gene pool, I'm not buying that argument.
Okay, and I can get like very young. Say, but what if someone's 18 or they're 19?
Your genes aren't that important. Fuck your genes, bro. You don't need to get someone that fertile. Like
I
go
just
with
feel-
someone your own age.
I
Like,
just feel
sorry.
like it's kind of subjective here. It is a bit subjective, and it's like fair enough.
I think, at least from what I've observed, like if a guy our age is dating a girl that age, like an 18-year-old, it's seen as weird because like normally when you're dating somebody, there's things to talk about, right? Forget about the actual age for the fact that she's legal. Even that is like even saying that is gross. But let's just forget about that for a second. But normally when you're dating somebody, you're spending a lot of time with them, you're sharing things. There's nothing to talk about with an 18-year-old. For more, like we might talk to some of them in the stream chat. I might talk to you about Street Fighter, but beyond that, I'm not going to talk to an 18-year-old girl and bring her over to my place and sit there spending time. What are we talking about? Nothing. I think when guys go out clubbing and they're like older, I think maybe like 21, 22, 23, around that age, that's where people kind of like lay off of how like worrying about her age too much. But
Yeah.
when she's still 18, 19, it's like, bro, like, come on, man, just pack it in. Just pack it in.
Because you hear the red
We're
pillars, they're like,
talking
because
about relationships as well, Toby.
Yeah,
We're talking
yeah.
about relationships.
and also like I've watched some of the red pillars, Myron, and they'll say, many of them because like they'll get more younger just because they've been less, they've had less relationships, they've gone through less baggage. That's what that's their terminology in that sense.
But that's cope, right? Because they could just go for a religious woman who's holding herself for the husband for marriage.
But
They
how
exist.
how many of those are there?
You told me you're the Christian.
There's not many.
Then you better up your game, bro. You better up your game so you get the ones that are like that. I don't know what to tell. Again, that's the low fruit. It's like, oh, I'm not good enough of a man to get a woman who's willing to, wait for marriage. So I'm just gonna go for the 16-year-olds. Mad.
Man said, who wants to be with a 30-year-old drooper? Bro, do you think that women turn to sand when they become 30 or something?
Bro, that is screaming virginity, by the way.
Okay, he's obviously like trying to bait you here, but it's like
It's the face.
obviously women obviously quote unquote like past a certain like of course do women quote unquote just hit the wall, they just become like obviously no, but you obviously want someone a bit younger and more than older, like obviously.
No,
I want someone
That's just obvious.
in my age bracket. This red pill Miami nonsense is not a representation of real life. Those guys live in a bubble, and maybe I can grant them some charity in saying that it's like that in Miami. I've seen how people behave over there. I haven't been over there, so maybe I'm wrong. But if that's where they live, and that's the women that they see, then maybe. But the rest of the world ain't like that. Like I was watching a clip of Clavicular, the Looks Maxing guy.
Oh yeah, I know.
I was watching him talk to French girls, and they were like, "What the fuck is this guy doing? Why is he talking to us like that?" And I think that the people I think Clavicular's from Miami. I'm assuming anyway because he mingles with those guys. But
Is he?
over here in Europe, like that red pill stuff is not as prevalent, anywhere near as prevalent. That stuff exists in a bubble. I do not want to date a girl that is significantly younger than me. I want someone in my age bracket.
Well, what's
I can
significantly?
share things. 18. That's pretty significant, isn't it?
Well, I'm just saying it's subjective. I feel like a lot of this shit is obviously there. It is when you're saying, "Are you getting
numbers
okay?"
aren't subjective. Okay, I can't let you do this to yourself, bro. Numbers are not subjective.
No,
They're
no.
not subjective.
What is significant?
Maturity.
Some people say 10. Like 10 years younger. Some people say 5. That's what I'm saying. It is subjective. There's a bit of subjectivity to
you're
it.
Talking about from our age.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, if you was like 50, I think if you had like a 50-year-old going out with a 30-year-old, I'd be like, yeah, that's weird, but it's not the same as like 18 because of the maturity thing. I still think it's weird. But
okay, yeah.
You're not getting a fucking
and that's my point though. And that's my
like she's probably with you for your money.
Yeah, and that's my point here. I feel like a lot of it is a bit because I feel like a lot of guys, like many people. Actually, no, never mind.
Toby, before you say this, I think the simplest way to say this is that when you go out with someone that young, under 20, there's a lot of life experience that they have not got. Why would you want to go out with someone that has little life experience when you have a lot?
Hey, I'm not them, so I can't tell you that. For me personally, it's just that I do think that people should be, in a way, I kind of do agree with you that I think people should be getting married to people around their age, but people should be getting married younger. Like that's my thing. People should have like 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds. These people should be getting like as they did like 50, 60 years ago.
20, but
yeah,
is it religious? The reason?
Not even like why. Partly part of that, but I think also just cultural. People got married younger way before, and they had more kids then too. Now look at like your guys' group. You're literally dying out because people are pushing their marriage out so far.
But there was a lot of things that happened in the past that weren't good. Like saying that's
Correct.
what we used to do isn't a good reason to
no,
do
and I'm not saying that's good, but I'm saying that because people got married young, they had more kids, aka more replacement. Like people were able to replace themselves. That's just how it works. When people get married younger, to people in their age younger, they are gonna have more kids generally versus people who get married at 30. That's just a fact.
Goal, right?
That is the goal. You should want to have more kids. You should want to be able to replace your country's population. You're below replacement rate.
Do you think people that can't have kids shouldn't get married then?
No. I know. Actually, wait. I don't think they shouldn't. Well,
if the goal is getting kids and
that's the primary.
Kids, why they get married?
I think marriage. I remember there was a really intelligent guy who he was arguing with Obama. I think it was Aaron Keyes.
Obama.
Not Obama. It was Aaron Keyes. I remember. I wish I could pull. I think I could post a link where he was saying that I wish I could word it well, but that the primary purpose of marriage is to have children. Of course, that doesn't mean that if you don't have children, that doesn't mean you can never get married. But if you do get married, that should be the case. That's what you should. That's the purpose. Otherwise, why the fuck are you marrying them? Go just live with each other. The point
have
of
a
marriage.
declaration of your feelings to that person. I mean, I think there's as someone who is married, but I've got a kid. I think there's way more reasons to get married to someone other than to have a kid.
No, I know there's other reasons, but that's the purpose. That's the primary purpose of marriage.
Okay, if that's the religiously, right? Not
law-wise. Marriage is religious. Okay. Like religious people, non-religious people shouldn't be getting married. Period. Honestly, because they have no basis. They have no basis in their marriage. They have no basis.
But there's legal stuff. There's legal reasons.
But that's very flimsy and floppy. It is.
So why did you attach it to it? We didn't do that. Us non-religious people, you attach religious things to law. That's not my fault.
Wait, what?
There's a lot of legal things that happen with marriage, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't atheists that said, well, attach the God stuff to it. That wasn't us.
Well, yeah, because atheists weren't really much of a thing back then. For most people were virtually religious, period. Yeah, that's the natural state of humanity. Sure. So I don't get your
So if I could get married without the God stuff, I probably would. But it's just attached.
But there's no what is your there's no core, there's no real glue that's sticking you together. There really isn't. If you want to be that way, it's fine. To me, I wish I could get the guy to explain what honestly, I'll probably post the interview later after the stream. He explains it in such a very way that I agree with 100%. Where it's just like, there really is no actual real glue holding that together if you're not religious. If you're not, and I'm not even saying you have to be Christian. Whether you're Muslim, you're a Jain, you're a Hindu, at least with those religions, you have some glue. I think, but primarily, of course, I'm a Christian, so I think that's the true religion.
What's the glue? What is the glue? What's the difference?
Well, the glue is God in that sense, and your devotion to God in that sense. And the church will hold you accountable in the way that the law just really can't.
Kind of socially, right?
Yeah, in the way that they can't.
Like how we would fight people that are 30 and 18-year-olds.
I mean, yeah, that's social, but I think with the church, that's way more. That's way more harder. Because also it's if you get divorced, in Catholic Church, if you guys get divorced, let's just say they just leave, they are basically anathema from God. And that's a pretty big fucking deal. That's the law. There's nothing the law could do that to you, to make you excommunicated from the church. That's a level that they can't do. Something like that.
Stands very mob bossy, but
yeah. Sure. And okay. And marriage is that serious. You shouldn't just be able to leave like that.
When you've got a mob boss, it's not about being serious. It's you've got no choice.
Well, then don't get married. That's your choice. You don't have to get married. But once you do, this is not a joke.
You do, right? To have kids. So you want to have kids. You have to get married, right?
Yeah.
So you'd get married to have kids, but you're being held together in the marriage, not necessarily because you love them, but because if you divorce, you're socially fucked.
Yeah. You should be you should be forced. If you're in a thing, there should be things that force you in where you're in. Yeah, I agree.
It's a little bit dangerous. A little bit dangerous.
Yeah, there you go. I'm glad Mike said it, not me.
Okay, dangerous, but that's dangerous. Just. Well, be careful then. This isn't a joke. It's not you think wait. It's serious.
But Topa, you're saying people should get married earlier when they haven't got that lived experience. You're getting young people that don't know what they want to make mad commitments to marry people.
Well, back then,
now you can't go back.
Well,
tough shit.
You have to remember though, back then,
you're tattooing kids at fucking 16, bro. You're saying, oh well, you better think of a tattoo because you have to get it at 16, and going, well, if you don't like it, you should have thought about it. It's they're a fucking kid.
Well, you do. The thing is, though, 16-year-olds 100 years ago are nothing compared to 16-year-olds now. They were a lot more mature and they had to deal with real shit. So I think we've infantilized our youth. That's a big thing. People should be taught about these things young.
Kids are way smarter than they were fucking 100 years
ago.
No,
mature, not smarter, mature.
Were they? I don't know
Yes,
if they were
they
mature because
were.
you forced them to have kids at fucking a younger age.
There's
I don't
no
think that
fo-
made them mature.
They were not forced into marriage. This wasn't a force, but they learned
Sure.
about this shit and they were serious about it way earlier. Like I remember someone like me.
I don't know
I
any
remember
kid that
when-
was like,
Hmm?
I want to be married. Like
That
I
was
don't
me.
do that.
That was me. I remember when I was like 8, 9 years old. I already was like, no sex till marriage.
But there you go. You've let the mask slip. The reason you wanted to get married so you could have sex.
What? No. What? that's not the no. That's not what I mean
Okay.
by that.
Okay. I mean, when you said,
Actually, not 8.
when
I'm
you
sorry,
said I
like
wanted to get married
12.
at 8, the
It was
thing
like
you said
12.
is
Yes.
I'm gonna hold myself. I'm not gonna have sex until I get married. So that's a stipulation,
Because
a
we-
manipulation to why you should get married.
I don't really think
Because
it's
you wanna have
manipulative.
sex. And
I
that's
don't-
okay. You should want to have sex. That's fine.
I don't, bro. That's some framing. I'll just say. I think it should just come. It comes as a package deal. I think it's not even about. Oh, I think part of it is. Yeah, you want to have sex. Men were forced into this arrangement to have. That's what helped propagate the human race. Like that's a big reason why the society we have exists, because of that exact system. Because people were in a way kind of forced to do it. Yeah.
And we produced a lot of shit people because they were forced to fucking reproduce. I think the gene pool should get fucking cut down, mate. There's a lot of.
Is it gonna get
nasty
cut
people.
down? We can't. We
I'm
can't
gonna
read.
I'm gonna
okay.
be the bad guy now, Tope. Fuck it. Thanos was right, bro. There's some scumbags on this planet, and if we didn't force people to fucking have kids, we would have less scumbags, mathematically.
Really?
we
Are
should-
you sure about that? Because I
Yes,
think the,
I don't
the
think-
scum is coming from people who are just having sex out of wedlock. They don't raise their kids, and then their kids just become menaces to society.
Normally because they can't afford to have kids, but we have people telling them they should have more kids to repopulate,
What do
but
you
they
mean?
can't afford it.
This afford you do realize that before how it worked was that people were not just raised by just their parents, they were raised by their entire community, their neighbors, their church. So this
True.
thought of being afforded, they need to afford, like, not necessarily. People had their help, they had their families, they had all this other stuff. So it wasn't even necessarily an issue of afford. They were just
Yeah, but then
raised
you
in a better
exiled
place.
people for not being religious, so they didn't have the family, they didn't have a village,
Yeah,
or they had a
except
different religion. And you have so many sects of Christianity. Well, not Christianity, but God. So yeah, they all go.
Well,
yeah, you're not part of
America-
our group. So your village gets smaller and smaller. You get the cost of living has gone up, but they're telling you to have more kids, but you can't afford it.
well, you have to remember the reason that the cost of living and all that's going up is partly because of liberalism and that stuff. But again, we're going way too. Sorry.
My bad. Tell him I made you angry. I made you not.
No, he just
lowercase
wanted
chimp out.
he just
Lowercase
wanted his
chimp
he just wanted his watch charger. Okay,
Oh, okay.
whatever.
I thought man was gonna get the belt. Totally quiet down, boy. No, I
You wanted to
think,
get married for sex?
You motherfucker.
yeah, he heard the conversation. He was not happy. You
He
said
was
your
in the
dad's
stream, he went,
Nigerian.
Nah.
Yeah. Like
My-
my
yeah,
dad,
my-
like again, like my
My friend's dad's Nigerian. Oh boy, he came in there. He was like, "Oh, Lalu, bang!" I was like, "God damn, I ain't fucking no Nigerian parents."
all right. But
Sorry for the interrogation. I thought it was super interesting. But
yeah, and I have no issue with, like, you know, wording this out. I really don't. Like, I don't know, but we can continue. Yeah, that was
Let's get these fucking pedos, bro. Oh no, actually no, he wasn't a pedo. My bad. I'm actually
Who?
part of the problem.
Wait,
he
huh?
is exonerated.
Wait, who are you talking
Didn't-
about?
This last guy. Oh no, he
There
was
was-
just
there's nothing
sexual,
about
sexual assault and stuff. Yeah, he didn't do that.
Bro,
The
there's
kids weren't
no-
even born into
He wasn't-
you just assume because
I
he's a
did.
smasher. Wow.
Well, Smash people are normally young, and I said two of them were ice climbers. So I
Everyone
automatically
here
thought they
is
were
over
young.
age. They are over
Okay.
age. Yes.
Wait, how? Do you know the age?
No, but they are
Okay.
all. They would have already said pedophilia if that was the case. Yeah, come on, we
Sure,
all
but
know,
again,
come on.
it's the UK thing. It's like, well, if they're 18 and he's 30,
Well, this is America. This is America.
mad
or-
place. You're right.
I think the age of consent even in Georgia is like 18, I think. I don't know. I don't know the exact.
I'm just gonna read off some of these super chats and then we'll get back to the video.
Sure.
Yeah, my bad, chat.
Um,
So I was-
Nice, all right. Bushin Ryukat, thank you for the $5. Tope said he's right wing because he's seen the left act way too weird. An ideal world is there are no parties, just everyone living to best potential. That's
I think that's
very,
just
very idealistic.
yeah. I don't.
Very
I don't. I don't.
utopia.
I feel it's very commie gobbledygook. Like I'm not trying to shit in the guy at all.
I would-
There is going to be a left, and there's going like people are different. People are different. People, the left and right, that's subjective. The left and the right 100 years ago is completely different from the left and right now. Maybe it wasn't called the left and right before, because I think the left and right was made from the European, the Enlightenment, because the left were the people who were the ones who were the Enlightenments, people like John Locke, people like that, the liberalists, the French Revolution, and the right was the Catholic monarchy, people consisting. That's where the left and right, that's where that comes from. But even though it only existed only a couple hundred years ago, but to think that that people did not have differing political opinions, they didn't split in different ways, I think that's insane. Obviously, it's always existed.
They've always split.
Yeah.
It's always been like that. People always do that.
They might agree in core fundamental beliefs, but they always have differences.
Yeah. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. You caught me in this genjutsu yet again, Mike. Release. Oh, you're not going anywhere, bro. You're gonna sit right there. You're gonna consume all of this slop. Pause.
He loves it. Lemon loves it.
Lemon loves it. Connor, thank you for the $10. Johnny was joking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the Japanese subway. Yeah, I saw that.
Mad.
Like he was on the subway in Japan. I think he was in Tokyo, and he was getting in Japanese people's faces, going, "Hiroshima, Nagasaki, you want me to do that to you again?" And I was like,
Yep.
"Someone punch him, please! Like he deserves it."
Yeah, not good.
Whoa.
Obviously not good. Isn't this guy? Isn't that your video game developer guy?
Yeah, Dell's still here. I saw him. I saw him comment after. Dell's here. Dell, you said that and consumed it.
I saw the super chat and I kept seeing his name. I was like, "You're in, bro. You're in." Domain expansion.
Wah.
You're-
Okay. I'll be nice because he's your friend. Oh, whatever.
No, Dell's a good guy.
We're all mud lovers, bro. We love playing in the mud.
That's it. I text C4 and Finn today, and I was like, "Hey man, I got a muddy stream later on. What are you guys saying?" Finn was actually unavailable, but
I got my fucking wellies, bro.
Slop Nation. Lexi, thank you for the $2. Check Twitter DMs.
Twitter.
I'll check in a sec. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $2, bro. Hope you're all okay. All good, bro. Hope you're doing all right.
Yeah.
And he also said, "Bro, I just want somebody at a reasonable age."
So you want a man your age, bro?
No, I think
I'm
that's-
obviously he's being way too broad. So you want a man your age, bro?
I think most well-adjusted members of society want somebody that is in their age bracket. They're not going out looking for somebody that's just finished their exams. That shit's weird. It's just weird.
Your genes aren't that important, bro. You're not. You don't need the most fertile fucking woman to reproduce. You're not that guy. not Mr. Mars. I'm sure he is. He's the guy that does all that fucking jogging, right?
Yeah, Mr.
his
Master
genes
is
are-
the jogging.
He's got good.
That
genes.
was a joke. That was a joke, Mr. Mask. I was just pointing out because it was too broad. That's all I'm saying. I just want somebody and a reason, that can literally mean anything. So that's all I'm saying.
Lexi, thank you for the $5. She's subjectively significantly younger than me. Tope 2026.
The word, again, when you say significantly, that word is subjective. What do you mean by that? Do you mean 5 years? Do you mean 8? Again, it's like with the thing you said. Oh, with the Saudi thing. Oh, is 30% okay? Is 10% okay? Is 50% okay? It's that same thing.
I think if you're 34 and you're looking to get into a relationship with an 18-year-old, something has gone wrong.
The priorities are fucked.
There's dudes that go out to clubs that will pick up a girl that's like 21, right? They'll pick up a girl that's 21, they'll bring her home or whatever. But if you ask that same guy, will you get into a relationship with her? They'll say no, and they'll probably give you a whole bunch of reasons why. If a dude's looking to get into a relationship with a girl that is that young, I'm gonna look at them sideways. It's just, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are we talking about? She don't know who Goku is. She don't know who the Nokia 3310 is. She don't know what a BlackBerry is. She don't know the struggles of AOL or dial-up internet. We have got nothing to talk about. Respectfully, go play Fortnite. I'm gonna go play my pensioner game VF.
Bars, actual bars.
And last one for now, Lemon Tea. Thank you for the $5. This could be a Boondocks episode. Just missing Finn saying something like I'm more black than Tope. This is what the FGC has created. I did ask Finn to be here today, but he had family commitments, unfortunately.
Why I gotta say, why are niggas so retarded, bro? Every
Whoa.
time it's
Whoa.
just like it's a Boondocks episode. Whoa, dude, you said that for the millionth fucking time. Do you have any other material? Oh, KKK, Jingle, Boondocks, you know,
George
I remember
impressed me on Jay's face.
I was literally going to say that. Thank you, C4.
Yes, and you can say find something else fair. I'm just saying that too. Yeah, that I never once said that you can't say be original. Never once said that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, fair enough. That's your
That's all I want for my racist individuals.
I
Be more
never
original.
said when did I ever say arranged marriage was good? When did those words ever come
You
out
never
of
said
my
that.
mouth?
You never said that. You never said that.
I never even said anything.
You said people should get forced into it at a younger age, but
Oh, no,
technically, that's not arranged.
That is not what. That's not even what I said either. I said, yeah,
Sure?
people, or maybe
You did use the word forced.
I meant forced to stay, like forced to stay in it. People should get married younger.
well, look,
People should get
marriage.
married younger, and when they're in that marriage, people should have like guardrails that kind of push them to stay.
What if the woman's being assaulted?
Obviously, in those case scenarios, yes, but those are,
What if she's being cheated on? What if he's being cheated on?
bro. You read your Bible. Come on now.
Forget about the Bible now. We're talking man to man. If your girl's cheating on you, Tope, you're with a girl. She's out here with Jason Love, and you find out about it.
Oh, brother.
You staying?
Bro, obviously in the Bible it says that if you can divorce if infidelity is involved. Obvious, but yes.
Does that work for the woman? Out of curiosity. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
It works for
I've
both.
heard otherwise, but there's obviously different Bibles. I always heard that the guy can divorce the woman, but the woman could never divorce the guy.
That's like in
in-
Islam, I think, where the guy can like say, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you. And like they can like that's not in Christianity.
Okay. I was genuinely asking. I wasn't trying to trap you or nothing. I actually didn't know that. So yeah, cool. Okay. If the Bible says that, then I'm not gonna disbelieve you.
I think you should be allowed to. Of course, the thing is though, if you're a woman, if let's say your significant partner does cheat, I don't think that you can marry, or I don't think you can marry again. I think you have to stay celibate. I haven't looked too much into that exactly. It's one of those things where it's
One
like
shot.
divorce is very like serious though. It's like, but again,
All right, let's get back on the same page and get back to.
hold on. I'm saying it's like no, but I think isn't it in the Quran that if a guy
hold
can
on just a second, Tope.
Fair enough.
Let me save you from yourself, okay?
Oh my god.
If we don't know the context of the contents of their holy book, let's not go making assumptions because that might be a bridge too far. You know what I'm saying?
Bridge to
If we don't know what's in their holy book, and I don't profess to know what's in the Quran, I don't think we should make comments about it.
well, I do, but whatever.
You do know what's in the Quran.
Yeah, I do know a
So
bit.
you've read the hadiths and all that.
Yeah, I've read bits, and yes, I have. But
Okay.
but what?
I'm good.
But oh yeah, your Alexis over here is saying check her DMs. So please go ahead. Please. Feel
All right,
free.
hold on. Yeah, you guys can talk while I'm checking this real quick.
I'm very ignorant to most religions. I don't know enough. So I hear stuff, but then I think, oh, that could be just their interpretation. So I always say, I heard this, or I've heard someone say this. I don't know if you follow these rules, because interpretation
Shut up,
is very
bro,
important.
bitch. I'm literally agreeing with you that he can look at your stuff, telling me to shut up. Oh my god,
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
she's telling me to shut up. I'm like, bro, I'm literally telling him your message so you can look at it more. Dumbass.
Where is the DM? Here we are.
It's like, again, but we have to understand, even if you don't find a joke funny, it's still words at the end of the day. If it's not violence, it's like, again, but we have to understand.
you-
if
Oh
don't find a
my,
joke funny,
this bitch is
it's
dumb.
still words at the end of the day. It's the end bit. You're removing the end bit if it's not violence. I'm not saying that words have no meaning, but it's not like you don't treat it like. So if you just cut off the last 2 seconds, you would have actually had a point. But you left that last bit in, and you're just. That's what I've been saying. When I say it's just, I'm not literally saying, oh, it's literally nothing. I'm just saying it's not literal violence, so don't treat it like violence. I don't treat words like violence. That's what I'm saying.
Off topic, guys, but Moonsault Slayer has released the Tekken 8 influencer tier list for 2026, and your boy made S rank.
What the fuck is Main Man Sweet up doing up there for?
Well, I mean, he is. I mean, you might not like him, but he is the Tekken guy.
Nova Psycho
Anyway,
should
we'll
be
talk about
there.
this. He put Finn down here.
It's question mark.
A
It's
question mark. He doesn't know.
Oh, okay. Why?
Yeah.
How did you not know? Frame Whisperer? No, Moonsault. Come on.
Yeah.
He's very smart because he put himself in B. He put himself in the lowest tier to be like, well, look, I rank myself really low. He thinks he's smart. I see all your shit.
Yeah, we're gonna have words about that one, Moonsault. All right. Let's get back to. Oh wait, sorry. You've got a supporter here. Buck Schneider with the $5. W Tope. All he needs to do now is get buffed and looks max, and he'd be the GOAT. No joke.
I mean, I have been looking. I'm not taking peptides or anything like that. Everything natural. All right. No Ozempic, none of that shit. But everything else I'll do.
No,
Tope's natty.
bone smashing.
No. I'm good. No peptides, no bone smashing, no steroids. It's been going viral. And this was posted, June 4th. I wanted to highlight some of the, retweets and posts that were made in response to this, and they all have a very similar theme, which you will see. So the first one I want to show is this one, right? Where this person says, admitted to allegations being correct, Teapot method true combo. If you don't know Teapot's situation, I honestly recommend Technical's video on the topic, but I'll just do a quick TLDR. So with Teapot, he was a Jewish player in New York who was banned because he was a Zionist, as he supports his country in the current war that's going on. But then, usually what happens in the scene is that someone gets banned for a bullshit reason, and then they just fade to obscurity. But what made Teapot special is that he got a bunch of people and lawyers and Jewish advocacy group behind him, and basically forced the New York scene to let him back in. And they have been shitting on him ever since. That's Teapot's story, right? But again, it's like admitted to allegations being correct. It's like, you idiot, what allegations? You don't even know what allegations that they're talking about. Like, again, these people talk and they have no knowledge of what's going on, but they will be the loudest people. And then I'll continue the next post right here, right? This person says, this is from Spanish, oh, what fucking disgust, wanting to sneak back into the community based on lawyers. It's like, okay, sneak back. It's like, I don't know about you. If someone was trying to sneak back into the community, I don't think they would have a whole amount of a bunch of lawyers and throwing suits at people. That's not sneaking back. That's being as public and as loud as possible. But these people are idiots. They don't know the definitions of the words that they speak. Next one here, right? And this one's a very popular sentiment here. Oh, the lengths that banned players will go to try. This dude can't type. Okay.
Yeah,
The
it's
lengths
like to
that
try.
banned
I'm
players will go
like,
try to get unbanned has always been insane to me. You're willing to spend thousands of dollars in legal fees just to get unbanned from an esport, which has been infamous for its lack of monetary support. No way people love Ultimate that much. Like, these people, they think that the game is just, that's all, the only reason that someone would do this. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's because he was accused of raping 3 women and then they used his full government name and everything. No, crazy. How could someone want to do that? Wow. It's not like that allegation would stick or anything. The next one here, right? And in this person, they say, oh, I wonder why he didn't try to sue when the ban was private. And, you know, you can say this, right? The thing is, though, I would know why. Because from my source, the initial allegation, I'll repeat it again, the initial allegation that was made, there was no allegation of rape. It was more just sexual misconduct. And 2, it was all private. And then the person, you know, the alleged victim, all they said is that they wanted, you know, Last to be banned from just 3 tournaments. That was it. As you can tell, he was still, you know, working with Liquid, doing all the stuff he was doing. So it's like, thinking, you know, if I want to put myself in the shoes, maybe he was like, okay.
I'm sorry.
maybe
Can you pause for a second?
things weren't the best with this girl.
I was just reading chat. Bro, Lemon Tea, you sound like these people. You don't like me.
no.
You don't like me. So anything I say is therefore bad. What is wrong? Like, I've showed so many receipts and other stuff like that. I've made very clear that when I'm making my own statement, I'm saying that I've said all alleged victims, all of that. But because you don't like me, now my information's suspect.
Was he not talking about your source? Or maybe he asked another question.
He said another
I
one.
replied,
Another
talking
one.
about your source.
Another one. Yeah, another one.
Okay.
He's being honest. Like, dude, why would I not be honest? If I'm wrong about this, I give them a free dunk on me. I don't want these people to ever get a free dunk on me for anything. So why would I lie?
The issue is, though, you've already said that you're biased. That's
Yes.
automatically a reason to lie, right? For anyone.
Not
Anyone's
nec-
biased, they've got a reason to lie.
No, I think everyone's biased. I think bias is normal. It's when you
Sure,
it's when,
but then that's the reason, though. You said, why would I lie? And I was like, yeah, bias. For
No.
anyone, being biased is a reason to lie about something, no?
no, I don't think so. I really don't.
So
What?
how would you use bias in this context then?
Yeah.
I think, well, I mean, I think just bias is just something normal to everyone. I think it's just part of us. I don't think it's necessarily a bad or good or bad thing at all. I just think it's just something that exists. I don't think it
mean-
like leads people to bad or good. It's just,
It can impede your investigation if
True.
you're biased. And
Yeah,
don't know how
if
to
you let
handle like if someone came forward with accusations against C4, my mind is immediately going to go down the bias road because I'm friends with him. But I'm sure even with him, like say if he heard something about me, probably there'd be a level of bias. But you need to recognize that and understand that okay, this is my friend, but also they might be a monster. So I need to tread carefully with this situation and handle it with hand it delicately. But
wait,
I
yeah,
think what their concern is that if you're biased and you're too captured ideologically, the same way they are, you might misrepresent the information.
okay, but like, how do you? But again, it's just like I'm just seeing here. You're not saying anything though. Makes it as bad as, huh? I'm saying things, and then here you don't want to lose to them, right? These people are part of the reason that you weren't ranked as a player, right? Doesn't that? It's like you literally don't know what you're talking about. It's not because they like beat me in a video. That's why I can't get ranked. They literally conspired at the top to make it. This has nothing to do with skill or anything. Half of these people don't even play. They're fucking worthless at the game.
I think their point, I could be wrong. I think their point is when you said, why would I lie? That's the reason why you would lie. Whether you feel like they've done you dirty and you want to get, you want to get them back, or you're biased politically, whatever. Everyone has, in a situation like this, everyone has a reason to lie. Everyone, like you said, the Georgia guys, they banned Last without doing the investigation. Then they sent this letter saying that they were sorry, blah blah blah, and you said, I don't believe them. You think they're lying when they've come out and said, oh yeah, we fucked up.
Yeah, because I have the screenshots to show how they did this shit. That's why I'm like, okay, you're full of shit.
But this was saying, I said, why they haven't got a reason to lie about the apology.
Yes, they
because
do.
They're admitting to them to their fuck up.
But they do have a reason to lie.
Why?
Wait, lie? Wait, in what way are they lying? I'm sorry. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so there was the part of the message, and you said something like, this is bullshit. And I said, what part is bullshit? And you said, oh, them apologizing for fucking up what they did to Last. And I was like, okay. I don't see why they would lie about that.
The reason they would lie is because they don't want to be held liable even further. Because there's one thing if you do something by accident, and then you get because like manslaughter versus murder. It's like, that's why you would lie about your intention. Oh, we were just trying to help. It wasn't like, versus, oh, well, we didn't actually give a fuck about this person or what. It's very different. And I feel like a lawyer could really fuck you over if they could prove that you truly just didn't give a fuck. Versus there's different levels of manslaughter. There's the manslaughter where it's truly an accident. A construction worker drops an item and hits someone in the head, they die. Versus someone drunk driving. Both are manslaughter, but they're very different. One is completely by accident. The other is you just didn't give a fuck about anyone, and then someone died.
Right, but what them saying sorry? Okay, no, let me not talk about that. They could have just kept him banned. There wouldn't have been any repercussions, right? Because they're big bad Georgia Smash Corporation. No one's going to stop them, right?
Well, what Last is doing, he could genuinely fuck them over, couldn't he?
I don't know.
Well, yeah,
we'd have to see.
That's the thing. Yeah, I would. Mm-hmm.
Right.
But would you not greatly benefit with it? But it's but the thing is, though, I'm sorry, I don't want to keep responding to this guy. You can come on later if you want to talk. Fine. This is the last time I'll respond to you. But it's but again, you didn't even know what you were talking about beforehand. You've proven that. Saying that, Lily, what you wrote here, that you said that, oh, you don't want to lose to them. That just shows you don't know what you're talking about. So how you can say I'm being dishonest? You're the one being dishonest here. But
wait, he's not being dishonest though. He's just saying that's a reason. He's not saying that's why you're lying. Maybe that's what you're hearing. He's not saying you're lying because you don't want to lose to him. He's saying that would be a reason for you to lie because you said there is no reason for me to lie. That's okay. That's incorrect, right? We have to establish that you do have a reason to lie, right?
Yeah, everyone has a reason to lie. Yeah. But that reason is
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but that reason that's not true. What do you mean by lose to them? I don't play with these people. All the people I don't play with them in games. They're that's what lose. Yeah, it's not be proven wrong, lose, aka playing the game. I don't play the game with these people. And I've already shown that with many of the people who are shitting on me, I literally have never interacted with them, or maybe once or twice. But he didn't bother to even think about it. He just said it. That's why I'm saying he's full of it.
Okay. I think I not defended. I think I got across what Lemon Tea was saying. So I'll let him respond if he wants to, or if he jumps on.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't want to hold this back too long, but yeah.
He's just putting out reasons for why you could do it. And he's not saying that you have done.
But I'm saying that reason he just pulled that out of his ass. That's my point. Because that's just completely false. That's my point. Girl, it's one of those things where it's it's not really provable if I did anything wrong. But let me just take this punishment. I don't even go to these locals anyway to begin with, because he didn't go much anyway. So he's and I still get to do my job and do everything else I love. There, problem solved. I can totally see why he wouldn't sue, because he probably figured, oh, it's not worth it. But Now, when his name is being blasted in public and he's being called a rapist and given death threats a bunch, which I'm going to show later, yeah, I can totally see why he'd want to sue now. Not really crazy to get to that conclusion. It really isn't. And in this one here, him reposting this is so funny and so embarrassing for him. Dog, you dropped the bag in a lawsuit for literally zero reason. You're not getting into another tournament. Your career in Smash is done. Get that name changed and apply to McDonald's. Like, this right here is like, hey, idiot, this right here is the reason. It's like, allegations like this are serious. They tarnish not just someone's reputation, but their name themselves. The fact that you're even like insinuating that he'll need to change his name, that just like alone shows the severity of the crime he's being accused of. Well, of course he's going to fight back. Even if he doesn't, and even let's just say he does prove himself without a shadow of a doubt that he didn't do what's being alleged, he didn't rape anyone, right? It doesn't matter. These allegations are going to stick with him forever. However, though, it is pretty cathartic to know that, you were accused of this and then you were proven innocent in the court of law. So I totally understand why someone would do this, even though their career is still over regardless. Like, genuinely, are these people like real? I don't think they are. And then here's a crazy one, right? That I was saying that I'm gonna.
That was a Chris G take right there.
Wait, what?
They're real people. They're just.
Honestly, bro, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
They're real people. It's just. I think people just talk crazy on Twitter, man. People say crazy, stupid shit on Twitter all the time. It never stops.
Show you death threats. I reported someone already for making a violent threat towards him, but here's another one where this guy says the first person to dome this loser. No, when they say to dome this loser, they mean to shoot him in the head. That's what they mean by to dome this loser. And again, this is not the only person who has been making violent death threats towards him. I reported someone else who did something very similar. So it's like these people, when they amplified this serious allegation, one, his name is basically permanently tarnished. He's always going to be known as a rapist, even if he was proven, not guilty to court. Still going to call him a rapist. And then people are also calling for his death. Like, this is serious. And honestly, I completely support him, taking these people to court. Like, these people think that they can just do whatever they want and no one's going to do anything back to them. As the saying goes, fuck around and find out. So, of course, after that complete PR nightmare, this dumpster fire of a post from Georgia Smash, I then go to the Discord to criticize these people for their horrible ruling. And, bro, here are just some wonderful highlights while I was in the Discord. So, when I initially make my, my criticisms of what they're saying, I then get randomly accused of promoting slavery or something. I then ask this idiot to give me evidence that I ever did that. He then brings up a post. The post, if you even read the post, nothing about the post is me promoting slavery at all. Like, this isn't even relevant to what's even happening. But I'll just explain the context.
Can you see the post?
It's been a while, but I click on it.
Yeah, he brings it up.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so what happened was I was talking with him. He made a post, and then he deleted his. I think because I responded, he deleted his post. But he basically, I'll say it. You can.
Yeah, it's in the video.
It's still in the video. What I remember is that this is what he was saying something to the lines of like only black people have been slaves or something to this sort. And so I retorted and I was like, that's not true. Everyone's been a slave. And is your argument that because blacks were slaves over 150 years ago, that explains why that they're felons now? So that's all I said. Where in this post am I defending slavery? I'd love to hear that. But yeah, I get accused of
Yeah, that's not a defense of slavery.
Yeah, but whatever. I'm just but it's just
I think some people are very emotional when they hear things like that. Um, and
some
I
people.
think, yeah, I think some people are emotional when they hear stuff like that. And I'm not saying some people are like it's any particular race of people, because I've seen loads of people talking on behalf of black people about this sort of thing. I know what you want to say, but I've seen plenty of people on Twitter talking on behalf of black people and these sort of things. But obviously, the slave trade, the history on slave trade is very complex, and it's there's a lot of like winding roads, and it was global. It wasn't concentrated to one place. But the people that, if you come from a particular place, you're probably not going to care about what happened on the other side of the planet. You're going to care about what happened to your people and you. So it's fair to point out the history of things. It's completely fair to point out the history of things, but I think different.
People, it's still on black people. So I've already said that to you. I already said that to you.
Fair enough.
Do you know? I'm not like an expert on this subject, but Toby, do you know if there was any race after black people that were enslaved?
What do you mean? What?
Like the last whole Atlantic slave trade, was there people of other races being enslaved after that finished?
Oh, right now. In Africa, right now. Literally, there's slave markets in Kenya. They showed videos of it. right now.
There was a video. It might have been Kenya. It might probably maybe somewhere else where they were packing kids into like little suitcases and boxes, and they were opening them and finding like kids inside. Yeah, it's still happening. It's still happening in different
and
parts
I think
of the
I
world.
remember looking it up. Like, I think like Mauritania, one of these African nations, like they abolished slavery in like 1950 or 60. Something like really late. So it's just like
but it was black people, right? It wasn't white kids in the suitcases.
No. It was all like black all black
kids.
Africans.
Yeah.
So it's just like the people who are the ones who first banned slavery globally are the ones who are constantly being, yelled at for it. It's like whatever.
When you say the ones, it's one country, right? It's not.
Well, I'm talking about white people as a group here.
Oh no, I was making the point that black people have had it the most recent.
Oh, I mean, well,
the most recent slavery happened to them.
Oh, wait, I'm confused by what you mean by that.
Like the last race of people that were enslaved were black people. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
So what race?
There were white slaves too in America, like white British slaves, the Irish. Plenty of people. They're like, this is what I'm not saying you, but like lots of these black people are they're very ignorant on the history of slavery and anything. They really just think that slavery only happened in this very small place, and it was like only white people who did it, and blah 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 blah. It's like, no, it literally was happening all the time. I'm not saying in the Americas, black people weren't the ones who were the most. Even in the US, it's like, I think it was like 10 to 13% of all of the slaves went in the Americas. The vast majority were below. Haiti. That's why Brazil is so mixed race and all the other places down. And why America isn't. Because way less slaves went there. In fact, I remember hearing this fact that like more African pirates enslaved white Europeans than black slaves came to America by sheer number.
I don't know how true that is, but
I can pull it. Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't got the stats to verify that, but I do know that there have been slaves, non-black, since slavery was abolished for black people. So in America, so. Yeah, it's a conversation that a lot of people find uncomfortable for some reason. I don't really know why.
Really? Come on.
It's just a history thing. Like I don't know why people get up in arms about it. It's not. I don't think we should do the oppression Olympics about this shit.
That's why though. That's why they get offended about it, because when you talk about the real, you are taking away their oppressed status. That's why they don't like you talking about it. These people, they'll have no issue if you exaggerate what happened. That's how you know that they're full of it. If you exaggerate all the stuff that happened to them, they're gonna say, "Oh no, that's not right. This is what really happened." No, so that's why you know they're doing it because they want to keep their protected status, and they want to be that people like bow down to them, shine their shoes, and that's what they want. That's the only reason why you wouldn't want people to be honest to talk about this type of stuff.
Do you know who Fnatic is, Tope?
Yeah, I know.
Have you spoken to him before?
No, but I saw him. I've heard about him before, and I actually bought some of his music. LOL. I know
you should talk to him about slavery.
I saw some of his debates. Yeah, oof.
You should I would actually fucking pay. I would pay-per-view that.
LOL.
You see talking about black people. That would be fucking insane.
Because he's an FBA. I'm not an FBA, and that's the thing. It's like with him, he'll say, Africans are trying to take the out. This is the last thing I'll say. He'll say, many of these, Africans, they will try to take the privilege, or not the privilege, they'll try to take the struggles of the Black American and co-opt it. And it's like, that's true. A lot of Africans do that. They want to pretend like they are like Black Americans when they're not. And that's why I always say I'm Nigerian, not because it's because I don't want to be that person who's like, quote unquote, it's like, I'm not you. I don't have your history. I'm not going to pretend like I have your history. We're different. But people will say, oh, because I'm saying I'm distinguishing, but I am different. And even many FBA people will say I'm different. So what? I'm fine with it.
We don't really have these discussions in the UK, do we? There's not really this divide.
You sure? Because there's a big reason. Because if you did, it would be illegal. Because it would be hate speech.
Why?
No, really? If people wanted to be honest,
discussion.
Have you not seen what's his name? Robinson.
What is he? Does he
Tommy?
Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson.
Yes, I know.
He says the craziest shit constantly. People say these stuff. We just don't have it between black people.
I don't. Yeah, trust me, I know all about his thing. I don't even want to get into that. I don't like him.
I'm just saying that he says crazy stuff about other races. But Mike's saying, black people, we don't have this, we have Caribbean and Africa, but there's not a fucking, you're different black to us. That's not really a thing.
Well, yeah, because the black Brits came in the 60s, around that time. They came very recently, and they're versus Black Americans who have been there for over 100, hundreds of years. Yeah.
We're probably just more liberal, and we just accept all black people as Black British. We're not like you guys, bro.
Well, you guys, them. I'm not part of you. I'm not part of them at all. I'm not. So.
Well, black people in America. That's what I meant by them.
Yeah.
Black people in America are just different to black people in
everywhere else. Yeah, everywhere else.
Probably. Yeah, maybe.
Oh yes. Because they have black. Or I'll just say they have a Black Americans have a massive chip on their shoulder, holy, saying that they're the ones who are the real blacks.
Right to no.
What?
This is not my fucking wheelhouse, but I'm there's some pretty fucked up laws that you had against black people, specifically black people, after slavery.
Okay, but they're by far the best off black people on the planet, though. They're the most privileged ones. By far. It's not even close. It's I'm not even saying that they haven't suffered. I'm not even saying that, but to act like that they are not massively they are literally the richest, they're the most successful. By every metric, they're doing better than literally any other black in the planet. But then they want to act like they're just
percentage though, Tope. It's a percentage of the black people. It's not all the black people.
No, of all the
black people in America that are doing all right. Sure.
Yeah, as a group, Black Americans are doing better than any other group of blacks on the planet. Better than Africans, better than Jamaicans, Haitians, Black Brits, everyone. And it's not even close.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I can't argue. I'll grant it.
Yeah, we're too British for this.
Slavery.
Yeah.
Then I get accused of being an Andrew Tate dick rider. Some reason. I'm not even a fan of Andrew Tate like that, but you see, this is what we actually call a buzzword. Chris G, when you say to people that, They're just yelling buzzwords and just stupid shit in your face. See, this is an actual example of a buzzword. Because when someone says you're an Andrew Tate supporter, what they mean is that you're an incel and you're blah blah red pill blah. That's actually a buzzword. Again, no proof of this at all. Whatever. So yeah, I get accused of
Are you a fan of Andrew Tate?
not even. Not really. I watch red pill content at times. Like I like someone like Myron more than Tate. Because
You're a
Myron's
fan of Myron?
well, I watch him more. Like Tate's really not like because I'm into politics like that. Tate doesn't really talk politics too much. Someone like Myron's way more well read in that stuff, so he speaks about that more. So
Interesting.
Fair play.
Did you see the last thing about it's gay to live with your girlfriend?
oh.
Yeah, I saw that. I couldn't believe it.
I see.
I'm glad you laughed, Pepe.
I
That was
don't
the correct
think he
answer.
believes
Glad
that.
you laughed.
I don't think he believes that.
I think he does, sir.
No, I think exactly what you saw on Sneako's Twitter, where we saw what he was typing into ChatGPT. I think it's very possible that a lot of these Manosphere guys are typing in what can get me the most clicks. Because I'll be honest with you, I saw that clip because it was such an insane thing to say that I was like, I can't look away. And I think it's very possible that Sneako's little slip up, I've just exposed the whole thing as
He's not. But the thing is, though,
charade.
Sneako's not even red pill. He's not even.
No,
you're
but
not.
it's not necessarily about the red pill. It's about asking ChatGPT to give you extreme takes or ways to like blow up a particular tweet or a video. That is an outrageous thing to say. It's gay to live with your girlfriend. The sentence don't even make any sense.
I get what he's trying to say.
Okay, go ahead.
What he's like, because the point is, I don't want to go off topic anymore. I'm sorry.
No, please. I would love to hear this one.
All right, but this is the last time I'll do it. All right, but what he's just basically saying, where it's like, I think it was shown that, like, of course, when you're with your wife and when you're with you do lose your testosterone, especially when you have kids and that stuff. And when testosterone is really how do I say this? It really helps men.
Testosterone? How are you saying that I'm losing testosterone because I live with my missus?
I think it's mostly when you have children. That's mostly.
Right.
And I think it's literally it's like a chemical, because when you're, I don't know the exact specifics about it, but basically testosterone is what makes men so like daring, free thought, like they have all these crazy ideas that they do, very adventurous. And so his thing is, okay, if he wants men to really, get their shit and do all that stuff, be powerful, be successful, be rich, then live with your guy friends, you go bouncing ideas off each other, getting shit done. I guess that's where he's coming from.
But how does it make you gay?
Well, when he says gay, he just means like feminine or feminine. I've watched these guys long enough that when I hear what they're saying, I don't just take it at face value, because I've heard what they're saying. I heard what they say. So that's what they mean. Obviously.
I'm laughing at
like when they say gay, they don't literally mean like homosexual. They mean like that you're feminine, you're pussy whipped, that type of thing.
Do you believe what they're saying to be true?
Like what part? I don't.
Do you think that I have become more feminine since moving out of my old place in with my missus?
I don't know your situation. We're just talking general. When I said it was like general stuff, I can pull that up later. I think it was that. Yes, I think I said specifically when your wife is pregnant and you have children, as a man, your testosterone will just precipitously drop, especially because of the child. I think it like makes you want to stay more versus like just going off to go with some other chick. I think that's like literally a genetic thing, a biological.
Not cheating on your girl.
Yeah, like to make you, yeah. It literally will make you quote unquote more feminine. which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Wait,
in
so
this
are you
context.
more feminine to be loyal to your girl?
No, but it's feminine because, like, women generally aren't the ones sleeping around. It's men because they're built to do so. Men are biologically built to spill their seed, right? But is that the best process of making an advanced society? Obviously not.
You have to prove that.
Hmm?
I think you have to prove that.
Wait, prove what?
The men are built to. What did he say?
They're built
Spread
to
their
impregnate.
seed.
Yeah, that's literally how they're built. Like, they have sex, they impregnate, and they're not the ones getting pregnant. They can, like, men can impregnate thousands of women. Can women impregnate? Like, no.
No, but there's men that fire blanks, but they're still men.
I know, but that's what's the word I'm looking for? That's not most men.
Do you think that this is gonna sound crazy to everyone in stream chat, but I know Tope is gonna get the reference, and C4 probably will as well. Do you think that a female's orgasm matters?
Oh my god!
I'm just curious.
I'm going
No, C4 say right there, bro.
Yeah, that's Myron. Yes, that's Myron. Yes. It
Orgasm matters, Tope?
That's just such a crazy question to ask.
I'm just curious. We're gay for living with our girls.
Call me Cindy, bro.
Again,
I'm not C4 anymore. I'm Cindy. I've got a kid.
What Myron was saying in that is that it's a man's quote unquote. I'm being as scientific as possible here. That a woman climaxing is not necessary to have a child. Only a man needs to. But he said
you're not going to impregnate, because Myron's not going around impregnating women, right? So in that instance, does his orgasm matter if he's not actually using his sperm to create a child?
Well, those are two different things, though.
No, they're not, because he's saying that his orgasm matters.
He's saying men in general, not just him.
Yeah, in general. Like, in general, do any of our orgasms really matter if we're not looking to have a child at that time? Because Myron is out here with 4 different girlfriends, 8 different girls a night. He's out here in Miami doing crazy things. But if we're using his logic, why does his orgasm matter in that particular situation, or any other guys, if you're not just having kids?
No, but that's what he's saying. He's saying it matters because that's what's actually necessary to have a child to propagate the human species. That's all he's saying. That's it.
Tope, you've seen the clip.
I did see the clip, and that's what he means. That's literally, he's being hyperbolic, of course. But what he's really meaning is that only a man has to climax to have a child. Therefore, and having children is what makes society and humanity go on. Therefore, a man's orgasm is what only matters. That's what he means by that. You don't have to agree. Huh?
What do you think about that?
Well, factually, he's correct in what he's just said. Yeah, only a man needs to do that to have a child. But obviously, you should want to make your girl happy. This is what I mean. He's being it's rage bait. It's hyper. He's being hyperbolic, and people are just falling for it.
Well, I'm not raging over it. I thought it was fucking hilarious, to be honest with you, that someone would even say that. He ain't rage baiting me.
I don't know, bro. You seem pretty.
I don't know, C4. Do I look like I'm angry? Come on.
No, but you
earlier, you was definitely angry.
Yeah, you were locked in. Like, you remember this shit really well.
I wanted.
Wait, hold on. When was I angry?
I mean, comically angry when you was asking Tope, like, basically, am I a girl? That's basically what he was asking. Like, you saying I'm a female, and then you started clenching your hands together, and I was like, oh.
No, I wasn't getting angry. I was losing hope.
Okay, fair.
Oh my god!
It was the clenched hands when you was trying to get him to say, like, just say you think I'm a pussy, and he just wouldn't say it.
No. I wasn't getting angry. I was.
Bro,
I was perplexed.
I've seen these guys' content for years, and obviously, when you watch their content, they explain what they're saying, but you have to watch the content. You do. But they say it, obviously, the clip farm. That's why they're saying it. But the point is that what they're saying has a kernel of truth to it. Duh. That's the point.
I agree.
That's all. That's literally all he's saying. Like, of course, he's saying it to be edgy. Yeah. Because
Myron,
saying what I said is not going to get a clip. What he said will.
I think Myron's actually really smart, and he
Yes.
knows that he's taken a lot of technical wins. That's what most of these things are like. You have to be super literal. So like the whole a man coming or having an orgasm is the most important because that's how you reproduce. That's like a technical. Yeah, you're correct. Like he does a lot of those.
Yeah. I know. I understand the MO. It's just
Mm.
I understand Myron's MO. I understand what's going on there, and obviously he's super successful in what he's done. But I always look at the people listening to it and taking it in and being like, yeah, her orgasm doesn't matter, or like you're gay because you live with your girl, and saying it very literally. I'm like, yeah, you're not Tope, but just people in general. Like I just look at them sideways.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
with the people, it's like you do have to be able to discern, but a lot of people cannot discern. But is that really their fault in a way? It's like if you can't discern, there's so many like at a certain point, it's like, come on, it's obviously like clip farming. Duh.
Mad.
Saz,
Say
is
that out
that
loud.
Sazalaporo? I think that's the Bleach character, right? Sazalaporo. Thank you for the $5. I stand. Do you want to read this out, Tope?
Okay, why can't you read it though?
Well, it's for you.
Do you have an issue with Israel, bro? It was
No,
you
I
read
got
all.
issue with
Hold on. You read all the stuff. Read this out then. I have no issue reading that.
Hmm.
I stand with Tope. Much love from Israel.
Okay, why was that so hard?
That wasn't hard. It was
Hold on. Why'd you? He didn't tell me to say it. He said it there. You read that shit.
Why would you say that? Well, why were you trying? What are you trying to say?
What do you mean? Every
You trying to
time.
get me in trouble, son.
Why would you get,
stream taken down?
dude? What? Why would that? If he said something,
I'm playing.
Oh.
Chill, relax.
No, but like you're all this stuff. I'll say it too. I stand with Tope and much love from Israel. Okay, does that mean I support Israel? What does that mean? Yeah,
Come on,
whatever.
What's that?
you gotta read the super chat as well now. Otherwise, they're gonna think that something's going on.
But you're
Ain't
anti-Semitic.
No
so-
way, bro. Ain't no way. I'm good. I'm good.
Damn.
You know what? It's there's too much religion coated into
What do you mean, bro? Israel has nothing to do with that. Nothing.
You sure about that?
Yep. They say it, so I believe it.
Alexi, thank you for the $5. He says his orgasm matters for reproductive reasons, but he isn't using it for reproductive reasons. So why does it matter?
That's just missing the point entirely. All right, bro. He's just saying it matter of factly. It's not like
He's
But
doing
I think the thing is that like I'm pretty sure when they were having the conversation, he was saying that like the girls that he's with don't orgasm, and he does, but he's
Skill
not
issue.
reproducing. Yeah, skill. Yeah, okay, fair. But he hasn't got any kids, right? So in that instance, why does his orgasm matter? I think that's what Lex
Yeah.
is saying. That's fair because he was saying that the girls that he gets with, they don't orgasm because it doesn't matter. He does his thing and he keeps it moving. That's not really fair, is it?
I mean, he's probably wearing a condom or something, yeah. But
Tope saying the principle of ejaculating is the goal,
That's the point. That's
primary
the
function.
point.
That's the W. Yeah. He's
yeah.
not talking about specifically Myron. He's talking about the
Mm.
act. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's-
I'm reading. Oh, hold on, I'm reading this here from your friend over here. I was sweating. What are you? Okay, I'll say it again, Mike. Every single super chat that's been going in, unless the person is directly saying for me to say something, he's read it off. So when you
That's not
posted
true.
that, basically, what do you mean? Like literally, damn near every single. What do you mean? Stop.
Most
That's
of them.
No,
Nah,
I'm
You've
playing.
literally read damn near most of all the super chats.
I'm playing. I saw the super chat. I thought I'd get a rise out of you for saying that. So consider yourself.
Don't
dated.
worry. We will find something Tope won't say.
See, like
find
sweating.
something.
It's just like.
It'll be in the Bible for sure. But we'll find something.
All
Me
right, let's
saying
get-
like
let's get
you know,
back to the
you
video.
saying that doesn't like mean you support or love or like that's just so people have just become so brain rotted on on that topic. I wish can we go back? Can we go back to the time when it was back in the corners of the internet and it was actually like something instead of now? Now everyone says the stupidest shit possible about it every fucking time, and it's just like all the 4chan memes are now just mainstream, and it's just like it's not funny anymore. It sucks. This shit sucks, dude. Make new jokes. Make new jokes. It's boring now. It's fucking boring.
I know how Jay feels. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Promoting slavery. I then get accused of being an Andrew Tate supporter. And then Trout just randomly, he starts talking to me. And I guess he's trying to be the reasonable guy here. But it's like, guys, remember, this was the same guy that when their initial Georgia Smash post was being made, this idiot at like 2:21 in the morning, his first comment was the shit on technical. You can't do that and then expect me to think that you're a serious human being here. Please, like, miss me with that shit. He's over here saying, oh, well, Technicals doesn't care about victims and just uses them for content. And and you care? Like, you don't care yourself. You're the one who doesn't care. Again, Technicals had nothing to do with this case because he spoke about it. Now you feel the need to bring him in here somehow. It's like, again, that guy called me an Andrew Tate dick rider. If anything is true, Technicals lives in these niggas' heads rent free. So let's get the record here again. So then first, I get accused of promoting slavery. Second, I get, labeled an Andrew Tate dick rider. And then Trout's doing this to me. And as I'm talking with him, with other people, I then just randomly just get banned. I literally, they banned me from the Discord. I then, I go under a Smurf account and I see what the hell happened. And of course, guess who it is? Want to guess who was the person who banned me? Ah, yes, it was Bumble, the de facto leader of the Georgia Smash Leadership Discord. And he over here just says, oh, I'm banned from the server and that I'm annoying. No warning. It's just like, oh, all right. Like nothing. There was no warning or anything. He just bans me out of nowhere. And then what's really fucking hilarious? Really hilarious is that after this guy, Guapo, someone in our scene, he says I should kill myself. Which just
not with the obsession avatar as well, man. Unbelievable.
I didn't even notice that.
And the two 100s, that's fucking toxic.
The two 100s of the head nods and the Indy Navarrete profile picture is crazy.
Bro, I knew her from crazy. Superman and Lois, not from Obsession. But
you're not seen Obsession?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, you're missing out. Great film.
You don't need to.
No, you do. Don't listen. You haven't even seen it yet.
I know,
bro. You
No,
you do. Obsession is now the highest grossing.
It beat Sinners. Woo!
It's the highest grossing low budget horror film ever. Or something.
Hell yeah!
Some ridiculous metric. But my man over here won't watch it for some reason. Him and Chad won't watch it, and I don't know why. It's a great film.
I get the premise.
That movie was great. She did a great job. Give that girl an award. Anyway, yeah, this message is crazy.
I think it's funny. Honestly, I don't really care too much.
But you have to care. This is the problem. Like that's why these guys keep getting away with it. They keep wishing death on people that they don't like, and then banning people for saying mean words.
Well, I mean,
no sense.
I mean, technically, he isn't wishing death on me. He is saying I should kill myself. And I say that technically, KYS, that technically isn't saying, oh, it's not like you said, I'm going to kill you. No,
I mean,
I think it's funny.
You're strengthening your opponents, bro.
Yeah, well done.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that it's like this alone, I wouldn't ban someone for. I'm just going to be honest. If they said, I want to kill you, yeah, that's a ban. But say, oh, kill yourself or something. I honestly could care less. I could care less.
Okay.
Because like people say this shit all like okay, I don't want to do because everyone says it's fine, but like it's technically not the same as
you're just giving them a loophole and they're gonna take it. When you get inundated with people saying this, and then sure, I know it doesn't bother you, Or you're just giving the fucking you're giving the card. Just
Yeah,
say
it might bother somebody that actually does have real mental health issues and does have like suicidal thoughts, and then they say these things because they, I don't know, maybe they support Trump or something. Us saying it's okay to say this is just going to cause a problem.
Well, okay. When I say
I'm-
okay, I mean that like I wouldn't like ban them or like or get them arrested for that. That's what I mean. Yeah, fair enough.
I know you're saying that obviously they're not gonna do anything, but yeah, it's not. I think for someone who likes principles, I think this is a principle you should fucking stand by. This is an like.
Well, I'm saying it's technically not. It's technically not inciting violence. That's my point because it's telling someone else to do something, or not even that. It's telling you to do something to yourself. Yeah, you're not calling for people to kill you. I don't even.
You're not calling for people to kill you, but you are calling for self-harm.
Which is technically not the same.
It's technically not the same, but it's still bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
And it's still harm.
Fair, but it's not. Yeah. It's.
Do you not look at this as a death threat?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I really don't. Like, I'd love to be, but I don't.
If the shoe was on the other foot, and
Yeah.
you guys on your side were saying this to one of them, you'd get cooked.
Oh
And
yeah.
Our point here is that Smash TO is run by people that are like, I would call them tyrants at this point. And if you're gonna like let them off saying dumb shit like this, then they are gonna weaponize that and they will use it against you guys. You can't let them off. Just because you guys are not as affected by words or whatever, you can't tell people in the community to kill themselves. Point blank, period. That's just not on.
I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. I don't think it's the same thing as because I mean I hear someone like LTG say this, or like Sikander, all these people. It's like, come on, I don't really.
Yeah, but LTG and Sikander won't kill themselves because
No, but they
have
tell
an
tell
idea of-
other people to kill themselves.
Yeah, Sikander shouldn't be saying that shit. I've told Sikander before he shouldn't say it. It's not, you shouldn't tell people that because one day someone might do it, and then what are you gonna say? Right, it's a joke. Have you never been on 4chan or whatever? Okay, cool, but you got like you're trying to run a community here. You've got a bunch of whack jobs that are running it, and they're saying this stuff, but then banning you because you said you made a comment about a drag queen. I'm
Yeah,
sure
what I
made.
Mhm.
Your comment, it doesn't matter what the comment is. I'm sure it annoyed them, but the idea that they would say, go kill yourself, I think that's acceptable. And you guys saying, oh, it's kind of funny, you're just giving them an out.
I'm saying that neither speech should be banned. That's what I'm saying.
But one,
I should be able to tell them to do that and not be banned. But I'm not going to because I know for a fact if I did, or if I even called them a retard, and they would ban me, and they'd use that as an excuse.
if you told someone to kill themselves and then they actually did, do you think you should be banned?
No, because it's just like, I mean, I think the context does matter. If you're over here on your disco, if you're over here playing and someone like you lose and then you throw your controller and then someone says, "Ha, you suck," and then you're like, oh, okay, obviously that's not the same thing as like what happened with like Hacks, where if those people told him to kill himself, that's a very different situation. You know the person, you know that he's not mentally well. There's a difference. I think context.
What if they
does
said it was a
matter.
joke?
But again, but that's different though, because the context is different, because the person that you're with, you know that they truly could actually, like, there's a truly legitimate chance that they could do it. This is not just some
What
random.
if somebody does it, but you didn't know they had mental health issues?
And again, this is one of those things where it's like, I guarantee you virtually no one has just said because someone said kill yourself, they actually did. It's usually something very sustained. They're targeting this person. They're actively hurting them, like actively like bullying them, actually hurting them. And then after a while, then they kill themselves. It's not just, oh, someone said kill yourself, and they just like a lemming, they just like die immediately. They just kill themselves. Oh, well, that guy on the internet told me to kill myself, so guess I'm gonna just take some.
We know that these things are a natural progression. We know that if people keep on saying it, more people will keep on repeating it, and it could get to the person. But the point is that it starts somewhere. And if this is ground zero, you might not take your own life, but there will be somebody that this negatively affects. And I'm sure it's very fringe, or it's very like It's a very low chance, but the off chance that it does happen, that's one life too many. So the stance should be, don't tell people to kill themselves. And you're using the example of a game like in Call of Duty, right? They've just released Black
or like
Ops.
Street Fighter, so like
Yeah, they've got voice chat. People are saying crazy things, but in the context of the match, and when people are playing Call of Duty, no one actually means it's not directed at anybody. No one really knows anyone there. People are just saying crazy things. But these guys know you. They know that you're part of the Smash scene. They've shown they've shown a willingness to say violent things to people and push violent rhetoric. I don't think they should be excused, especially when they're banning you guys. You guys are all getting banned, but you don't want to hold their feet to the fire because you find it funny. I think you got to look at the situation much larger than yourself.
Okay, see, this is where I disagree. Trust me, I'm holding their feet. Like, I think all these people should be banned. Not for this though, for other shit. It doesn't mean, oh, trust me, I'm holding their ass to the fire. But this, I just, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay. I'm just sorry. We're never gonna agree on this. I just think people just, obviously, we should not be telling people who are genuinely like mentally ill or have to do that. But it's like, one, I don't think people are just going around just doing that because someone told them out on the online. I think people should also just, I don't want to be a boomer here, but it's like, come on. Like, this feels like such a first world issue. It's
like I said, in certain contexts, it's different. When you're in a COD lobby and everyone's screaming at each other, it's completely different than sitting in a Discord and you guys congregating and talking about somebody like this. I don't think they're the same thing.
Okay, oh, yeah, of course. Like, I put that on a spectrum. Like, the LTG thing, that's one thing. This is in the middle of them what happened with hacks. I think, like, it's in the middle.
But which way does it more likely lean? Like, which way is it going to go?
You would probably say with the hacks, I would honestly say more with LTG.
Okay.
That's just my opinion, though. But hey, if they did get banned for this, I'm not going out of my way to defend them. I just would. But if someone banned them, I'm like, oh, okay, wonderful.
Can I say two things real quick and then I'll jump off? I've got I was planning to stay until fucking 12. It's free now.
Yeah.
Sorry, big dog. Hey, you had that long convo with me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not blaming anyone but myself. It's definitely my own fault. One thing is, the first one's a question is a real quick one. Do you think this person would be upset, neutral, or happy if you actually did kill yourself, Tobe?
Oh, they'd probably be happy.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. That's why I think it's not good that they're saying it, because like you said, if they said this and then they were actually sad, then you could say, oh, it was a joke, they didn't mean it. If they were neutral, I'd be like, that's a bit still kind of fucked up. But if they will be happy that you did this, then I would say that's basically a threat, because they're hoping that you die. They're just doing it in a way that they're not culpable. They're not saying, I'm going to kill you. They're going to be like, if you killed yourself, that would make the world a better place. I think that's pretty fucked up. Also, we probably shouldn't think about mental illness as something like you're born with. You could be actually, I don't even use you, so I don't want to put that fucking shitty energy out there. But if someone says it to someone and they're fine, up until they're like 25, and then they have one bad day and this gets to them, it's not a case of that this gets erased from your mind when you're in a good place. You could have like a really bad day, like something happened in your family, blah, blah, blah. And then all the times people have said this can grate on you. So you shouldn't just be like, well, if they're mentally, stable, you can say anything to them, because one day they might not be. And then all this shit will like just could make them crack. Like, we're not born, well, most people aren't born with like mental illnesses. They get it. And it could be something like that triggers them.
Yeah,
most of the time that's not the case, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm completely in agreement with C4 here. Like, and I think ultimately there needs to be a level of consistency. I was going to say just before C4 goes, actually, this was the main bulk of it that I wanted to cover, because the last part is just mainly Tope giving his thoughts on like hacks and everything, which is kind of stuff we've spoken about already. Okay. So not to like rehash it. So we can wrap up in a minute anyway. But I was going to say that these people they're going to be vitriolic towards you, right? And they're gonna wish violence on you and whatnot. And I think that letting them off is doing your side of the conversation a disservice. I think that even if you are not threatened by them, or you don't feel like you're in any danger, or you think it's funny, I don't really understand how you guys can shrug it off when they treat everybody else with, they treat them like they're a war criminal for saying something a little bit edgy on Twitter.
Yeah, I obviously disagree. Like, huh? I don't know why you're telling me this. Like, yeah, obviously, I think they're fucking hypocrites for that. Then, yeah, if you're gonna get up my ass because I said something just like very nominally right wing, you can't then be fine with helping people to kill them. Like with Guapo, that nigga in particular, right? Because what happened was I made a post calling him out. He then on Discord said, "I stand by what I said," but then he deletes the post. So I'm just like, come on, you're a bitch. Like you're such a bitch.
Well, they either delete the post or they post something and block you immediately so you can't respond. Always love those ones. But yeah, I think the video in all is probably the best video you've put out on your channel. I think it's pretty well informed. Curious to know who the source is, but I know you can't give them up. But yeah, it was a good video. I do think that this is something that people need to really consider when it comes to the people that are running Smash Bros. What they did to Lost was really, really fucked up. Super fucked up. Like that is the kind of fucked up that he probably won't ever recover from. Truly, that is always going to follow him around. I hope he takes them to court, and I hope that they go into the discovery phase and we get to see what they were really saying in those DMs to each other, because I think that there was something foul going on here with the people that came forward and the people in charge. It happened all too quickly. It was too, what's the best word to describe this? It was too, is that too concise? Like it was too like quick. Like it just felt planned. It stinks. It doesn't feel like an organic situation. It feels like it was all planned out. 3 days or 90 minutes is way too fast to make a decision when there's 50 pages to go through. We get Google Docs here that are 20 pages and we're here for 7 hours. We're here for 7 hours. So if they did it in 90 minutes, and the thing is, we will debate it for 7 hours and then we'll debate it off stream as well. That we'll continue talking in private DMs or whatever for days. And they came to a conclusion in 90 minutes. That don't make no sense to me.
Yeah.
And of course, this is all alleged, but I believe him. I do believe the guy because they have done shit like this before to other people. Like what I don't want to talk about rank, but like what they did with him is just like, no, his wish is he doesn't want me to talk about it too much. So, but yeah, they've done multiple people, and then even with me, the multiple things they've done to fuck me over. Again, I don't want their sympathy. I don't even want anything from them. It's just that they have actively fucked over my career. So that's why I don't like them. But yeah, you don't want to play the last bit here?
What, the last 15 minutes? I feel like, from what I remember, I feel like we've gone over this already, because you talk about hacks, you talk about the CSRP, and then you like give your thoughts on like the bigger picture. But I think that unless I missed something, I feel like we've covered all of that already. Do you think? No?
I mean, I haven't really talked much about the CSRP. Like in the CSRP, like, there's actually a bit where I'm talking about how Bumble was literally like part of the CSRP. That's a big part because it's like people, honestly, because the thing is that people love to say, like even technicals. Like I had an issue with technicals with this because technicals was always pro the CSRP. MRA, and all these people. But when I and many other people saw it, we all just like, this is bullshit. We just
Could
saw.
you just explain to the chat what the CSRP is?
Okay. So what the CSRP?
Wait, before you do that, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to try and stay awake and listen in the chat though.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Sorry, we kept you here for 3 hours longer.
It's my fault. I asked too many dumb questions. And Tope likes to answer my dumb questions, so it's my fault.
You like playing in the mud too much.
I fucking love the mud. All the fucking slop. Give it to me.
No, I appreciate you being on, bro. Are you on tomorrow for Yaya's thing?
I probably will. Yeah, I already said I would be. So yeah.
Yeah, if you
I'll be
can't,
here.
don't worry about it because I know you've been there much longer. But yeah, just let me know.
All right, cool. Yeah, just let me know what time he wants to start, and I'll be about. But yeah,
You know, I
just,
genuinely have to ask, bro.
confirm
You
that.
guys just happen to just like you just do this after your job and everything because it just seems like you guys just have so much time.
Yeah, I guess so. Like I worked I worked from 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. today. Then I went to the gym. Then I went and got my girl some snacks and some food. Sat with her for a bit and then streamed. Gonna wake up. Tomorrow I got the day off, which is why I could sit here for so long. But yeah,
All right.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
fine.
I work
much
from
every
like
day.
9 to 5 every, but yeah, but I think okay, but I don't want to keep you here too long, C4. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Yeah, I've got like 5 hours sleep, work, school run, kids, and then
Honestly, I was
listen to Yaya chat
ready.
some shit.
Yeah, I was ready for this shit to take way longer, but it seems like we're probably going to be done in at least like 30 minutes to an hour at my latest,
Cool.
absolute latest.
Is it,
Yeah.
bro? I wanted someone to call in, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Or
Who
Mike,
did
are
you
you
wanna-
down
who
with
did
that?
you want?
I can do maybe like one or two. Honestly, if Alexa, any of these people, or I mean, hey, I called these niggas out on Twitter. Of
Yeah.
course, none of them came. Of course, like
That's the people I wanted. The people we called out on Twitter. I wanted to see them. turn
That's
up.
really who I wanted, but of course, but I mean, I knew they weren't gonna come because nothing they've done is defensible, and they couldn't because like Trout in particular was always like, oh, this guy like he was like, oh, this nigga, he's never called out anyone in person. Go take some Ozempic. It's like, bro, just call me fat. Don't say the Ozempic. Like that's such a cop out. Like just call me fat, bro. It's all right. All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing call-ins, but only if it's for someone that has a point of contention, not someone to just reiterate what we've spoken about. Because I thought it would just be beating a dead horse at that point. We've kind of tread that ground already. So if one of those guys by the time we finish this does show up and they DM you, then let me know. Or if someone in chat has a real point of contention with anything Tope has said and they want to say it to him. But if it's just to agree, then it's a little bit pointless.
Bro, like no one's gonna agree with me.
I mean, me and C4 kind of agree with most of the stuff he said. Not agree, but like I don't feel like he said much wrong in the video. He just pointed some stuff out, provided that the source is accurate on some of the things. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the video.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we really disagreed about the video is that we think that you shouldn't let them take the piss and give you deference, technically, quote unquote.
Yeah.
We think you should be, going in harder. Pause.
Pause.
Come on, we're grown ass men. We gotta stop saying pause.
It's the chat, bro. I don't do it any other place. But it's my chat.
Yeah, okay.
You gotta say pause. You gotta say pause. You have to say pause because Urban Boy's lurking. So when people come to fact check to see, oh, did he really say that? Then they'll hear the pause and they'll be like, oh, okay, he's cool. He's all right.
Self-preservation. That's all it is.
All right.
Thank you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit, bro.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay, so you want to play this this last portion here.
Yeah, honestly, don't play the whole because I get it, we disagree on hacks, but it's more so later in the let me actually pull up the video on my end because it's specifically the part about the CSRP that I really because we've talked about hacks. Or have we? I don't even remember if we did like that.
We've spoken about hacks. We all agree what happened to him was abhorrent.
Yeah, but yeah, my thing is that more that it's uniquely like left wing shit because like people like you, like even you and technicals both do that. Oh, well, politics, both sides are bad. Blah blah blah. Like both sides just get their politics out of it, but it's like, I think you should play the whole thing. I think.
Well, here's the thing with the politics argument. I agree with you. At least when it comes to America, I don't think you guys can divorce yourselves from your politics when it comes to playing games or anything for that matter. I don't think you guys are at the point where you can go into a room with someone that's left wing and someone that's right wing and genuinely be able to sit there and play the game.
But that's not true. It's only one side like this. We can play the game with these people.
Let me give you my pushback because in some of the more right wing discords that I've seen, they do say some crazy shit about trans people and that, and obviously they're not going to appreciate it. They're not
Like-
going to want to sit next to somebody that is taking the piss out of them because they don't agree with the way they see the world, or they're saying, oh, you know, that guy, that or that guy or that woman, whatever. I can see that Adam's apple. I've seen the discussions in some of these discords. They're not pushing violence. I'll give them that. There's nothing violent in there. But I can understand why someone from the other side might be like, I don't want to sit next to this guy. He's always cussing me out in his Discord saying nasty shit about me. Why the fuck would I want to sit next to him? There's no middle ground. You guys won't be like, okay, let's try to be more creative with our jokes. Let's not attack the way they see themselves or their political views. And they won't give any ground on the violence talk and all that shit. So I do think it's on both
Okay,
sides.
all right. No, do you see how crazy you just
hold on,
you just see how what you just did? Like,
No,
oh
but yeah,
well,
let me finish.
won't fine. Just,
I'm not saying that they're on the same level. Obviously, them saying that they're going to brick people is far worse than you guys saying nasty things about them. I agree with you. Telling someone if you show up to a tournament, I'm going to dome you is insane. That's way worse. If it was on a scale, they'd be right near 10. But what I'm saying is that you guys also don't want to give any ground when it comes to how you approach them. You do want to rip into them, make fun of the way they look, make fun of the way that they see the world. And if they don't appreciate that, then I don't understand how you guys will ever find middle ground.
bro, it's just like people make fun of how we see the. That's just literally how, bro. Again, you're not right wing, so you don't understand this. Literally everywhere in my life, my politics have if I said the things that I truly believe in Britain, I'd be fucking arrested. Not because I'm Fed posting, but because it's literally illegal to say it, sir. So it's like people shit on right wingers all the time. You know what we do? We fucking deal with it. We're not bitches about it. But these people, anyone actually makes a really scathing critique towards them, they can't handle it, and they pretend like it's violent in some way. And it's like, get a fucking grip, bro. It's like, it's more even crazy when it's like these people are fucking delusional. It's like, really, look at someone like Vicky Viper calling themselves a pain slut pup. I have to take that. If I don't make I can't make fun of that. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, what?
Go watch Technical's video. They call themselves a pain slut pup.
What does that mean?
They like findom, some bullshit that they dress up in a puppy gimp outfit.
Wait, what's findom?
Go look it up.
I'm not typing that in. That sounds. No, I'm good. I'm all right.
But these people are fucking freaks. but guys, you can't make fun of them. It's like, look at someone like that.
But I think what Vicky Viper specific situation, I don't know what findom is or any of that stuff, but when you're saying stuff like I can't even say it on YouTube, but the way you would describe a transgender person in a derogatory way.
Do you see the thing though? You can't even say it on YouTube. But anything you want to shit on right-wing people, you can say it. No problem. You don't have to worry about that. See the fucking difference? That's the difference.
No, I'm not saying that I'm not saying there's not a difference, although I'm pretty sure trans person can be right-wing, right?
No.
Isn't what's that YouTuber called?
Blair White?
Blair White.
They're not. No, they're not. They are. See, this is what I'm talking about. Bro, no, they're not. They are a classic. That's like saying Dave Rubin is right wing. They're all classical liberals. All of them. Holy.
Okay. Well, that's what they call themselves, so I took them as
they are not. No, not even remotely. Bro, holy. If a black can be Republican, then yes, a trans can. No.
So are you saying a transgender person cannot be right wing?
No, they cannot. They cannot actually be right. No, especially in this context. No.
Can you explain that? Because that doesn't make any sense.
It's one of those things. It's like they literally reject fundamental reality. It's like, it's not even like being. I'm black. You're black. C4 is black. That's an actual thing. They are not who they say they are. At all. it's just one of those things where it's just like, no, like they are so far off the rocker. It's like, no, it's not even. It's not like.
So wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. So if a transgender person holds all the same political beliefs as you, and also supports right-wing parties or supports Trump, because they are
Trump.
the mere fact that they're transgender disqualifies them.
See, find me a trans person that quote unquote agrees with. They literally cannot, because I'm. That's just not possible. That's clearly not. That's just not possible. Tell me one who does. I'd love to see it.
You want me to give you? I can't give you a name of a particular person. I don't really follow your, the Netflix show that is America every day with what you guys are doing. But I'm sure there are trans people that are right. You guys, surely you
They're
guys,
not
maybe someone in
right-wing.
the chat knows.
They're not right wing. Like just like Dave Rubin's not right wing. No, and it's like Trump isn't right wing.
Oh,
He's
Caitlyn
never-
Jenner, that's a good one. Yeah, Caitlyn Jenner wasn't Caitlyn Jenner a Trump supporter?
Just Trump is not right wing. He's never been right wing.
Wait?
Trump is a liberal. Like, he's just a classical liberal. Again, leftists have just gone so far left that that I think anyone who's not that is right wing. Trump is a classical liberal. By the holy Trump. That's why it's so funny when I see all these people yell at Trump. It's like Trump has not changed. He's been the same since he was back in the 80s. It's just you niggas have gotten so insane that he looks like he's right wing because he has these just basic beliefs. Republican does not mean right wing, you idiot. It's like that's just... Did you not listen to what I said where right and left wing comes from? It's like you do realize that Democrats back in the 60s, the shit that they said would make Joe Biden is more right wing. It was more right wing back in the 60s than Trump ever was. So what is
The
your
chat is so split right now. Half the chat saying you're spitting, the other half is saying you're stupid.
the other
I don't understand.
the other side
your
has
politics are so alien to me, because if I ask an American one thing on Tuesday and then ask him something on Wednesday, they say completely different things.
Because
so
those
Trump is not right wing now.
He's Republican, but he's never been right wing. Republican and right wing are not the same thing. They never have been.
Okay, but I
Because there's
understand that.
again,
I just didn't know
yeah.
that Trump was not considered right wing.
Well, people will consider him that, but they're just wrong. They're just people who I would say are actually right wing. Are people like Peter Brimelow, people like Pat Buchanan, people like Joseph Sobron, people but you've never heard of these people. Hell, I'd even call someone like Ben Shapiro someone that's actually somewhat right wing. But not Trump.
Somewhat right wing. I thought he was firmly in the camp.
He's way more right wing than Trump, but yeah, but he's not as right wing as other people.
What makes him more right wing than Trump?
One, his religious beliefs, and for the economy, and on homosexuality, many of those beliefs. And Ben Shapiro is not pro-trans. That's the thing too. So it's okay. Ben Shapiro is not pro-trans, pro-gay, none of that. He's a religious Orthodox Jew. Again, saying Trump is right wing is like saying Bill Ackman is right wing. Again, see, I'm saying these names, but you don't know who I'm talking about. I'm sorry, but it's just
no, that's fine. That's fine. I've heard Bill Ackman's name before.
Yeah, Bill Ackman, after the whole October 7th thing, he magically became Republican right wing because of what happened. Yeah, it's this dude was a liberal Democrat just 5 minutes ago, but now because of that, now he's this. It's these people are not right wing. They're not.
So you're saying they're LARPing?
Yes, and also just people just are ignorant. People just don't know what they're talking about with so much of this stuff. It's
Red Hero, thank you for the $5. How can you meet in the middle with leftists when they consider people in the middle to also be right wing?
Yeah, you cannot be in the middle. Like, how do you be in the middle of someone who thinks that someone who's 5 years old can choose their like who can take puberty? Like, how am I supposed to? Or someone who thinks that a baby can be aborted till birth, literally, or after birth. What is the middle ground on that? Oh, well, when they're like 12 weeks, you can kill. No, like there is no middle ground on stuff like that. There isn't.
It's sad for me to hear all of this stuff. Obviously, I know it is like this in America, but it's not like this in the UK. It's not like this at all.
Really? There's what about Rupert Lowe? The stuff he did with that report.
But you're talking about. I'm not talking about I'm talking about the everyday person, because he's talking about meeting in the middle with these guys. But like my group of friends, for example, it's pretty split. It's pretty split down the middle between right and left.
Really? I
And
guarantee you none of them are actually right wing. I can tell you that. I can just guess. Because if they were actually, I don't think you'd be
Trump
friends
isn't
with.
right wing now,
Yeah.
so maybe you're right. Maybe right wing in America looks different to what a Brit would consider right wing.
Hell, even like people like Nigel Farage and many of these people, they're not even right wing like that. They're not. And yet you would call someone like that super right. No, he's not. Same with Tommy Robinson. He's not right wing either. He really isn't.
Wait, you think Tommy's left?
He's a liberal. Yeah, he's like liberal. He's a classical liberal.
Oh,
Because Tommy Robinson isn't even against immigration. It's not like he's like, oh, remove immigration completely. He's just against Muslim immigration. But he's fine with Sikhs, Indians, literally everyone else. So it's like
would you say you're far right?
People will consider me that because of
You
my
consider
beliefs.
yourself that?
No, I don't.
What distinguishes you from someone that's far right?
Well, I would say some people who are very, very far right, many of them are actually pro-abortion, but like just for like specific races and stuff like that. Like they're pro-abortion, but just for blacks and stuff like that.
Wow, really?
Yeah, like you would like again in this, or they unironically believe in like TND, and I'm saying that that's censored. Yeah.
So where do you sit on that?
Obviously, I'm against abortion for anything, for any reason, for anyone. I'm not like, oh, well, abortion, but just for black women. It's like I obviously don't believe that. I believe it's a murder for anyone, and that no one should do it, and like stuff like that. Like I wouldn't even say like to say moderate. I'm not a moderate. I know I'm radical. Obviously, like I consider myself radical. It's like I think the only way to actually solve the problem right now is to be radical. It's like we have a radical problem. To solve radical problems, you need radical solutions.
What do you consider me?
Classical liberal.
What would you say is what's the meaningful difference between a leftist and a liberal?
I would say it's more so like equality versus equity. I would say. Like I think the fundamental difference between like right wingers and left wingers is that we as right wingers, like we believe that everyone is like everyone is quote unquote equal. Like equal as in like they're equal under God and they have value. Right? However, we believe that we are all fundamentally different. Like different races have completely fundamental genetic differences. And those differences are not just going to change. And that's why things are the way they are. And that's a big difference. I feel like liberals and leftists, you all have this very like concept that everyone like nature versus nurture. I'd say like, right wingers are far more nature focused than like nurture. That's the biggest thing I would say.
Okay.
That you think that like people are all like many of these leftists, they they'll see a right winger will see a problem between like they'll say, oh well, why are black people and like white people, or why are their outcomes different? A right winger would say, oh well, those two groups are fundamentally different, so of course they're going to have completely different outcomes. But a liberal and even a leftist would say, oh no, those groups are basically equal. They're all like they're equal. So the reason there's a difference, generally speaking, would be because of an external force.
So you're saying genetically that's why the difference is there?
Yeah, I think that there's biological genetic differences between all the races, blacks, whites, Asians. We are all very different and unique. We are. And these are not just like small differences at all. They are very fundamental.
Can you what differences could you outline between, other than like the very obvious physical ones?
Oh,
like,
of course.
What would you outline between blacks and whites?
Of course. Like I remember hearing that like with black women and white women, they get specifically different types of breast cancer, or like differently, like different types that are unique to them, to black women and white women. That's an example. Also, well, it's just like it's one of those things where it's just like our genetics are fundamentally different than us. We, of course, like I think that like like sex is more of a differentiator than race. Like a man and a woman are more different than like a white woman and a white man are more genetically different than a black man and a white man.
Mm-hmm.
Because women are like the races are fundamentally different, but the sexes are even more different, way more different. So that's why the trans thing is even crazier. It's like you can't do that because it's like they are not the same remotely, like at all. It's not possible. It's no.
I don't mean to ask you this as a gotcha, but I'm just curious because like you were saying that some people consider you right wing, far right. Do you dislike trans people by default, or are you cool with them? You just don't see the world the way that they do.
What do you mean by dislike?
Like, because I don't know if they fundamentally go against what the things that you believe.
Yeah, they do.
Some people don't like them for that reason. They just don't like the fact that they exist, right? That they are people that they share the planet with. Does the idea of a trans person piss you off?
Like, no. Like that's just a weird question. Like piss me off. Like
It's not weird. People get annoyed at their existence. I'm just curious.
I don't know. It's just such a weird I'm just like what am I? This just feels like I know you're trying to do it, but it's just like it's just like people they'll say a race like someone who's racist. Oh, like this white guy is just a racist. Oh well, when he just sees a black guy, he just like he just wants to punch the air. It's just like I don't really know, bro. Like that's not really that's a very rare thing. Like
it's a rare thing, but I talk to all kinds of people on and off the stream. And I've met some interesting personalities. So I thought that I'd just ask the question to see how you feel. Because some people, I've read some things in some Discords from people where I'm like, I can understand why a trans person wouldn't want you, not you, but wouldn't want somebody around them. Completely understand. That's not me saying that they're them pushing violence on people is the same level.
Look, I'm gonna just say this front like no one is over like obviously no one should be killed for whatever like no one should be targeting trans people or gay people for violence or anything like that, obviously. However, these people need to learn that they're just like everyone else. They are not immune to criticism, and especially how many of their beliefs, like many of their stuff is just completely just insane. It's one of those things where it's like it's if you have a set of beliefs that is just it's just nonsensical. You have to learn to be okay with people criticizing said belief. You can't be shocked. You can't be shocked. You can't be shocked if people don't like or want to do things. You can't be like. No, it's one of those things. Everyone else has to deal with that. Like again, someone in my life, people criticize me. People call me dumb. I deal with it. So do they, but they think they don't have to deal with it because they're part of a privileged class. So they think they should just be immune to criticism, even like truly fun, like actual genuine criticism. But it's like,
Mr. Moss said, "People say I'm right wing or conservative, but I also have some leftist beliefs. Am I a liberal or am I a conservative? Since the middle doesn't exist."
Oh, the middle does exist. like classical liberals are the middle. And of course, there's like range. There's maybe some, and of course, I'm not saying everyone fits neatly into a box, but society, we group people, to make sense of things, right? Like I'd call someone like you, technicals, James, C4. I call you all classical liberals, and then like someone like Hassan and someone like that, like far left, or the Young Turks. These people are far left. And there's a difference between you guys. There is. There's like you are far more liberal on free like you're not like as free speech as me, but you're way more liberal on free speech than many of them. Someone like Hassan, there's a difference. And like it's a spectrum, but we group people and things to make sense. I would assume that you're probably I don't know you, but I don't think you probably have a genuine like quote unquote far right opinion. I really don't think you do. You don't.
Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't think.
No, I'm talking to the guy.
Mr. Moss.
Yeah, because he was saying, "What am I?" I would call you. I would just assume, like most people are classical liberals. They just people who like they just want to be left alone. They're okay. They accept all this stuff. It's like that's the normal thing. Most people are. Hold on. Yeah, well, you can continue. Someone's DMing me.
Okay. What did you have the timestamp of where you wanted me to play this from, by the way?
Yes. Give me a second.
I quite like that name, to be honest with you guys. Classical liberal. It's got a very British touch to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like people like William Buckley and many of these people. It's like they are like, yeah, I'd say they're very classical liberal. Like many of these, like the neoconservatives of the 60s or the 70s during when Israel, I think it was when the Soviet Union condemned Israel in the UN in the UN. Many Jews and other people in the area, they were very left, but then they adopted many of the right-wing stuff, and then they basically became the neoconservatives and aka classical liberals of today. That's what they did. So it's interesting. Like, I read in some of this stuff, I watch people. It's very interesting. Like this stuff's very, but like I know most people don't know anything about this, but it's like, but then they'll just say, oh, well, you're this. But it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. I can tell from 5 seconds, I know you don't know anything. But then
I'm very, very careful about giving people labels. Even when we were talking about the Saudi thing and the performative stuff, I always try to be careful giving people labels because I know that people are a bit more complex than what they might put on social media or whatever. And obviously, the way we see politics is going to be very different from an American to a Brit. So, but I do find it interesting how people get categorized.
Yeah.
So would you say that a leftist would have a problem with a classical liberal?
Oh, yes. Yes. However, though, the left and classical liberals will always unite the fuck over the right. That's what always happens. That like but yeah, they don't love each other. Again, like a Dave Rubin and I think my source actually wants to come on.
Okay, send. You can send him the link that I sent you earlier.
Okay. Yeah, of course, man. You don't gotta talk about anything political, of course. But okay, you just DMing me, and he just saw. It's like, okay, I didn't think he was gonna do this, but
isn't he gonna out himself to these people?
I guess I don't. But yeah, I said, you want to do it, and he's like, sure. I'm like, okay.
Well, what does he want to talk about? Does he just want to talk about the video?
Yeah, and like to give details on stuff.
Okay.
He doesn't want to talk politics. Which I understand. You don't have to. Okay.
No,
well, all right. Well, I sent him the link, and if he wants to come, he can come. I don't want to. I want to keep confidentiality. I want to be seen as someone who is, trustworthy. I keep secrets in that sense, but.
Okay, no, that's good. It's good to keep things private.
But
I'm just reading the chat. You love a 15-hour Mike Hollow stream. It won't be 15 hours, but
Yeah.
It has gone on longer than I thought it would, but it's fine. It's an interesting
Mhm.
conversation.
Mhm.
The stream tomorrow, that's gonna go on for a while. I can bet.
Well,
That's gonna go on for a while.
let me post where it was. I think it was. Let me look here. But if you go via the Wayback Machine, you will see and done it. It would have been him. Try around 55-30. We'll then maybe speculate that the CSRP could have helped him, but that just isn't really true either. If you guys don't know, fucking Bumble, the guy who I've been talking about for most of the video, was chosen as an admin for their organization. Of course, if you pull up their website right now, you won't see him, but if you go via the Wayback Machine, you will see in the early stages of the organization, he is right there on the website listed as an admin for the CSRP. How was the CSRP ever going to help reverse his ban when it's made up of people who all run in the same circles as the people who got him banned in the first place? These retards think that hate speech is more of a bannable offense than damaging property and violating competitive integrity, aka cheating. I wish I was Joe competitive more of a ban, but I'm not. Think that hate speech Hold on. Is more of a bannable offense. For some reason, one of the things I posted didn't show up because like I showed like proof that he was on the list, that he was shown there. What the? Why didn't that show up? I'll send that.
Watch your video before you put it up.
I did, but I didn't. This is like the one thing I guess. You're so.
Damn.
Oh, I've been working on this thing for months. All right, I was trying to get it out. I made sure to blur everything, but oh, God forbid I forget that one thing. Boo hoo.
You gotta watch your videos out before you put them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're in my situation, yeah. Damn it! Like, I literally had because like I was showing that he was on the list because this, and honestly, bro, with the CSRP, man, they really did some shit, and
I can imagine.
Like people want to pretend like they were helping. Here it is. So I'm gonna send this to you via. Oh, okay. I'll post it. So yeah, I'll post the streamer. Okay, and then let me get your shits right here. So yeah, this is
coming on.
Yeah,
mate coming on.
I think he wanted it from what's the word, Twitter. But yeah, that's the post that was supposed to be showing when I.
Let me find it.
I just posted in your DM. Yeah. That's Dalton, of course. Like, because I could only, of course, for some reason, Wayback Machine was being stupid and they didn't show it, the pictures. But yeah, it shows that, yeah. Because if you check now, he doesn't appear. But he was there, all there. That he is an admin. So it's just like, these are the people.
This is Bumble. Okay.
Yeah. These are the people, you know, like this dude did all this shit. Yeah, he's really gonna help. Yeah, like give me a break.
Is Dalton banned as well in the Smash scene?
Yeah. The thing is, I still am not. I'm pretty sure after this. Oh, yo, man.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, good to have you. So, your Tope's source for the information that we've been showing today.
That's correct.
Okay. So, God, I've got so many questions. I don't even know where to start.
Yeah. I just like joined in maybe like an hour ago, so I haven't seen like the full stuff, but I saw that y'all were kind of talking about it, and I just kind of wanted to answer any questions y'all had and clarify some stuff. Cause I kind of saw him getting kind of jumped about some of the information that he had, and I was just like, it's kind of unfair. Given that
Which part?
I would have to actually listen to it again, but I kind of heard stuff where it's just like, obviously, he's not gonna have the full clarification of stuff. I guess like before you ask any questions, I think just to clarify like my position on it.
Yeah.
I was part of the Georgia Smash leadership group that they had on Discord. I've been in there for years. I am probably one of the more well-known members of the group, probably since 2018, and really the group had just kind of gone downhill for a long time. Me and Tope have talked about that for a while now, maybe like a couple of years now.
Oh yeah.
But basically, I got in there and I just remember there was a time shift where a lot of our older members had started to like head out, and we got a bunch of newer members, and these newer members are just frankly younger and more immature. They're not really ready to handle certain situations, like when you talk about stuff like sexual allegations, rape and things. They're not, that it's too big of a task to ask 19, 20 year olds to do. They just don't know how to handle that situation. And meanwhile, and I was telling Tope this, and I'm not sure if he ever mentioned or not, but I was in the military. I also spent 3 years as a paralegal. So I literally did this. I was in the military. So when I saw what was going on in the last case, I was just like baffled at like why, they chose to do this route. And I can't even really say I'm baffled because, as Tope also had mentioned, we've had so many other cases where they just kind of have been nonchalant about it. And really the only reason that they're not as publicized is really just because Laz was the first person in Georgia to really actually, get a lawyer up.
So I was talking to Tope earlier that I had a sneaking suspicion that this situation with Lost was way more deliberate than it's been made out to be. And it's just an assumption, but maybe you could clarify. The way the situation has played out to me looks like the people that came forward about him, as well as the TOs, were all in on it at the same time, because Tope is telling me that they came to a decision in 90 minutes and they had a 45-page document, and these two girls came forward at the exact same time. And although, like, obviously I don't know, I'm just guessing here, that seems very fishy to me.
I mean, to be honest, like, so when I first heard about this, I actually didn't hear about it till the next morning. I had to go to work, so I was not up when they decided to post this stuff on X, at 1 a.m. When I opened up my phone in the morning at about 6, 7 a.m., I saw all this stuff going on. I was like, okay, let me go check the Discord, because there's no way they post this stuff and didn't talk about it, right? And I read through the stuff, and it was less than 90 minutes that they came to the decision with about, we have 40 plus members in there, but only about 6 of them were even in the discussion. And they just decided, well, we need to hurry up and do something about this, because there was a major con that was about to happen in Georgia. And they were like, we need to make sure that he's banned before this happens. And to me, it didn't make sense, because I'm like, you already went 2 years where he was going on, if this stuff did actually happen, he was already, going to these events, whether he was playing or commentating or whatever. So I don't really see the big deal of like, you need to make sure that you get all the info. And I get that information that was presented, it was still pretty damning. I don't want to say anything like as far as like whether he's guilty or innocent of the thing, but there's a lot of stuff that was presented that made me think that like they didn't just like fabricate anything. So, but at the same time, you can't just get something that's presented to you and just be like, all right, I'm not going to talk to the person involved. I'm not going to try to fact check this at all. I'm just going to, we need to ban this person. Like, that's not how that works. And so, and then to really like throw that person out, you know, their full legal name out in the public world and be like, yeah, you raped this person. Like, to me, that's like, I don't know what you were expecting when he eventually came back and was like, yeah, you need to take this stuff down, because you discredit his name to the whole world. So of course he's going to act that way.
I wanted to ask, it's slightly off topic, but I know obviously you were giving information to Tope, but now that is this the first time that you've revealed your identity? In the sense where you're giving information to somebody and that's going on in there.
I mean, it is only, and I've told him this before. Only reason I didn't really want to share like before was because, you know, I'm also an owner of an esports shop that is the biggest one that everyone goes for, the FGC stuff. And I'm not the only owner. And so I didn't really want to throw in my other co-owners as part of this, because they're not really privy to the information, because I used to actually be part of the Smash community with Tope. But since I became an owner, I kind of like not really been involved as much. I've been more focused on, you know, just being an owner. And then I also have, you know, I'm married, I have kids, I have other stuff going on. I don't have time to, you know, play games as much, enter tournaments. But I'm still familiar with the people in the scene. So it's like when something like this happens, it's like, okay, I know who to talk to and blah, blah, blah. But when I didn't really, that was basically the biggest thing. I didn't really want to involve other people. But once I kind of saw that Tope is like having a hard time, where it's just like, it's kind of unfair for him to like present this information when, and I'll be, you know, with Tope, like he's not like banned in our scene or anything, but
I might be after all this.
He is considered like a troubled figure. Like, you know, people don't like interacting with him.
Radioactive.
And because of that, they'll probably just discredit, you know, anything that he says just because, you know, they don't like his opinion or things like that. And that, you know, I guess in a way, you know, you can say how you want, but that's kind of hard to do with me, you know, because I've never really, I got on my way to only help people, so nobody can really say that about me.
So do you reckon this won't hurt your standing with the Smash scene?
No, if anything, the only thing I'm worried about again is just like getting my other, you know, business partners in it, because really like they don't really have anything to do with this. And to be honest, neither do I. The only reason that this kind of even upsets me as a whole is because for me personally, volunteering to be on a community where you're deciding, you know, what guidelines and rules there are, and that can ultimately lead to whether people are banned or unbanned and things like that. The whole purpose was to keep the community safe, keep people feel like they're comfortable where they're at, and enjoying the environment that they're in. And sometimes you have to, you know, regulate the rules because some people are violating those rules. But once it becomes a thing that is not about actually protecting the people, it's more about this person sucks, or you want to do everything you can to blast this person. I'm like, that's not really the purpose of the group. Like, yes, the side effect is a cause, the consequences of, you know, certain actions, but it becomes too much of a thing where it's just like, oh, we just got this. Let's hurry up and put this out like it's a TMZ report. And I just don't get that concept, because it's just like that's not the whole point of having these kind of leadership communities. You're supposed to actually protect, you know, victims, and that also involves the people that are accused. Like, until you get more, and I get it, like we're not getting paid to do any of this stuff. You know, you have to use your own time and resources, but at the same time, you're not forced to do anything. So it kind of just rubs me the wrong way when people are like, well, you know, it's just a game.
Have you been in contact with any of those guys since this all happened?
Actually, you know, and I told Tope this like probably like a couple of weeks ago. I had just like left the group, you know, because I feel like they're at a point too far where I can do anything about it. Basically, the whole idea of when you join a group like that is that you're supposed to, like, you know, make a change to help, but one person can only do so much. And I'm not the only person that probably feels the same way, but when you have more people that are more outspoken, they're louder in the group, those are the people that are inevitably going to be in charge of stuff. And so I'm just like, if it's been like this for years, I don't see how it's going to change.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of changes and stuff, but none to me that made me feel like there's no reason for me to be here. Like, if y'all need to come to me about, hey, y'all should probably ban someone from this tournament, y'all can just contact me. I don't need to be in this group because y'all just aren't making good decisions.
No, that makes complete sense. You were saying that like over time the group has deteriorated and very young people have come in. So the people that are in charge now, are they in their like early to mid 20s?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much that everyone there's outliers like people like me that are like, in their 30s or whatever. But for the most part, it's mostly people that just got out of college. I mean, high school or in college right now.
So they haven't got like real world experience. Then
No.
they're acting on like some Twitter sense of morality or sense of like justice.
The thing is, it's like life experience is a real thing. I'm not one of those people that say that you can't have an opinion if you never gone through stuff, but it's hard to say you understand fully stuff if you never gone out of your way to like be in this position. I'm just like, you're too young to even understand this to automatically. And it showed for the fact that they just, in less than 90 minutes decided to post that. To me, that was crazy. I'm just like, and then they didn't really own up to it either. I don't know if Tope discussed that in the video or not, but I had a friend that went out to a tournament. He told me that he spoke to, a couple of them at a tournament, and it was just crazy to me that, their response to about what happened was like, oh, that whole thing is stupid. Like, I can't believe he lawyered up. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, of course he's gonna lawyer up. Like, you defiled his name. And like Weeder, there's a lot of evidence that shows, it's bad. It's like he really tried to contact. It's like, hey, why didn't y'all contact me before, putting this out there? And the fact that they didn't even respond, that they just posted it in the Discord to be like, look, he tried to say something to us. Like, and they're just like laughing at the idea that like, it's like, I get it. Like, if you read the document like without any context, it's gonna be like, oh, why should I speak to this person? Like, oh, but it's too far where you're just like going on one side of the thing and not trying to see like, is this really what this is? Like, and again, for someone who's more mature and I've read the documents, I will still say that it's still pretty damning, but I do kind of agree that, there's a lot of reasons for why Last would want to like fight this stuff. You're saying a lot that, if you're just talking about legality, like rape and stuff, like that's something that you would get arrested for, be in jail and everything. We're not even talking about the fact that he lost all these sponsors and stuff. Like, I get that part. Like, that's his livelihood. But like realistically, this is stuff that affects you hugely on, in legal terms. So the fact that they're just like caught off guard that he would do that, I'm just like, you guys aren't owning any responsibility to what y'all did. Like, and so why would I think that they would change anything moving forward if that's how their attitude was towards that? It's like, oh, well, we learned our lesson. No, they did not. They didn't. They're just posting stuff because they were told to.
Yeah. No, the post does read like it was given to them and they were like, post this, please. Just to like, I don't know, quell his anger, although I don't think that's going to really work. It's disappointing to hear that the scene has become that. But then, like I was saying to Tope earlier, in the UK, our Smash scene is not like that either. We don't really have these sort of problems, but it is significantly smaller as well. What do you, I guess, like, I don't know what point of the stream you thought that we were being like unfair to Tope or dogpiling him, but
I didn't mean like y'all specifically. I meant more like the chat.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
Chat's
probably just, they're probably just trolling.
I mean, I'm the worst. Yeah, I'm all of this. Whatever. It's whatever.
No, I kind of get where you're coming from. I know that in the US that like our scenes can kind of be less regulated, and I would have to say that just in FCC in general, is more just the younger audience are usually in charge. So like, again, because me being the owner of our largest scene here in Atlanta, see, you won't have this issue in Tekken because a lot of our players that go there are in their mid 30s, 40s. So they're not going to have that issue. But you go to a Smash tournament, like I said, a whole bunch of high school people, 14, 15, 60-year-olds, and then most of the head people in charge, are people in college. So outside of the few like old heads, like me that are there, like you don't really have anyone like guiding the group.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Hold on though. I will say one thing. Don't you remember the story with that guy San Halen with technicals? He was from Wales, from Great Britain, and it just took a single thing from CACT, and he was banned from all his locals at home. So I don't think European Smash is not much better at all. I really don't.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there's a lot of people here that do stupid shit, but again, America's a big place as well. So by scale, it might be the same. I just don't hear about it as much in the UK. Tom said respectfully, tell Plasma to back off the screen a little bit.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, he's just playing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we covered almost everything. I don't.
Yeah, that was in my video though. That was in my video, but that was in the last part too. Like when I posted, because I posted that, I was like, just the video game. I had that there.
Yeah, I think the video was well put together, and like, is there any more information that wasn't put in the video that you shared to Tope that you think is really important?
Well, I think some clarification. So there was 3 victims, right? But only one was presented to us in the past, which was 2024. And when I say us, I don't really mean like the whole Georgia Smash leadership. It was just presented to like a couple TOs, and it was very very broad. It wasn't really specific and detailed. There was no document. It was just like, hey, I feel uncomfortable with this person, and can this person be shadow banned? Of course, as owners hearing this, and you hear a victim come talk to you about a person, you're gonna do and say what you need to make sure that this person feels comfortable. But as soon as we were done with that conversation and we were talking amongst each other, it was like, hey, we need to talk to Laz, get this situation, because at that point it just kind of said like a he said, and again, it wasn't anything about rape or any kind of sexual allegation. It was just like, this person makes you feel uncomfortable, blah blah blah. But we're not going to ban someone without talking to them. So it's like, hey, let's talk to Laz. Well, Laz never showed up. Laz never showed up to tournaments anymore. And so realistically, it's just, this was another reason why I was mad at the group, and I said something to them before I had left. I was like, you guys can't say that all Georgia TOs like knew this was going to, that's not true. We didn't ban Laz. We just did not. There was no shadow ban, because my whole thing is like, why would you shadow ban someone anyways? Because it's like, if they did something wrong, you're basically giving them a slap on the wrist, be like, well, it's okay. Like, we won't tell anybody, but you just can't do this. And it's like, I understand the idea of like protecting the victims about it too, but realistically, like, that's not a good way to go about it. Because what ends up happening, and actually what kind of did happen, is that more incidents will happen with this person if they feel like, well, they're not going to get in trouble for this. So come 2 years later, 2 other victims that aren't part of Georgia, they're actually from different states. They had similar experiences, and I guess that they heard about the experience from the first victim, and they decided to all get together to like share their experiences together. And then that's how they came up with, doing the documents and then getting it submitted to the Georgia Smash leadership. But that could have been prevented, with the 2 latest victims had, everyone been told about it. And I get it. Like, if something like rape or any kind of sexual allegations are being done to someone, like it's really traumatic. And so I'm not surprised that the victim didn't come to us and be like, hey, this dude raped me, because that's a lot of detail to give to, you know, a person, and I respect that. But there's also kind of like a at certain point where it's like, if you're not going to do that then, or you don't feel comfortable doing it, you kind of have to at some point be able to like realize that other people will get hurt, could get harmed because of this person, and that you have to do your best to kind of like get this out there so that won't happen anymore. And so it's not I'm not blaming the victim at all for that. But it's just one of
But I agree with your stance that
community,
ultimately
like,
that's the best course of action.
Yeah, as a community, like these, especially with the Smash community, like this happens a little bit too often. And so it's just like, you know, there's other ways to go about it, in my opinion. But with Georgia Smash, like they've never really shown that they can handle these kind of ideas. And even when I was telling Tope, like literally a couple of weeks before the last, we had another incident with a player, and I told him, I was like, I'm gonna be honest, the only reason that situation ended up being good was because the police handled it. If the police didn't handle it, then I'm just like, right, yeah, it would have been a horrible situation because they didn't know what to do. They were talking about, hey, we need to contact, and to give a little context of what was going on, one of the players at a university that he goes to was allegedly like peeping under a girl's dress while they were walking up the stairs. And the people in the Georgia Smash leadership were talking about, hey, we need to contact the school and see if we can get, you know, that footage. I'm like, I'm being respectfully by saying this to y'all. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but there's no realistic way that a school is going to give some Discord mods, you know, that doesn't make any sense.
No, 100%. That's crazy.
That's the experience that I'm talking about. Like it's not that they don't have their hearts in the right place, but they're just not really physically tasked to understand like what goes into these stuff. So it's just like
then they're not equipped to wield that power.
Correct.
Yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to add to it? I know I don't want to end up falling asleep on camera, but it's 4 in the morning in the UK. So was there anything meaningful that you guys wanted to add before we wrap up the stream to this situation?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I will say, I didn't watch because I know y'all been live for like 6 hours now, so I wasn't there for the beginning portions of it. I'm not sure if Tope mentioned that they nuked that part of Discord. The way that the Discord was laid out is that they had a sub channel that was dedicated to each like person that's either being banned or has already been banned. And so the last sub channel was nuked. And this was like right before I had left. And I didn't even really notice it until someone in the Discord spoke up about it. They were like, hey, what happened to the last? Like, oh, we had to nuke it because, the whole thing with the lawyers. And I was just like, so y'all have to get rid of everything, like all the documents and stuff and stuff like that. But y'all y'all can just say with a big chest that y'all don't feel any kind of way that like, oh, we didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. But they're too young to care. That's the problem, I think. Like when you get to our age, I know Toby's gonna roll his eyes, but I think when you get older, generally speaking, you tend to take more things into consideration. And like we're saying, with these guys they don't understand how to wield their power and they don't understand the responsibility they have. I don't think they give enough of a shit, or they're too lazy, or they just think it's whatever, or they just discard people. I don't know. It just sounds like a level of incompetence that is befitting of somebody that you're saying is like 19, 20 years old.
I mean, they don't care. I mean, that's the best way to put it. I mean, unfortunately, like it comes across like they care. I don't know what this kind of like error is about, where they kind of like fake stuff, where it's like, well, we're trying to get rid of the bad people, and it's like, I just feel weird to me that like there's no in between, where it's like you get something and then you ban them and then they're just like permanently banned, like, and they have no way to like ever like get it unbanned or anything like that. It's just like, and then, you know, I know y'all were talking about the global ban thing. Like, to me, that's always been a stupid thing. Like, ideally, yes, it should work great, but it's like, oh, they've talked to me before, and all they really was like, hey, some of the people in your group think that this person should stay banned. Like, we're not gonna read the info that y'all gave us, but we just want to talk to y'all. Do y'all think this person should be banned globally? I'm like, well, what's the point? Because if we came to a decision, and let's say there's 45 of us, and like 40 people decided this person should be banned permanently in this state, right? And then you submit it to, you know, for it to be global ban, but they're not looking at the information. They're just going like, well, you blamed them from this state, so we're going to ban them globally. Then there's no point of having a full system like that, because you're not actually, you know, reviewing the evidence. You're just going by what the people in the state says. So it's completely like pointless. At that point, you just might as well go with like, if your state has you banned, then you're globally banned. But that ruins the whole point, in my opinion, because I'm like, it's just, you, for all you know, and y'all kind of talked about this earlier, that like, and I'll say this, I kind of agree with Tope on this, that everyone has a bias, right? I don't know specifically why Tope wanted to do a video. He might have an agenda towards, you know, the community, because, you know, they act a certain way with him, and I think that's fine. You know, my bias, you know, I personally just believe that everything should go based on how things are presented, like factually. So like, for me, it's just like, do I like the people in my community? Yes, but they're not absolved from, you know, the mistakes that they do. So I feel like if I'm going to be part of the community, it's my responsibility to help guide them. And if they do something wrong, they should, you know, theoretically be called out for that.
No, I agree, 100% agree with that. I know Tope had his hand up. Did you want to say something?
And I do agree with that completely. And I'm just seeing this as a bigger overarching issue, because with the GBD, right? What you just said, like the GBD, and then with the CSRP, when you add that now, the CSRP gives the GBD even more legitimacy, in that one person gets banned from one thing for some bullshit reason, like the example you gave, and now they're banned everywhere. And if a tournament is like, no, we're gonna have them, like some person had 0, right? I'm giving an example, like they had 0, and then like the CSRP caught them, and then like they like threw a whole bunch of shit their way, and it's like, that's what this whole thing was made for. And that's why this is a bigger I'm trying to see the bigger picture here. And I just see it happening. And it's just like, these people want to make this totalitarian state where all these people are in control, and they're all very left wing. They're very biased. They'll ban you for the stupidest thing, and then you're banned everywhere. Then you don't have a career anymore, and then you're just fucked. And they just want you just to fuck off or just die or whatnot. It's just like, that's why with Teapot and then with Last, I see that, and I'm just like, yes. But it is just like, and the thing I disagree with Technicals, because I remember when Technicals did his video with Teapot, he was like at the end, well, you know, because Teapot's Jewish, and with him being Jewish, he had a lot of resources, free resources that helped him. He didn't have to pay for that. In fact, I remember his lawyer was in our DMA chat, and he was talking with us, and he was talking with Mech, and he didn't want to work with Mech. And the reason was because he literally said that, I'll help anyone, but just as long as you're a Zionist. And it's like, free, what about free? Like, so you're not doing this for the right reason. You're doing this because he's part of your group. And it's like, fine, do that. But it's like, and I have no issue with Teapot. I think he's a cool dude, right? But like the people, like most people don't have the stuff like that. And even like I even say, like, at the end of Technical's thing, he was like, oh, well, if you're white, well, just say you're trans, or just say you're this. And if you're black, sue them for racism, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you do realize with like the black thing, like, you know, them suing for racism, that could actually work, right? Because people do, but like, people really take that seriously. But like for white, I'm making this like for white people, what's their option? Oh, say you're trans? No one's going to believe you. Say this. They don't really have an option. No one's helping. Like with Last is lucky because he has resources. He has the resources. But someone like Dalton, someone like Manalord, someone like Mech, all these people who I know I like, they have no recourse. and no one gives a fuck about them. And it pisses me off. It really does. Because they're white. And I get he said he was joking, right? But it's very dismissive, and it's like distracting from that issue. It's like they don't have an option because of the system that we live in, because no one gives a fuck about them, largely because they are white. And they're not a part of a protected group, and no one's going to come and help them. Like, so if you're black, you have the NAACP, other black organizations, Asian, all these. If you're white, you don't got shit. And unless you're like him, you got money, you're cooked. But the last thing I do want to say is that I get that because you guys are older. You know, I'm only 26, right? But this maturity you see from me, I had this even back when I was like 20. I was younger. I've always thought this exact thought process of, you know, being very methodical and being litigious with the facts. I just don't want to blame it on youth. These people, like, you're against like a Hanlon's razor. It's like, you know, what's the saying? You know, saying that don't dismiss what's.
I don't mean to cut you off, but like, because y'all kind of had a little bit of discussion earlier about like, you know, the age groups, and obviously I wasn't, you know, but you're right. Like, some young people can be mature. Like, there's even people that are in the Discord that are young that I would vouch for, that even though they're not, you know, of good, you know, like experienced age, that they're wise enough for me to be like, okay, you understand how this works. Cool. Right. But that doesn't mean that's the norm.
Yeah.
Like, just how y'all were talking about earlier when y'all talk about, like, you know, why, you know, someone that's older shouldn't, you know, get someone with like that's like significantly younger. Well, the reason for that is because they don't have the same life experiences you do. They don't understand. So you're basically grooming someone that's younger to try to, you know, because you have the manipulation. It's power control. Like, that's basically what that's about. So
exactly,
if someone younger is just, most of the time, again, not all the time, but most of them are just not going to be as mature. So I'm not saying that it's an excuse, but there's no reason that most of the people in the leadership group should be that people that young, because they do not understand. And so it's like, you should theoretically have more older people in charge of the group, because like, and specifically for like Bumble, who was part of the CR, like, this dude's not even, you know, 22 years old. There's no way that he should be in charge of all those things. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, again, I don't have nothing against them, but you have not gone through life enough to make me feel like you should be responsible for those things. Like, all you really have done is like host some tournaments here and there. But like, what have you done outside of, like, you know, you barely, like, I don't even want to get into his specific like situation of his life, but it's just like, if you haven't done like certain things in life to make me feel that you had credibility to like focus on whether someone should be a part of something. And that's why I think really like moving forward, because for me, I think there should always be a solution to something. When there's a problem, you should suggest a solution. And so realistically, I don't even think that there should be like a group or any in the Smash scene, to be honest. Like, I feel like Smash is one of those communities where like, it's a game that anybody can play, right? It's technically a party game. So you can have kids, and that's why you get a whole bunch of high schoolers or whatever. So you're never really going to have a huge collection of, you know, mature adult figures anyways, because it's not really meant for that. You're going to get a whole bunch of people that are younger, and those people are going to be better at the game too, really, because if you think about it, they have all the time in the world to get better. They don't have to like work and do all this. Like, they just go to school and then they grind the game forever, and then they can just like get sponsored and go to tournaments. So the younger people are just going to have the advantage in Smash all the time, just because of that reason. We've seen it all the time. So the thing is, that's because that's a whole reason why community leaders like at a high age for the Smash scene will never be that high, because you won't have a lot of them. So really, you shouldn't have it. What you should do is just by each tournament basis, you should have your own idea of like, whether this person is allowed. It's kind of different because, you know, I'm the owner of a store, right? So it's different than some of these other, you know, locals that just like oh, they just use their school as a way to play tournaments, or they go to card shops or whatever, right? But if you're like, I don't want this person, right, to come to my local, you have all the authority to do that, right?
Yeah.
You just like, I don't feel comfortable having this person. But I think when you start making it where it's like, oh, I suggest that y'all do, like, who are used to the suggest when you don't even go out your way to do the the investigation?
Yeah, I saw that Toby put in his video. That is super fucked up. I like the specific language they use so they can skirt around it, but we can all see what's going on there.
Recommendations. It's always recommendations to plausible deniability. And I understand what you guys are saying. Yeah, we want older people. I just, with these younger people, it's like they knew it. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care. At a certain point, it's like, if you couldn't handle this, you shouldn't have gotten involved. But if you are, I'm going to hold you completely responsible. I'm not going to use, well, he was young. So, no. If you got into this and if you want to do this, deal with it.
And if you, I mean, think about that too, Tope. Do you really think that they're going to be responsible? Like, you showed this stuff that they were saying to you when you were in the Discord chat with them. Like, there's a certain just like language that this era has now. Like, back in my day, like, I don't want to sound like I'm old, but like that was just like Xbox Live like talk. When you say like go kill yourself, but you can't do that now. Everyone knows that. But for that to be acceptable, like they said, like they know who you are. That should not be acceptable to say. And the fact is, some of those people that were saying that are literally part of the group, leadership group, saying that doesn't make any sense. They have
I agree.
To determine who is getting banned, but they're telling someone to go kill yourself. And for you also to think that, oh, that's funny to laugh it off. It's just like you don't know who is feeling a certain way. Like I have to kind of come on here to tell you that too, because I talked to you about my brother. My brother, literally killed himself, Tope. So you don't know what someone is going through at any point.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how you can get that distinction that like, oh well, if you know that someone is mental, like you don't know that. You don't know what anybody's going through. Just what Mike was saying earlier, you can just be having a bad day, and that person not really gonna give you the signs to let you know that. And then they're like, "Oh, I remember when this person said, go kill yourself," or "I'm gonna go do that." It's just like, no, that kind of language shouldn't be tolerated. Like,
especially from leaders,
points to where you have to be held responsible for what you're saying. And if you're gonna, if you're gonna ban somebody from a Discord for being annoying. Okay, fine. But what about the person who literally said, go kill yourself? Why is that person not being removed? That's not good leadership.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you. It's got to be consistent across the board. You can't just laugh these things off. I understand where Tope is coming from in the sense that, like, in the old days, we used to say it all the time, but the times have changed and the context of the situation has altered. It's not the same as, like, just being on some random Shoryuken forum and someone saying it. Now it's like, I mean, we've never seen a scene like the Smash Bros. Scene before in fighting games, right? It's still relatively new in comparison to a lot of other mediums, but these fighting game scenes and the way they're behaving, you can't give them a free pass, man. There's no way a person in power should be doing stuff like that. They should hold their feet to the fire just the same as they would do to you.
I understand where you guys are coming from.
And I just like you're mentally strong, so that's not gonna affect you, right? Like I get that, but it's just a nutshell, like what they were saying earlier. You gotta kind of think outside of just yourself, where it's just like this. Everybody's not you. You already said that. There's no one like you in our scene, so you gotta understand everybody's not gonna feel the same way about stuff. So imagine someone who is, vocal to a point where they're saying stuff that people don't like, but it's still not stuff being banned. And then they say like, go kill yourself, but they're not as strong as you. They're younger, they're more, and they're like, oh, everybody hates me. I'm just going to kill myself. Like that shouldn't be tolerated just at all. Like there's no reason for that to be said.
No, I completely agree. I 100% agree. Tope, I'll give you the final point because again, I don't want to pass out on camera. So I'm getting there.
Yeah. once again, of course, I actually completely forgot about your brother. I remember that was. I'm very sorry about that. I was.
No, you
yeah.
good.
But I just think that in this context, right, that with saying, of course, yeah, like obviously, like leaders, like, yeah, even though we all have the right to say whatever we want, yeah, leaders, like people who have positions of power, they are going to be held to a higher standard. I understand that. Like, Guapo technically isn't a leader, right? But it's just like in that post, right? Trout and then like and other people, they were talking with me. Like Trout in particular was trying to pretend like he was being reasonable, but then when I'm gone, he agrees with the post telling me to KY. It's like, so you're just a piece of shit then. Like, like you never were trying to be honest or anything with me. That's cowardly. Yeah, but I do understand where you guys are coming from. It's just that with the thing, it's just, oh, okay, I remember now. It's like, fine, you don't want to say it just to anyone, but it's like, but couldn't this then be taken to like truthful statements? Like for like, because yes, saying KYS to someone could in a vacuum make them want to do that. But to lots of other fragile people, if I say some very just like basic facts to them that are just like uncontroversial, but I say it to them, they might want to quote unquote self-delete. I just feel like what you're saying.
Look at the context of the situation, though. This isn't like so glad we said it's not a COD lobby. It's not us sitting here having a conversation. It's not a game of Street Fighter. These guys don't like you. They've shown the Smash scene has shown multiple times when they don't like people like you, they lean on violence. So I think when you look at the context here, you can't look at everything. It's got to be looked holistically, I would say. I don't think that you can. I think that you got to look at it that way in order for them to understand why they can't do those things, and then put aside the fact that in other areas of gaming, we say KYS on the mic and no one cares. It's a different context.
Okay, and I do understand that. Yeah, like these people genuinely hate me, and if I actually did die, they'd be happy about it. Yeah, and
which is crazy if you think about it. Like, I wouldn't want any of them to die, even if I don't like them.
I just think at this point, I'm just so desensitized. I'm just used to it. I don't want them to die. As much as I don't like them, I'll admit I'm biased. I don't like these people. I want them removed from power. And I don't want to put you on the spot, Snake, but it's like, yeah, a lot of the people you said you don't want to reveal them, because they're anonymous. It's just like, and I totally get where you're coming from because you said this to me, but it's just like with these people, it's just like so many of them, they just need to be exposed because it's just like they just do this stuff because they know they'll get away with it because they're anonymous. And I've dealt with this shit all my life. People will randomly accuse me of something. I don't even know who my accuser is, and then I'll get in trouble for it. It's happened to me so many times that when I see it, it's just like
they're not gonna remain anonymous if Last actually takes them to court, because they'll have to go into a discovery phase at some point, right? And then,
well, I hope he does. I really do.
Yeah, I hope he does as well, because there's a lot of people that talk shit behind their anime profile pics. But this is what happens sometimes when you do it. You do it to the wrong person, and they got time and money. Like you said, it's a fuck around and find out situation.
Well, but yeah, man.
I mean, were you specifically talking about the victims themselves or the people that are in the leadership group?
People in the leadership group. And also the victim, honestly, as well. But I was specifically talking about, because even they all honestly fell out, because it's just like, I hate it when people, they'll just accuse you of the most heinous shit, but then you won't even know who they are. And it's just like, what am I supposed to do?
Religion, man. Like, people talk shit on the internet and you'll never know.
Well, yeah, that's talking shit though. I don't give a shit about that. But if it's something like this, where it's like they're literally accusing you of rape or something actually, I guess I'm just desensitized because all these people and even the chat has called me. Again, I've had to have a strong, call me desensitized, call me a robot. What they say to me, I'm just used to it at this point. I really am, because honestly, it's like, if I wasn't, I would have killed myself a long time ago, as LTG always says. But it's just, You just learn. You just learn. You just deal with it. You just like roll your eyes. You just, I don't know. But I guess I wasn't born in that era because I didn't have a COD lobby. I didn't have any of that shit. But yeah. I'm just.
No, I hear it.
It's like Mike said, that it's just with context. It's just like, yeah, if you're playing a game and like, you know, someone's on the mic, that's a complete different thing than like they know you in real. So like for them to like, you know, take an argument to that extreme, because it's like, it's not like you were saying anything like that warranted that, like really, like, so for them to do that, it's just like, no. And
yeah, they were the ones accusing me of all this shit, and then one less Walmart. He said like one less Walmart worker, because like I used to work at Walmart. I actually saw him. I was like, hey, what's up? He's like, oh, it's all. So that's the crazy thing. It's like, what is your issue? I thought we were cool. Whether it's him, Sakana, Jazzo, all of these people, where I'm just like, I thought we were cool. We never had an issue. But then I see you. I remember, like, oh yeah, on to the last. I really do. Since you're here, I really do want to thank you, because it's like you and Greg are the reasons why I didn't even have a career in this scene to begin with. Because if it wasn't for people like you, I would have been banned. Whether it's the vaccine or whether it's anything I've said online, because I've said things that they were quote unquote, I guess you could say they were edgy, but like not even edgy. I was just saying a fact or anything, and then these people were. You remember when I first won that 4-4, people were over here calling for me to be banned. I think I'm banned from like North Carolina or South Carolina or something. So honestly, I have you and Greg to think about it. And even though we don't agree on everything, I truly respect. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't care what your politics are to a degree. I can work with you. And we obviously don't share the same opinions, but I respect you as a person. And I have no issue working with you or playing with you in a game or nothing. So I want to make that very clear. But yeah, man, thanks.
Oh, well, I've always known that about you, Tope. So that's not. I mean, for me specifically, especially because I am one of the more older people in the scene. I'm also, you know, an owner. Like I keep things very neutral, or I keep things to myself. I'm not really outspoken like you. Like I just kind of go do my thing. So it's just like I'm here to work with people. I'm here to, you know, make sure things are going correctly and things like that. Like I'm not like here to really like give my opinion on this and that, because at the end of the day, like I can say whatever, but does it change anything? Like for me, I don't like wasting my breath. I've learned that from when I was younger from my parents. It's like, yeah, you can scream to the world and tell people, like try to correct them for ignorance, but at the end of the day, like if it's not changing anything, you're just wasting your time. And so I'm a person, I don't like wasting my time, because I realized throughout my life that time is the most valuable thing. So it's just like, I'm not, and that's not a disrespect to you, because I know that, you know, you'll go online and do that. But that's not really my thing, because it's just, to me, like at the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Like I'd rather just spend my time with my family or doing what I need to work. So it's just like,
I just hope
get on to you, and it's like, bro, it's just like, if you're not hurting somebody, like I don't see why, you know, it's like, yeah, you can have a disagreement about stuff, but to me, it's never like, oh yeah, this person should be banned. It's like at that point, like we as a society would have to worry about that with everything. Like imagine like you can't go to McDonald's because, you know, someone has a different opinion. Like who cares, bro? Like you're just here to play a game. You know? So
I'm not calling anyone to die or anything like that. I've never done anything like that. Never destroyed anything. Hell, I've never even been rude to people in person. All these people, I've chatted with them. Cargo, you remember when Cargo said, I don't belong in the scene? I wanted to talk to him, but he just kept running away from me. Every time I knew when he saw me, he would like distinctly go away and leave. And then I tried. I cannot, no one can say, and you were there. I told you. And it was just like,
I mean, you and me had that talk. I already told you, like, people, like, this generation of people are not really confrontational, except when it's online. So that's why it's like it shouldn't really affect you, because it's like they're not like them kind of people like back in the day. Like you couldn't just say anything crazy to somebody like that. Just, you know, nowadays you can just say whatever. You just have, you know, Twitter fingers or whatever. It's just like, but I think at some point, like you have to just kind of understand that and realize that that's a thing. And then whatever you decide to do with that, but
I did actually send you the link to that person we were talking about, Crystal. Yeah, it was crazy situation. I will say that. I do hope that my video could maybe be used as evidence to fuck these people over. That would actually be delicious. It really would.
Keep that up, man. You never know. They might need to use it one day.
And yeah, honestly, the final thing I do want to say is that yes, I am making a hacks video. I'm sorry this one took so long. Snake knows it took me like a month. It shouldn't have taken that long. It was largely because of my old job. And then with this one, I'm not used to having this much time working versus having more free time. But I'm getting used to it now. So yeah, hopefully that video should come out soon.
It took you longer to do the video than it took them to deliberate.
True that. Sad state of affairs, man.
True that.
Sad state of affairs.
Yeah, it will be coming out later.
I'm gonna wrap it up now because my legs are gone. I don't want to fall asleep while you guys are talking because I feel super rude. Yeah. But,
you better get up and walk after you're done, bro. You don't get no deep vein thrombosis, bro. Yeah.
No, I'm going straight to sleep. I'm 8 hours. But Plasma Snake, I really appreciate you coming on and giving some clarification. Hopefully, there's no issues for you going forward with any of these people. I don't know how they're gonna react when they see this. And
I'm again, for me, when it comes to credibility, like they can't really say anything. And then also, like I'm here for the smoke. Like again, I just really didn't care about my partners, but I'm not gonna sit here and let like Tope feel like he's just like doesn't have the credibility to say what he stuff. Because like realistically, like yeah, like these people aren't good. Like they're not in a position to be able to do these things, and it's like they do need to be, something needs to be said. It's just like, so hopefully, I don't know like if this actually does or will change anything, but like at the end of the day, like we got to be able to start saying stuff to people, like, you know, we
100%.
All the people in chat saying that I was.
Sometimes this stuff is needed because it's like some people just kind of go with what they see online and think that's the full context of the story, and when it really isn't. Like there's so much to it.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Tope,
me on.
Yeah, Tope, that was a good video. I appreciate you making it. I appreciate both of you coming on. I'm sure this won't be the end of it. So we'll just pick up when it picks up again. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming on.
All right, well.
All right, man. Y'all take care.
Take care, guys. All right, guys. That is the pod.
All right. Well, that was actually crazy, but thank you guys for coming by to watch, and I hope to see you. Honestly, I'm probably going to stream tomorrow. But yeah, see you guys next time. Yeah, that was crazy. I did not think that he would actually get involved. Like, but holy shit! Like, all right, he did. Hold on. Yo, hello. Yeah, bro, I'm so shocked. I really gotta ask, what really made you? Because yeah, it was just this felt so weird. I didn't think you'd actually come on. It was just so sudden. Oh, oh hello. Yeah, I think it did. It's but I you but yeah. On the chat. Yeah, that's the thing where it was just so random. It was just like what if I it's like okay, yeah, I've admitted up front that I am biased. I've never once made that like I never once pretended so, but it's like the thing is though, and I get it. Oh, everyone has a reason to lie. Correct. But it's like what the thing is though, when they lie, mhm, mhm, yeah. And the thing is though, yeah, with them, if they lie, do they like people like them get to lie all the time and they don't get to suffer for it. But when someone like me, when I lie, I'm gonna get fucked and they're gonna drop the hammer. So I have no incentive to lie. Because if I lie, I suffer. I can let's say I lied about something like fundamental they could sue they dead ass would sue me. Oh, I accused them of this like without any evidence or nothing. Or they can sue me, but if they accuse me of shit, yeah, that's the thing. But it's just like that guy didn't like me. He didn't like me, and he didn't even know what was going on. So he was like, "Oh, you want to beat them in the game?" And I guess he wants to now pretend like the game was the quote unquote political game we have. But it's like, but that doesn't make any sense though. It's like why would I this? I get it. I guess everyone has a reason to lie, but I it's not like I made the video and there was like no screenshots, nothing. I was just talking, I was just shooting from the hip. I had nothing to show for it. I did. But oh yeah. And hey, and honestly, that's okay, and I have no problem with that at all. I get it, but yeah, bro, we gotta fix that smoke alarm, man. Come on, come on. But yeah, honestly, he shouldn't have had the chat, or huh? Oh, sorry. He shouldn't have the chat on because that was just like honestly, I was like, you were being super serious, and then I just see this people talking about fucking chowder, and I was just like, what the? Why am I seeing this right now? But yeah, fair enough. But yeah, Yeah, but yeah, you don't see these streams of the chat. The chat's always super brutal to me. Again, like one of the people, yeah, like some of these niggas, like I see people in chat who've like literally been harassing me. Like every time I appear, it's just the same shit over and over and over again. I'm just at a certain point. I said this. I'm so desensitized to this. It's just like oh no, someone did this to me again. What am I gonna do? I'll take my shit. I'll move on. But yeah, fair. Honestly, you guys, you did make a good point. It is a different situation versus me just saying to someone I know, "Oh, kill yourself," versus like them. It is, even though on a regular, I wouldn't consider it like serious, but for them, I should. I should take it seriously. That's it. Mm. All right, but that's really just what I want because like, I was just, yeah, it was just so sudden that you wanted to come on. So I honestly really, and I was like, yeah, you sure? Because it's like you're gonna, and then you showed me your face, so I'm like, oh, all right. Well, no, I totally. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah, man. But again, thank you so much for that. You really, honestly, it's like with that, no one's gonna like they can try and talk their shit, but it's like I got information from you. You co-signed that, and it's just like, yeah. But all right, then. But honestly, I was thinking what I'm probably gonna do is maybe next week. I feel like I should confront some of these people, especially like Guapo, because I know Guapo is a pussy. I know him. I'm not gonna do anything violent, of course, nothing. But what I was thinking, maybe I would have like a little body cam on, and I would just be like, "Hey, you did tell me to kill myself here. You want to say that to my face? Let's talk." But I don't know. Maybe that's just too much. It's not even worth it. But I don't know. I would like to come back because the only reason I think I told you this, the only reason I haven't come back in so long is because of car issue, where my dad let me use his car basically for the foreseeable future, but he puts all these stipulations on you can't drive it past this time, you can't do this, blah blah blah. So it basically makes it so I can't go. But they're going on a trip to Nigeria for like 2 weeks, so technically I am free. Yeah, so I can actually come these 2 weeks. Like, well, technically three, because this Thursday, next Thursday, the Thursday after that, I could come. So I don't know. Of course. All right, man. But honestly, yeah, you just know that anytime these niggas try talking shit, you just know I'll always be there to help you. But yeah, also I actually saw Greg. So what happened was it was today that Greg, yeah, Greg actually liked one of the posts from Wulong. I did not know who this person was. Right. No. See, I only started in Ultimate. Yeah, I only started in Ultimate. But now these two people who are I probably, because I just remember the early 404. I didn't have a car back then, so like I was reliant on people taking me to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mhm. Duh. Oh yeah, Doc. So he did my controller. I remember he helped fix my controller and shit. Mine and Orca. Orca. Oh yeah. Yeah, Yancey. Yeah, so like that guy Wulong was coming to support me. Then like and like Yancey was just like, I'm not a saint. It's just like, when did I ever say I was a saint or anything? It's just like, again though, it's just like, the thing is though, it's like when I really watch the shit that I've done, like what happens is that even before all the politics, people just don't like me because I'm outspoken. I remember when Solo Jones, you gotta remember that Ike player, he became the biggest like Ike guy on Twitter, and he would say shit, and that would actually make people think Ike was just complete dog shit. And I would disagree with him respectfully, and then people would just dogpile on me, and then I would respond back. But then I was just saying, I like to force my opinion down people's throats. It was that and all this other stuff. And it's just like, what is this? Well, of course. But yeah. It was just so weird. But like, it's like I've not talked with Hitsugai, but now the moment that someone says anything for me, I'm now whatever. But yeah, he's not the only one. It's just of all the games to spend all my time with, this really had to be it. Move what? Oh. Hmm. I didn't even like said slurs or I didn't do that in the chat. I made sure not to because I knew they would look for any reason. It's just crazy. The moment I get banned, yeah, Zaya, he gives me the post where the guy where I'll just show it to you actually, where yeah, like literally after I was banned, right after I was banned, then he says that, and then he doubles down. He doubles down on it, and then he deletes it. It's like, oh, and then, bro, you know what? Since you're here, I'll send you this. Fucking not Nape. No. What's his name? Teaser fan. That dude. Bro literally sends me this fucking voice message. I warn you, it is cringe as shit. It's just so this is the shit that these niggas are doing, and it's just like, what is wrong with you people? And I just hear this and I'm like, what? And it's like, I remember when, like, I guess when I got banned, I think Element's like, have you ever met anyone who actually wanted to hang out with me at a local? It's like, I've hung out with Omega. I've talked with Hyper Kirby, well, Mugen. I've talked with Cola. We actually had a little decent conversation. Many of these top players respect me. Sonito, we've grinded a bunch, had no beef or nothing. It's like the top brass actually does respect me. It's just like these like some people like DD and all these people that just like they really just, again, they've never had a conversation with me in person. And I love this too. Trout, he says, "Oh, I love how he like you know that Tope is my name, right?" Huh? No, I'm saying no. You like that's my name, right? So like he tweets this. He quotes my name. Like, I guess he thinks it's like that's my name, bro. Like Trout's not your name. That is my name. So, oh yeah, here was the I didn't know Guapo's at. I didn't know that. But yeah, here was the post that Isaiah sent me where he doubles down, where he's like, I post, like, Element posts it, and then he's like, oh, I stand by my statement. So yeah, he stood by it. That's what he said. He stood by his statement, but then he deleted the post. So yeah, that's the funny part. Yeah, and then here was the, yeah, bro. See, I'm telling you, like, Isaiah has some problems, bro. But like, this nigga, he holds the receipts. He has this shit on lock. And it just makes me laugh because it's just like, again, these niggas, they hate me, and I don't know why. I barely know them. Okay, where is this one? And then wait, okay, here is for this Upstalker. Oh, okay, no, yeah, here was the okay, be replace, copy and replace. So yeah, this, and then this was right here. Hold on, and then this was him showing the pic, because this is the same picture, but one is when he had the post, and the other one he deleted. He just had the head shaking picture. So it's like, he can delete the kill yourself, but he won't delete the Walmart will be fine with one less shelf stalker. So to me, it's just like, okay. So that's true, but I don't know. Maybe I just laugh to cope. I don't know, but it's just like, what is wrong with these people? But once again, I don't want to keep you, but that's all I wanted to say. But yeah, thanks. Oh, actually, this is the last thing I do want to say. This is gonna make me so, like, my sister, right? Because I told my other people on my life, I was like, oh, I'm making this video, right? And she was always telling me, oh, why are you doing it? Why can't someone else? Why couldn't this guy do it? It feels like he's just leaving you out to dry and blah blah. And then, it's one of those things where she says that. I didn't really believe it, but when someone says it to you a bunch, you have it in your head. It stays in your head a little bit. But it's like with this, it's like, yeah, you obviously you stand by it. So I just think it was funny. I'll tell her that tonight because it's just like, oh, because you were always telling me that. Well, the guy literally came on stream and came with me and corroborated everything I was saying. So he's with me on this. So you can't say that anymore. But I don't want to keep you, but yeah, thanks. That's really it for now. But I will see you later. You as well.